Crazy. My little beggar turned out to be a legendary diva. 3 years ago, he fell seriously ill and went into the mountains to seek a master. 3 years later, he returned, only to be scorned by his fiancée. But by his side now stood a pure and lovely pop diva as his sweet wife. Chapter 1: The Little Beggar. At the high-speed rail station of Yunhai City, a young man wearing a baseball cap, faded jeans, and a simple t-shirt stood amidst the bustling crowd. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao looked both excited and sentimental. He murmured to himself, 3 years. I've finally come back. I wonder how Mom, Dad, and my little sister are doing now. And also, a beautiful face flashed through his mind. It was his fiancée. They had met, gotten to know each other, and fallen in love during their university days. Later, with both families' approval, they got engaged. But just as they were about to be officially engaged, a sudden illness struck Lin Xiao. Left with no choice, his father sent him to a Taoist temple on Qingyun Mountain, where he became the disciple of Master Qingyun. 3 years had passed. Now, his illness was under control, and he had learned a host of extraordinary skills from his master. However, to completely cure the illness, he had to find a woman with a special constitution. Only by taking her yin essence could his condition be fully healed. That thought brought a bitter smile to Lin Xiao's lips. He shook his head and sighed. Master, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I will never betray Zhang Shui. If she is not the one, then even if it kills me, I'll never be with another woman. Zhang Shui was the woman he had yearned for over the past 3 years. Thinking of the sweet moments they had shared, a smile surfaced unconsciously on his face. Just as he stepped out of the station and onto a nearby street, a commotion broke out in the crowd ahead. Suddenly, a petite figure burst through the people and crashed right into Lin Xiao's chest. Sorry. A hoarse and raspy voice sounded. Lin Xiao looked down to see a girl wearing a mask that covered most of her face. Her clothes were filthy. She quickly pulled away from him and tried to leave. But before she could, they were surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 burly men, their faces dark and eyes cold as ice, all glaring at the girl. The man in the lead cracked his knuckles, breathing heavily. With a chilling tone, he sneered, "Run. Go ahead and try running again." The girl trembled in fear, her petite frame quaking. Even though most of her face was hidden, her eyes were full of terror. She looked around desperately, but most people averted their gazes or walked away, unwilling to get involved. Despair filled her heart. The leading thug grabbed her wrist roughly. She whimpered in pain and tried to struggle, but how could a frail girl possibly fight off a man nearly 6 feet tall? Hold on. Just as a van pulled up nearby and the girl was about to be dragged inside, Lin Xiao stepped in. His eyes narrowed slightly as he grabbed her other wrist and stopped them. The thug raised an eyebrow and glanced coldly at Lin Xiao. "Kid, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Lin Xiao replied calmly, "It belongs there now." Before Lin Xiao had left the mountain, his master had divined his fate. He would meet a woman with a special constitution upon returning home, and he must help her. At first, Lin Xiao hadn't taken it seriously. But looking at the current situation, he suddenly understood. The thug sneered. "You seriously want to stick up for this freak?" He yanked off the girl's mask, revealing her face, eliciting a gasp from the surrounding onlookers. Even Lin Xiao drew in a sharp breath, stunned. The girl's face was horrifying, ravaged by scars that stretched from both cheeks down to her neck, as though eaten away by acid. "Still want to get involved?" The man mocked, his tone full of ridicule. He thought Lin Xiao would back off after seeing such a terrifying face. To his surprise, Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the girl's hand and calmly said one word: "Yes." The crowd and the thugs were all stunned. The leader's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "You really want to fight over an ugly freak? Fine, then. Get him?" As the thugs charged, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. He lifted a leg and kicked one of them flying. The rest were swiftly knocked down in rapid succession. His movements were precise and ruthless. The last thug holding the girl's wrist was sent crashing into the van, leaving a deep dent in the door. In less than a few minutes, the once arrogant thugs were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Scram! Lin Xiao's icy voice rang out. The leader, now pale and humiliated, scrambled into the van with his crew. As they sped away, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You're dead, punk! You hear me? I'll tear you to pieces." Before Lin Xiao could respond, the van had already vanished. The girl had pulled her mask back on, hiding her face once more. In a hoarse but grateful voice, she whispered, "Thank you." Lin Xiao shook his head. "Let me take you to the nearest police station." The girl's body trembled. She shook her head in panic. "No." Lin Xiao frowned. Most people's first instinct in a situation like this would be to call the police. But clearly, this girl had been through something terrible. She was terrified. After a moment of silence, the girl rasped, "Could you protect me for a little while? I'll repay you handsomely later." Most people would laugh at such a statement. She was ragged, dirty, and covered in scars, hardly someone who looked capable of offering any kind of reward. Sensing that Lin Xiao might not believe her, she quickly added, "But before she could explain, he asked, 'Aren't you afraid I might be just like them?' With a bitter laugh, she replied, 'Looking like this, I could scare a ghost to death at night. I've got nothing left to be afraid of.'" Lin Xiao didn't say much more. He turned around and said, "Come with me. As for your face, I can fix it." The first part surprised her, but she didn't take the second seriously. She just hurried to catch up with him. "What's your name?" On the way, Lin Xiao asked casually. The girl hesitated for a moment, then answered, "Just call me Little Beggar. I look like one anyway." "Lin Xiao," he replied. The rest of the journey was quiet. When they reached the gate of a small courtyard, Lin Xiao nervously pushed it open. What he saw inside made him freeze in place. His eyes reddened, and he said hoarsely, "Sister." A girl in a wheelchair looked up, stunned. When she saw him, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Brother. You're back?" Inside the house, a woman carrying a dish walked out. At the sight of Lin Xiao, her hands slipped, and the plate shattered on the ground. A long-awaited reunion. But the sight before him broke Lin Xiao's heart. Chapter 2, Heart-Wrenching Pain. "You're back, that's all that matters." With red-rimmed eyes, Lin's mother gripped Lin Xiao's hand tightly. Her hands were rough but warm, causing Lin Xiao's heart to tremble. He asked, voice shaking slightly, "What exactly happened at home?" "After you left, many things happened." She let out a long sigh and continued, "A year ago, your father got into a car accident while taking your sister to college. She survived, but lost all feeling in her legs. As for your father..." At this, Lin's mother broke down into sobs, covering her face. Lin Menghan, his younger sister, bit her lip hard, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Lin Xiao felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His legs gave out and he fell to his knees. He knelt for his deceased father, heart filled with regret for not being there in his final moments. "Brother," Lin Menghan suddenly remembered something. She pushed herself forward in her wheelchair and anxiously grabbed Lin Xiao's hand. "You need to find sister-in-law. She's being forced by the family to get engaged to Shanzijua." Lin Xiao shot up, disbelief in his voice. "She's getting engaged to someone else?" "Yes." "Go find her now," Lin Menghan urged, pushing him forward. "If you wait any longer, it'll be too late. Go to our company." Their mother opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Just as Lin Xiao turned to leave, he nearly bumped into a little beggar girl behind him. He quickly apologized, then said, "Mom, please take care of her for me." Leaving the little girl at home, Lin Xiao strode off in large steps. He still couldn't believe that she was engaged to someone else. They had once made vows under the stars. She had promised with all her heart that she would wait for him. But now, Lin Xiao knew that after Zhang Shui graduated from college, she had stayed to work at her father's company. So the first place he went was the entrance of Qingyang Real Estate Company. There, he saw a young man with his arm around Zhang Shui's waist, laughing and chatting as they walked out of the company together. The intimate sight stabbed into Lin Xiao's heart like a knife, bloody and excruciating. The young man and Zhang Shui also noticed him. Zhang Shui's expression twitched slightly but quickly returned to a cool and indifferent demeanor. The young man, meanwhile, wore a mocking smile as he held Zhang Shui and walked forward. "Lin Xiao, long time no see." Lin Xiao's eyes burned red with rage as he growled, "Shanzijua. I asked you to look after Zhang Shui, is this how you take care of her?" Shanzijua had once been a close friend in college. Before Lin Xiao left for the mountains, he had personally asked him to take care of his girlfriend. But now, this scene before him was a betrayal he couldn't accept. Seeing his girlfriend being so intimate with his brother, and remembering his sister's words, Lin Xiao began to piece everything together. Shinzijue chuckled. Didn't I do a great job? It's just a pity you couldn't make it to our engagement ceremony. That's your only regret, right? Why? Lin Xiao asked hoarsely. Zhang Shui's beautiful, lightly made-up face was as cold as frost. There's no why. You were gone for 3 years. Was I supposed to wait for you the whole time? I have my own choices. I'm not your property. Lin Xiao felt a bitter taste fill his mouth. But you promised you'd wait. I told you I'd come back after 3 years. You're too late. Zhang Shui's face remained cold, devoid of emotion. Honestly, I should be glad you were gone those 3 years. Now you're nothing. Your father is dead, your company collapsed, and your family is broke. If I had stayed with you, I'd be the one regretting it. Lin Xiao couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't believe the woman he had longed for day and night for 3 years was the one saying these things. Even while training deep in the mountains, she was always on his mind. If not for his physical condition, he would return sooner. He had believed in their promise that she would wait for him. But reality had given him a cruel slap in the face. All those heartfelt vows now felt like a joke. Shinzijue patted Lin Xiao's shoulder with a smirk. Brother, see how well I've taken care of her? You should be happy for me. Veins bulged on Lin Xiao's forehead as fury surged in his chest, making his breathing ragged. Since you're back, it's time I returned something to you, Zhang Shui said calmly, taking a jade bracelet from her bag and handing it over. This was the engagement token from your family. I'm returning it now. From this moment on, our two families have no more ties. Lin Xiao reached for it, but just as his fingers were about to touch it, she let go. Clatter. The jade bracelet fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His hand froze mid-air. The rage in his chest was instantly extinguished. There is no greater sorrow than a heart gone cold, and that's exactly how he felt now. Don't blame me, Zhang Shui said, looking at him with pity. Your dad died in that car crash. The Lin group was torn apart. You're no longer the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family has been completely erased from Yunhai City. My parents support my engagement to Shinzijue. That's reality. Whether you accept it or not, it doesn't change anything. Lin Xiao squatted down, picking up the shattered pieces of the jade bracelet. The Lin group may have collapsed. But now that I'm back, I'll rebuild it. Delusional, Zhang Shui said flatly. Shinzijue sneered. Your dad had some skills. But you're nothing. Rebuild the Lin group. Lin Xiao, go take a long hard look at yourself in the mirror before you say nonsense like that. Lin Xiao clenched his fists so tightly that the bracelet's sharp edges cut into his palm, but he didn't feel any pain. His heart ached far worse. Shinzijue then wrapped his arm around Zhang Shui and led her into a luxury car. Before leaving, he cast one last mocking glance at Lin Xiao. After the car drove away from Qingyang Real Estate, Zhang Shui's brows furrowed. He just got back and wants to revive the Lin group. Did that damn father of his leave him some inheritance? Shinzijue considered it. It's possible. No way. Zhang Shui's face turned cold. If he did get an inheritance, I'm entitled to a share of it. I have to get what's mine. Shinzijue shrugged. Do whatever you want. If he doesn't hand it over, I'll have someone break his legs. Let him spend the rest of his life like his crippled sister, never walking again. Zhang Shui's expression softened. Darling, you're the best. Shinzijue smiled smugly. Back in school, Lin Xiao had always outshone him. He pretended to be a loyal friend but secretly held grudges. He had even been jealous when Zhang Shui chased after Lin Xiao non-stop. Now that she was in his arms and Lin Xiao looked completely broken, Shinzijue felt an unspeakable satisfaction. All those years of resentment and frustration vanished in that moment. Just go for it. If anything happens, I'll handle it, he said with a pat to his chest, sneering. No matter how hard Lin Xiao struggles, I can crush him with one finger. Chapter 3, Treat Your Legs. Lin Xiao returned home with a dazed look on his face. His sister seemed to notice something was wrong and did not dare to disturb her brother. Mother Lin just sighed and then started to busy herself with housework. The little beggar just glanced at Lin Xiao, and then helped Lin's mother with the housework. She was trying her best to show herself, and seemed to hope to stay here and have something to eat. It was not until the evening when the family finished their meal that Lin Xiao forced himself to wake up. He looked at the little beggar and said, "Come with me into the room. I will help you heal the wound on your face." The little beggar shook his head and said hoarsely, "No, I'm afraid of scaring you." Lin Xiao laughed at himself and said, "No matter how ugly someone is, they can't scare me. On the contrary, it's people who are good-looking but extremely ugly inside that really scare me." Although the little beggar had hideous scars on his face, Lin Xiao was never scared. On the contrary, it was Shinzijue and Zhang Shui, one a good brother and the other a girlfriend who was about to get engaged, whose ugliness really scared Lin Xiao. "My injury cannot be cured." The little beggar could see what Lin Xiao had experienced, but he didn't dare to touch his wound. "Others can't, but I can." Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards the house, saying calmly, "My master asked me to help you. You can leave after I heal your wound. If you don't want to be treated, you can leave now." The little beggar was very sure that he didn't know Lin Xiao, let alone his master. But why did Lin Xiao say this? She could sense that Lin Xiao was not lying. The little beggar thought about it, and finally followed Lin Xiao into their house obediently. Although she had no hope that Lin Xiao could restore her appearance, she had been wandering for several months and wanted to stay in a place where no one knew her. Lin Xiao's mother and sister left a good impression on the little beggar. When I entered the room, I saw Lin Xiao placing medical supplies on the table, including silver needles, scalpels, medicine jars, etc. The little beggar looked at it, his eyes shrinking as he said, "Can you please stop messing around?" 1 week. Lin Xiao raised his hand and looked at the little beggar and said, "After the operation tonight, your appearance will be completely restored in a week." The tone is confident and unquestionable. "What if I become uglier?" The little beggar stared at Lin Xiao and said hoarsely, "If I become uglier, you must support me for the rest of my life and you can't drive me away anymore." "Okay." Lin Xiao agreed. The little beggar couldn't believe it. He took off the mask that covered half of his face and said, "Look carefully at my half-human appearance before you answer." The hideous wound covered 2/3 of the little beggar's face and even spread to her neck, injuring her throat and causing problems with her vocal cords. As she spoke, the little beggar stared into Lin Xiao's eyes, trying to see a sign of retreat in him, but in the end she was disappointed. There was no change in Lin Xiao's eyes or face, he still nodded indifferently. "That's what you said." Seeing this, the little beggar lay on Lin Xiao's bed and said, "You treat it." Lin Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He flipped his hand and 3 silver needles appeared on his 5 fingers. The silver needles pierced into the acupuncture points on the other party's brain, and the little beggar soon lost consciousness. When she woke up, it was already daybreak, and Lin Xiao was nowhere to be seen. She looked through the floor-length mirror and saw that his head was wrapped in layers of gauze. Just as the little beggar was about to untie the gauze, Lin's mother came in and said, "Don't move. My son said that the gauze can only be untied after a week." The little beggar wanted to say something, but his mouth was also wrapped in gauze, and he felt a little depressed for a moment. Lin Xiao pushed his sister to the Disability Rehabilitation Center. Because of the little beggar last night, he did not have time to heal his sister's legs. But there is no rush for this matter, and it's not too late to go back tonight. "Xiao Meng." An old laugh sounded. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man in a tang suit from the Disability Rehabilitation Center being pushed in front of him. Lin Menghan seemed to be very familiar with the old man, and smiled and said, "Grandpa Chen, you are here so early." The old man laughed and said, "Isn't that what you said? As long as I persist, I will be able to stand up again soon." Lin Menghan nodded seriously and said, "Where there is a will, there is a way. I believe I will be able to stand up again soon, and Grandpa Chen, you can do it too." The old man laughed, then his eyes fell on Lin Xiao and asked, "Who is he?" "My brother." Lin Menghan looked up at Lin Xiao and introduced him with a smile, "Brother, he is Grandpa Chen, and he is also the first friend I met here." Lin Xiao nodded slightly towards the old man and said calmly, "Hello." The old man nodded with a smile and said, "Young man, Xiao Meng and I have known each other here for almost 3 months, how come I have never seen you here? I just came back from abroad." Lin Xiao looked at the exposed skin on the old man's legs, and then said, "Your legs are paralyzed by poison, right? If the remaining poison is not eliminated, there is no way you can stand up again." The old man looked surprised. Lin Menghan tilted her head to look at her brother and asked, "Brother, how did you know?" Lin Xiao smiled and patted his sister's head, saying, "Brother and master have learned medical skills, and your legs will be able to stand up again soon. Your condition is better than his, it's just that your meridians are broken and atrophied." Lin Menghan's face showed a little more hope. "Really?" "Yeah." Lin Xiao nodded in response. The man behind the old man sneered disdainfully and said, "You can only fool children with this." Lin Xiao did not argue with the other party, and he did not like meaningless arguments. The old man was quite interested and asked, "Little brother, so you can help me get rid of the poison in my legs and let me stand up again, right?" Lin Xiao glanced at the man behind the old man and said calmly, "If you trust me, you can do it. If you don't trust me, there is nothing you can do." The old man smiled and said, "I trust you for Xiao Meng's sake. Come here and give it a try." "Old man." The man behind him said with a slightly changed expression, "He may have bad intentions. How can you do this? If something happens, how can I explain to the head of the family?" The old man snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "My legs are broken, and even a servant like you dares to talk back to me." I dare not." The man's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Lin Xiao could tell from what he said that the old man had a complicated background. It just so happened that he needed to revive the Lin group and he also needed the local tyrants. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao took out a pack of silver needles and said, "Old man, it may be a little painful at first, but it will get better soon." Mr. Chen just smiled faintly and said, "Just give it a try." Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all. He stabbed the needles into the acupuncture points on Grandpa Chen's legs one by one. Every time the needle hit Grandpa Chen's thin body, his pale brows were furrowed, but he did not make a sound. "What a man he is," Lin Xiao murmured in admiration in his heart. Chapter for asking for trouble. After the 7 silver needles were inserted, the old man's body was already soaked with sweat. When he felt the severe pain in his legs fade away and a warm current flowed back and forth in his legs, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Lin Xiao stood up and walked to his sister and said, "The silver needle cannot be removed within 3 hours, otherwise the consequences will be serious." The old man nodded with a smile, but he looked at Lin Xiao with a little more admiration and said, "Little brother, your acupuncture skills really amaze me. I admire Mr. Chen's perseverance." Lin Xiao just smiled and said, "You can try to stand up and walk now, which will speed up the recovery of your legs." Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen didn't waste any words and stood up little by little using the wheelchair. There were not many people in the Disability Rehabilitation Center, and many people, including Lin Menghan, were attracted by this scene. After struggling for a few minutes, Mr. Chen actually stood up, standing proudly in the eyes of everyone. The man who had just sneered was dumbfounded. Lin Menghan also showed an incredible look and said, "Brother, I heard that Grandpa Chen has been disabled for more than a year, and you actually used a few needles to make him stand up again." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "His condition is quite special and he received better care, so it's not just my credit that he was able to stand up." Har har har. Old Master Chen laughed, his face flushed as he said, "You are too modest, little brother, but I, an old man, will remember this favor." After saying that, Mr. Chen took a few steps forward. Although he was a little unsteady and unfamiliar, people around him were amazed. "Brother." Lin Menghan looked at Lin Xiao with hope. Lin Xiao patted his sister's head and said, "You will be able to stand up soon, but it will take a week." Mr. Chen used acupuncture to force the poison that was blocking his meridians in his legs. He didn't want his sister to experience that kind of severe pain. So Lin Xiao wants to use the most gentle method to help Lin Menghan get back on her feet. At this time, a black car stopped at the entrance of the rehabilitation center, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit and a middle-aged man in a white coat who walked in. When they saw Mr. Chen being supported and staggering around in the rehabilitation center, their pupils contracted. "Dad." The man in a suit and leather shoes stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Are your legs okay?" Old Master Chen smiled and shook his head, "Not yet, but it should be soon." Chen Xiaoyuan turned to look at the middle-aged man in a white coat and said seriously, "Thank you, Director Liu. My Chen family appreciates this favor. As for your bid for the position of vice president, my Chen family will fully support you." When Liu Taihong heard this, he had a little doubt on his face, but he said excitedly, "Master Chen, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just doing what I should do. What does it have to do with him? Lin Menghan grumbled in dissatisfaction. It was obviously my brother who cured Mr. Chen. Chen Xiaoyuan and Liu Taihong both looked over. Liu Taihong said with displeasure on his face, "Where did this little girl come from? She has no manners at all." Lin Xiao frowned. Chen Xiaoyuan waved his hand and said, "The child is immature, Director Liu, please don't bother with her." "Who is ignorant?" Lin Menghan said angrily, "You didn't even ask the people present, or Grandpa Chen, who healed his legs." Chen Xiaoyuan and Liu Taihong were both surprised. At this time, Mr. Chen slowly said, "Xiao Meng is right. The reason why I was able to stand up was because of her brother's treatment. It has nothing to do with Director Liu." As soon as these words came out, Liu Taihong's face turned pale and he said, "Mr. Chen, I have done my best to take care of you and help you recover. How come the credit suddenly became someone else's?" Old Master Chen pointed at the 7 silver needles on his legs and said calmly, "This is the evidence." Upon hearing this, Liu Taihong just glanced at it and said disdainfully, "Acupuncture does have some effect on recovery, but the effect is very limited. He is just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. What's more important is that I have been taking care of him for so long. He would never give up this credit. After all, it was related to whether he could become the vice president." Chen Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement and said, "Dad, I think Director Liu is right." As the two of them talked, Mr. Chen's mentality was slightly shaken. Liu Taihong stepped forward and said, "Old man, if you don't believe me, I'll pull out the silver needle and try it. You can still stand up." After saying this, without waiting for Mr. Chen to answer, Liu Taihong raised his hand and pulled out all 7 silver needles. It was as if proving to everyone that Lin Xiao was not as magical as they imagined. But as soon as the silver needle was pulled out, Mr. Chen sat down on the ground. His legs lost sensation again, and his skinny legs were quickly covered with bruises. When Old Man Chen felt his legs losing feeling, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and shouted, "Who told you to pull out the silver needle?" Liu Taihong was not afraid at all and said, "Old man, I just want to prove it. You stand up now and prove it to everyone." Old Master Chen's face was gloomy. He picked up the walking stick beside him and smashed it on Liu Taihong's head. With a bang, Liu Taihong was hit dizzy. Chen Xiaoyuan helped Mr. Chen to stand up, but he was unable to do so for a long time. Lin Xiao on the side said calmly, "If the silver needles were not removed, the legs would have recovered in 3 hours. Now that the silver needles have been removed, the poison has begun to spread, and amputation will be necessary soon." Hearing this, everyone present gasped. When Chen Xiaoyuan saw that Mr. Chen's legs turned from purple to black, his scalp tingled. At this moment, he knew that he was in trouble. "This is none of my business, it must be that kid." Before Liu Taihong could finish his words, Chen Xiaoyuan slapped him several times and roared angrily, "Liu Taihong, fuck you." Liu Taihong looked pale. Then Chen Xiaoyuan walked up to Lin Xiao and said respectfully, "Sir, I was stupid just now. If you have any solution, please give my father acupuncture again." Lin Xiao said calmly, "You asked for this, it has nothing to do with me." Chen Xiaoyuan was extremely anxious. Old Master Chen waved his hand bitterly and said, "Come back. Take me to the hospital for amputation." Lin Menghan looked at Grandpa Chen reluctantly, then raised his head and said, "Brother, please help Grandpa Chen again." Lin Xiao was silent for a while, then he nodded slightly and stepped forward. Half an hour later, Mr. Chen's legs recovered, and a trickle of black blood flowed out from the wounds cut by Lin Xiao. Old Master Chen felt the sensation in his legs again, and his gaze towards Lin Xiao changed. Because of the speed at which it spreads, acupuncture must be performed 3 times. Lin Xiao said calmly, "We need another acupuncture session tonight." "Okay." Chen Xiaoyuan said respectfully, "Sir, give me your address or contact information, and I'll send a car to pick you up tonight." Lin Xiao exchanged contact information with the other party, and then accompanied Lin Menghan for recovery training. When the time was almost up and Lin Xiao was about to take his sister home, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, answered the call, and said indifferently, "What's up?" "Lin Xiao, come to my aunt's house for dinner tonight." A woman's voice came from the phone. Lin Xiao wanted to refuse. After all, he and Zhang Shui no longer had any relationship. Chapter 5 Legacy. Zhang Shui's indifference yesterday was still vivid in Lin Xiao's mind, so much so that he felt more repulsed by the thought of beating Zhang Shui's mother from the bottom of his heart. But when he thought that this might be Zhang Shui's own choice, Lin Xiao finally accepted the invitation of Zhang Shui's mother. When Lin Xiao sent his sister back to the door of her house, he heard the sound of ding-dong music coming out leisurely. Pushing the door open, Lin Menghan looked at the little beggar in surprise. There were several bowls in front of her at the moment, with different amounts of water in the bowls. The rhythmic tapping of the chopsticks in her hand created a beautiful tune. After the song ended, Lin Menghan stepped forward and said, "The song you just sang is the exclusive song of the singer Shen Tangtang, right? It's really beautiful." The little beggar shook his head, not sure whether he was denying it or wanted to say something. Lin Menghan held up her small chin and said, "Do you like her too? I heard a year ago that she would soon come to Yunhai City for a concert. If I have the chance, I really want to go and see her. I admire her so much." Lin Xiao looked at the infatuated Lin Menghan, smiled and said, "I'll take you there if I have a chance." Lin Menghan's infatuated face turned bitter, and she stuck out her pink tongue and said, "Brother, you think too much. A ticket to Shen Tangtang's concert can be sold for tens of thousands, and our family can't afford it now. With this money, it's better to keep it to supplement the family income." Lin Xiao touched his sister's head with heartache, and became more determined to revive the Lin group. Mother Lin came out of the house, holding a bag of fruit in her hand, and walked up to Lin Xiao and said, "I know you are going to Zhang Shui's house, you can't go empty-handed, this fruit is a little token of your appreciation." After a brief thought, Lin Xiao realized that Zhang Shui's mother got the contact information from his mother, so he nodded in agreement without refusing. "It's getting late, don't keep people waiting too long." Mother Lin pushed Lin Xiao out. Lin Xiao carried the fruits and headed towards Zhang Shui's house. He had walked this route often 3 years ago and was quite familiar with it. After arriving, Lin Xiao pressed the doorbell and the door was opened. A woman who looked somewhat similar to Zhang Shui opened the door. She had a smile on her face and welcomed Lin Xiao in. Zhang Shui and his father are sitting at the dining table at this moment. Zhang Shui sat there expressionlessly, while her father smiled and waved for Lin Xiao to sit down. "Uncle and aunt, these are some fruits my mother asked me to bring." Lin Xiao put the fruits on the table without even looking at Zhang Shui. Yesterday, their old relationship was completely broken. Zhang Shui said with disgust on her face, "When Shinzijue came to my house, he was drinking and smoking. Is Lin Xiao bringing some fruits disgusting?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. "Xiaoxue, how can you say that?" Father Zhang scolded, then smiled at Lin Xiao and said, "Xiaolin, my daughter is not very sensible, don't mind it." Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't take it to heart, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After not seeing her for 3 years, Zhang Shui seemed like a different person. "Xiao Lin is indeed as magnanimous as your father," Zhang Shui's mother said with a smile. Afterwards, Zhang Shui's parents chatted with Lin Xiao for a while about family matters and asked about his condition. Lin Xiao only gave a perfunctory and equally ambiguous answer. Zhang Shui had a cold face all the time. It was not until Zhang Shui's father asked about Lin Xiao's father's inheritance that her cold face changed slightly. Lin Xiao replied doubtfully, "My father left no inheritance." "Bullshit." Zhang Shui slammed the table fiercely, her pretty face livid as she said, "Lin Xiao, who are you kidding? You want to revive the Lin group, but can you do it without money? If your father didn't leave you an inheritance, why would you want to rebuild the Lin group right after you came back?" Lin Xiao didn't know why Zhang Shui reacted so strongly, but he still said calmly, "To be honest, it was my own idea to rebuild the Lin group." Zhang Xinrong said calmly, "Lin Xiao, I know you are afraid that Xiaoxue will want a share of your father's inheritance, but don't you think it's right to give Xiaoxue a share?" Xiao Lianxiang also said, "Lin Xiao, you and my daughter have been dating since college, and she remained a virgin for 2 of the last 3 years. If you are still a man, you should give her a portion of your father's inheritance." Lin Xiao finally understood why Xiao Lianxiang suddenly invited him to dinner. His face gradually turned pale and he scolded, "Don't say my father didn't leave any inheritance. Even if he did, why should I give Zhang Shui a part of it? She is not my woman now, Lin Xiao, and she is already engaged to Shinzijue. If you want money, go find Shinzijue, don't come to me." "Har har, you finally admit it." Zhang Shui said sarcastically, "Your father obviously left a legacy, but you just want to hide it and not give me a share." Zhang Xinrong's face turned cold as he said, Lin Xiao, my daughter has been with you for so many years, you should give her some compensation, right? My request is not excessive, 10 million. 10 million is really a bargain for him. Xiao Lianxiang said disdainfully. The Lin Group was once worth hundreds of millions. In her opinion, the legacy left by Lin's father was at least 50 million, otherwise there was no way Lin Xiao would be able to revive the Lin Group. After hearing what the Zhang family said, Lin Xiao laughed angrily and said, I don't have 10 million. I won't give you a single cent. Zhang Xinrong's face gradually turned cold and he said, Lin Xiao, you'd better think it over. My daughter is not so easy to bully. If you don't give me 10 million, I will make your family restless. Feeling disgusted, Lin Xiao stood up and left. He no longer had the desire to even pick up his chopsticks for this meal. Just as he was walking out of Zhang's house, Zhang Shui picked up the fruit he brought and threw it directly on the road, cursing, Pick up the garbage you brought, my family doesn't collect garbage. Lin Xiao's face turned blue with anger. Zhang Shui sneered, Do you think my family is very interested in your father's inheritance? Let me tell you. I don't even care about that little bit of money. The betrothal gift Shinzijue gave to you is worth no less than 10 million. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Shui coldly, with disappointment in his eyes, and said, Zhang Shui, you have changed. Zhang Shui sneered and said disdainfully, I haven't changed, it's just that you are not worthy of me. Lin Xiao, Shinzijue and I's wedding will be held on the Norwegian breakaway cruise ship. It's a pity that you can't see it. You don't even have the qualifications to board the ship. After saying that, he slammed the door shut and went home with a gloomy face. The 3-year relationship was ruthlessly trampled upon by Zhang Shui. Even though he was heartbroken, he still felt very uncomfortable at this moment. At this time, a luxury car worth tens of millions stopped beside Lin Xiao, and then Chen Xiaoyuan got out of the car, glanced at Zhang Shui's house, and then respectfully said, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Xiaoyuan and asked, Are you following me? No. Chen Xiaoyuan said respectfully, It's just that my Chen family has some status in Yunhai City, so it's not difficult to find you. After saying that, Chen Xiaoyuan opened the car door and respectfully welcomed Lin Xiao into the car. In the house, Xiao Lianxiang walked to the window and found that Lin Xiao was no longer on the road. There was only a luxury car worth tens of millions parked at her door. When she came to her senses, it had already driven away. Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Shui asked curiously. Why is there a luxury car worth tens of millions parked in front of our house? And where is Lin Xiao? Xiao Lianxiang asked hesitantly. Zhang Shui was stunned and confused. Chapter 6, The Little Witch Meets the Big Witch. Mom, are you kidding? Zhang Shuiliu frowned and said, Can Lin Xiao ride in a luxury car worth tens of millions? We don't have such a distinguished guest in our family. Xiao Lianxiang hesitated and said, Maybe my eyes are blurry. Zhang Xinrong said calmly, Isn't it very simple to know how much inheritance Lin Xiao's father left him? Zhang Shui and Xiao Lianxiang both looked sideways. Zhang Xinrong smiled faintly and said, Tomorrow, ask Shinzijue to arrange a few people for your mother. Let your mother interrogate his mother and sister while Lin Xiao is away, and you will know. Zhang Shui and Xiao Lianxiang's eyes lit up. Yes, we'll find out if we interrogate that old man. The Chen family lives in the wealthy area of Yunhai City. Their villa is not the most luxurious or the largest, but it is still one of the most outstanding villas. Chen Xiaoyuan respectfully welcomed Lin Xiao in. An old Master Chen had been waiting there for a long time. At the same time, there was an elderly man and a young man in the living room. The elderly man had a faint smell of Chinese medicine, but the young man looked arrogant. Especially when he saw Lin Xiao walk in, there was a hint of contempt on his face. Old Master Chen smiled and waved at Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao approached, he pointed at the old man and the young man and introduced them, Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. The person next to you is Liu Hongji, the honorary vice president of the First People's Hospital of Yunhai City and the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. The person next to him is his senior disciple Guang Wenbin, who is also a senior member of the city's traditional Chinese Medicine Association and a leader in the city's traditional Chinese medicine community. After Mr. Chen introduced the two people, he also gave them a brief introduction to Lin Xiao. Liu Hongji looked at Lin Xiao and asked with some suspicion, Old Chen, was he the one who treated your leg? Old Master Chen nodded and praised, Don't look at Mr. Lin's young age, his acupuncture has the effect of turning decay into magic. Laugh. Wang Wenbin, who was standing behind Liu Hongji, suddenly sneered disdainfully, causing Old Master Chen to raise his eyebrows and say, "Old Master Liu, your student seems quite disdainful." Liu Hongji withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiao and said calmly, "Wenbin is indeed a little ignorant of etiquette, but I think he is still qualified. He is a student I personally brought up, and there are few young people who can match him in terms of knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine." After hearing Liu Hongji's words, Wang Wenbin's face became even more proud, and he even looked at Lin Xiao provocatively. Lin Xiao never looked at Wang Wenbin. Even though he noticed his provocation, he didn't take it seriously. This made Wang Wenbin's face darken slightly. "Mr. Chen, if you are not free tonight, I will come another day," Lin Xiao said calmly. Old Master Chen glanced at Liu Hongji and Wang Wenbin with his old eyes, then said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Let's start now." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Etc. Wang Wenbin suddenly said, "Mr. Chen, I advise you to think carefully about this. Your legs have been paralyzed for more than a year. My master came here today just to help you heal your legs. If you let him make the first move, where will my master's face be?" Liu Hongji said calmly, "No problem. Let the little brother take the first step. Master, if you cure the disease and someone else takes the credit, it will be hard to defend yourself." Wang Wenbin spoke again. Liu Hongji pondered for a moment and said, "That's right. In that case, let's go. Since the Chen family has invited someone else, there's no need for us to get involved this time." Although he said so, Liu Hongji never stood up. Seems to be waiting for the Chen family's reaction. See a visitor out. Hearing what Mr. Chen said, Liu Hongji and Wang Wenbin both smiled, but it only lasted for a moment before their faces froze. "Old Chen, what did you just say?" Liu Hongji asked in disbelief. Old Master Chen said expressionlessly, "Old Liu, you have made this trip in vain. I will ask my son to take you back now." Chen Xiaoyuan stepped forward and said, "Please follow me." Liu Hongji's old face turned pale. Wang Wenbin was furious and shouted, "Are you confused? You would rather believe a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair than my master." Old Master Chen laughed and said, "Old Master Liu is so famous that my Chen family can't afford him. Besides, it's not like Old Master Liu hasn't tried my legs before. This time is different from the past." Liu Hongji said seriously, "I learned a set of ancient acupuncture techniques at a Chinese medicine academic seminar these few months, which will surely turn decay into magic. Show the guest away." Old Master Chen spoke again. Liu Hongji's face instantly became embarrassed. He stood up suddenly and looked at Lin Xiao coldly and said, "Since the Chen family doesn't welcome me, I can't stay any longer, but I want to see how capable this little brother is that you, Old Chen, trust him so much." Mr. Chen asked, "Mr. Lin?" Lin Xiao glanced at Liu Hongji and Wang Wenbin, then said slowly, "He can stay, but his apprentice should get out. I don't want too many people to disturb me." The veins on Wang Wenbin's forehead were throbbing. Ever since he became Liu Hongji's student, he was treated respectfully wherever he went. This was the first time he was kicked out. Chen Xiaoyuan took Wang Wenbin out, and Lin Xiao took out the silver needle slowly. Mr. Chen cooperated very well and pulled up his trousers. At this moment, the skin above his legs was still a light black and purple color. Liu Hongji frowned and looked at him, but didn't say anything. The reason for his surprise was that Mr. Chen's legs at this moment were completely different from what he saw a few months ago. Lin Xiao took out a silver needle, circulated a warm current in his dantian, and circulated it throughout his body for a cycle before it entered the silver needle. The first needle was inserted into the acupuncture point. The silver needle stopped for a moment, then vibrated and made a crisp buzzing sound. Liu Hongji pressed his skinny hands hard on the armrests of the chair and stood up instantly, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Xiao ignored Liu Hongji and inserted 6 more needles in succession. The moment the last needle was inserted, the 7 silver needles resonated wonderfully at the same time. Liu Hongji's breathing had become rapid. He stared at the 7 needles on Old Man Chen's legs and asked hoarsely and uncertainly, "Xuanqi 7 needles?" Lin Xiao said calmly, "I didn't want to waste my energy like this, but I feel uncomfortable seeing some people taking advantage of their age. Today I will show you what it means that there are always people better than you." Old Master Chen looked surprised, but he could tell that Lin Xiao was trying to slap Liu Hongji in the face. Liu Hongji said bitterly, "Mr. Lin is very skillful. My skills are nothing compared to yours. Lin Xiao ignored him and waited until the 7 needles stopped completely before reaching out to take them back and said calmly, Mr. Chen, you can stand up now. Mr. Chen asked uncertainly, isn't there another acupuncture session? Thanks to them, you are fine now. Lin Xiao laughed. Liu Hongji's old face turned red and white, but he sighed and sat down weakly. Chapter 7, Shame on You. Lin Xiao had no intention of wasting his energy to treat old man Chen's legs, but he was extremely upset by the arrogance of master and disciple Liu Hongji. For this purpose, he used some of his abilities to let Liu Hongji know what it meant that there are always people better than you. It was obvious that Liu Hongji was shocked. Old Master Chen's face was full of smiles. He stood up with the help of Lin Xiao. It seemed as if a warm current was flowing through his legs. As he walked, his legs completely recovered after a few minutes. This made Liu Hongji feel even more ashamed. Mr. Lin, since you have cured my legs, please feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as my Chen family can do it, we will never refuse. Mr. Chen said seriously. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and said calmly, I helped you this time because my sister and I have a good relationship. I have never thought about the reward. After saying this, he began to pack up the silver needles he brought with him, and was about to walk out. This scene made Mr. Chen and Liu Hongji look at Lin Xiao with higher regard. Liu Hongji sighed and said, Old Chen, I am not as good as him. But this time, I really have something to ask of you, about the auction of Yao Ri building the day after tomorrow. Lin Xiao paused. Mr. Chen ignored Liu Hongji and looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Mr. Lin, do you have anything else to do? Lin Xiao turned and looked at Liu Hongji, and asked, You just said that Yeri building is going to be auctioned. Liu Hongji nodded doubtfully and said, Well, the news of the auction has spread recently. Many family groups are eager to bid for the Yeri building. Yao Ri building is located on the 4th ring road of Yunhai City. Its geographical location is not very good, but it occupies a large area and is a rare and good location. Lin Xiao frowned and said nothing. Mr. Chen said, Mr. Lin, if you want it, my Chen family will do our best to buy it for you. Lin Xiao did not refuse this time, but nodded slightly and said, Mr. Chen, let me tell you that Yao Ri building used to belong to my father, but later something happened, which led to the sale of the building. Old Master Chen smiled and said, In that case, my Chen family will buy it and give it back to you as a gift. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, No need to give me any money. I will do my best to raise funds, but if the funds are insufficient, please help me, Mr. Chen. I will repay the money I owe you one day. Old Master Chen's face turned serious and he said, Mr. Lin, you don't want to accept the favor from my Chen family, right? But how do you count the favor of my legs? How can an old man like me put his face down if you do this? How can the Chen family be criticized by others when they go out? They say that our Chen family doesn't know how to repay kindness. How can our Chen family keep its reputation? The series of questions made Lin Xiao hesitate. After a long pause, he sighed and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Only then did old Master Chen smile and watch Lin Xiao leave. Liu Hongji on the side shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that by rushing to talk about his own affairs, he also helped Mr. Chen solve a knot in his heart. Lin Xiao walked out of the house, and Guang Wenbin, who was waiting in the yard, was the first to sneer, You came out so soon, it seems you don't have much ability. It took no more than 10 minutes, less than 20 minutes, from the time Chen Xiaoyuan took him out of the house. In such a short time, Wang Wenbin thought that he must have failed, which is why he came out so quickly. Otherwise, ordinary acupuncture will take at least half an hour to see any effect. Lin Xiao looked at Guang Wenbin as if he were an idiot. When Liu Hongji in the room heard this, his old face turned red again, but this time it was a red from anger and shame. Kid, stop showing off because you know a little bit about acupuncture, understand? Wang Wenbin sneered and mocked, It's not scary to come out and embarrass yourself, what's scary is to embarrass your master. If I were your master, I would slap you to death right now to prevent you from embarrassing me again in the future. Lin Xiao laughed and said, You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes, let alone my master. What's more, you are the one who is embarrassed. Wang Wenbin's face was gloomy and he wanted to scold, but the words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped and he swallowed them back into his stomach. Liu Hongji walked out of the house with a gloomy old face, and old man Chen followed him out. Because of Guang Wenbin's words, Chen Xiaoyuan was still a little nervous, but when he saw Mr. Chen walking steadily, his heart calmed down again. Wang Wenbin asked uncertainly, Master, have you cured Mr. Chen's leg so quickly? At the same time, he felt a little unhappy. It had only been a short while since Lin Xiao came out, but old man Chen's legs were already in good shape. This made Guang Wenbin suspect that Liu Hongji kept it for himself and was unwilling to teach it to him. Before Liu Hongji left, he raised his hand and slapped him, and said coldly, Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Wang Wenbin covered his cheek and asked in disbelief, Master, why did you hit me? Old Master Chen snorted coldly, If old Master Liu doesn't do it, I will do it myself. It won't just be a slap in the face, but at least I will cut off your tongue. Wang Wenbin gasped, his body shaking with fear. Lin Xiao said calmly, It's not terrible that you lose face yourself, but it's terrible that you lose your master's people. Liu Hongji's old face froze. If I had a disciple like this, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Lin Xiao put his hands in his pockets and continued to walk away, saying quietly. Wang Wenbin's face turned green. Lin Xiao was completely returning what he had just said. Liu Hongji was so angry that he slapped Wang Wenbin again and scolded him, What a disgrace. Mr. Lin's medical skills are better than mine, and he was the one who cured Mr. Chen's leg, but you are embarrassing me here. It makes me so angry. After hearing this, Wang Wenbin was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood why Mr. Chen had scolded him just now, and also understood why Liu Hongji was so angry. He is simply eager to shoot himself in the foot. When Lin Xiao returned home, he saw the little beggar teaching his sister to play a song with a bowl, but the clumsy sister seemed to have a hard time learning. It's so difficult. Lin Menghan muttered, It's so difficult, how did you learn it? Practice makes perfect. The little beggar's voice was not so hoarse at this moment, and he said with a smile in his eyes. Lin Xiao stepped forward and said, She should have been exposed to it since she was young. Is it easy for you to start from scratch? The two of them then looked up at Lin Xiao. The little beggar just took a look and lowered his head. Lin Menghan said dissatisfiedly, Brother. I'm not stupid, okay. Are you sure you're not stupid? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. This immediately caused Lin Menghan to punch him in the face. Finally, she angrily asked curiously, Brother, how was your talk with Zhang Shui's family? Lin Xiao's smile faded and he remained silent. Lin Menghan understood, and she comforted him, Brother, there are many good girls in this world. We don't need to hang ourselves on a tree. The sister next to me is pretty good. Chapter 8, Picking Up a Bargain. The little beggar's cheeks burned hot after hearing what Lin Menghan said. He was glad that most of her face was wrapped in gauze so no one could see it. Lin Menghan smiled and said, Our family doesn't have the money to let you get married now, so you can only choose my sister now. The little beggar didn't dare to look up, but heard Lin Xiao say calmly, She will leave our home soon. We are not the same kind of people as her. These words made the little beggar's eyes slightly red. These days, she has met too many people because of her hideous face, but everyone who sees her face is disgusted and disdainful. Lin Xiao was the only person who did not show any disdain or disgust towards her during this period. At the same time, someone who was willing to lend her a helping hand. Although the little beggar did not express this kindness out loud, he kept it in his heart. Brother, do you dislike my ugliness? Lin Menghan said angrily, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm ignoring you. Lin Xiao glanced at his sister and said helplessly, Who told you she was ugly? When she recovers her appearance, you will know that she is not ugly at all. She is even prettier than you. Lin Menghan pouted and said, I don't believe it. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, Our family is not the same as hers. You will know in a few days anyway. Lin Menghan's face was full of confusion. She looked at the little beggar and asked, Sister, what did my brother mean? The little beggar shook his head. It's time to change the medicine. Lin Xiao walked into their house. The little beggar couldn't understand what was going on, but he still followed him in obediently. When changing the dressing, she didn't dare open her eyes at all, for she was afraid of seeing an uglier side of herself. She didn't dare open her eyes until Lin Xiao wrapped the gauze around her again. When Lin Xiao was packing up to leave, the little beggar stopped him and asked, Why are you helping me so much? My master told me to do that. Lin Xiao responded indifferently. The little beggar asked in confusion, Who is your master? Do you know me? I don't know him. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the little beggar, and said seriously, "If you must ask a reason, it is because my master told me a fortune, which created a causal relationship between you and me." The little beggar's eyes were blank. Lin Xiao shook his head and stopped explaining. Instead, he reminded her, "Don't go anywhere these days. It's best to stay at home, so that the group of people chasing you won't find out and cause trouble for my family." The little beggar responded. In fact, even without Lin Xiao's telling her, she wouldn't dare to wander around. She did not tell anyone about her experiences during this period, and Lin Xiao did not ask any further questions. The two seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. Lin Xiao stepped out of the door at daybreak. The Yaori building was about to be auctioned, and he had to get the money as soon as possible. 3 years ago, the value of the Yaori building was 16 million. Now, 3 years have passed, and its value is likely to only go up, not down. Lin Xiao must get no less than 20 million within 1 day to be absolutely sure of buying the Yaori building. This is a huge sum of money that others can never imagine, and it is also an unimaginable sum of money for Lin Xiao now. While he was thinking, Lin Xiao had already arrived at the antique street of Yunhai City. There were a lot of people here, and he was not conspicuous at all among the crowd. After visiting more than 10 stalls in a row, disappointment flashed across Lin Xiao's face. He had wanted to try his luck in the antique street, but the reality was that most of the things here were fake. Even if it is true, its value will not exceed 50,000. Even if Lin Xiao buys it and resells it, he can't sell it for much money, and it can't fill the whole of 20 million at all. With a bitter smile, Lin Xiao had already thought about going to the casino to make money, but if he let his mother know, he was afraid that she would get sick from anger. Just as Lin Xiao turned around to leave, his eyes suddenly saw a dark yellow color in one of the stalls on the street opposite. Just one glance made Lin Xiao stop. His eyes lit up slightly, and he went straight to the stall opposite, then scanned everything on the stall. This stall is no different from other stalls, displaying ancient copper coins, ceramics and some old things. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" The boss was a thin young man. He looked at Lin Xiao with a smile, pointed at the things on his stall and said, "The things here are authentic." Lin Xiao just glanced at the other person, then picked up a piece of blue and white porcelain on the stall and asked, "How much is this?" "This." The young man rolled his eyes and then stretched out 3 fingers. 300. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Too expensive." The young man twitched his lips and said disdainfully, 300? "Brother, are you crazy because of poverty? This blue and white porcelain has at least 500 years of history. I'm talking about 30,000. Lin Xiao raised his head, staring at the young man with burning eyes, and said calmly, 500 years of history, if I remember correctly, it is the Ming dynasty, right? The patterns on this blue and white porcelain belong to the official kill. Such a complete official kill, 30,000 is really a loss for you. The price of a folk kill can be 3 million, but you should bid 300 million for the official kill to meet the market price." When the young man heard what Lin Xiao said, he immediately felt guilty and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Everyone around who heard Lin Xiao's words looked at him sideways. Those who had a little experience in Taoism could see that Lin Xiao was very knowledgeable and secretly sighed that he was an expert. Lin Xiao did not point out the truth or falsehood, but instead retreated to let the stall owner know how poor his acting skills were. "Never mind." Lin Xiao calmly picked up the blue and white porcelain and a ceramic guanyin statue and said, "I'll pay 1,000 for these too." The young man looked at the ceramic guanyin in Lin Xiao's hand. Even the dumbest person would know that it was just a modern ceramic guanyin, worth at most 200 yuan. Moreover, the 2 items in Lin Xiao's hand were what he had just received. Including some miscellaneous items on the stall, the total cost was less than 300. Payback. As the thought flashed through his mind, the young man looked embarrassed and sighed, forget it. I'll give it to you. Just consider it as making a friend." Lin Xiao just smiled, then took out 1,000 and gave it to the young man, then turned and left, carrying a blue and white porcelain and a guanyin statue. The blue and white porcelain is indeed fake, and it is extremely fake. The ceramic guanyin is not a valuable item, but Lin Xiao's eyes are quite special due to his practice. As long as the antique is of some age, he can see a faint yellow scent in the air. The older the antique is, the deeper the scent. Although the ceramic guanyin in his hand is ordinary, it exudes a dark yellow aura, indicating that there are valuable antiques hidden inside. It is at least 300 years old and worth no less than 10 million. As for what it is, you can only know what it is by taking it out and looking at it. Not long after Lin Xiao left, a woman came quickly with a group of bodyguards and surrounded the young man's stall. She glanced at the things in the stall, and then asked angrily and anxiously, "Where is the Guanyin statue?" The young stall owner asked in surprise, "What Guanyin statue?" "It's the Guanyin statue you took away from my house when you were collecting junk," the woman asked angrily, stamping her feet. "I sold it for $1,000. "What? Sold it for $1,000? The woman was so angry that her head was spinning and she almost fell down. Fortunately, the bodyguard next to her saw the situation and stepped forward to support her, so she did not fall. Chapter 9 Rage. Zhao Rushuang really wanted to slap herself twice, and then hit the stall owner in front of her to death with a stick. "Miss, I've seen that thing. It's not worth much at all." The young man at the stall was frightened by the group of people in front of him. He shrank his head and continued, "I'll go buy you a new one and give it back to you." Zhao Rushuang gnashed her teeth and angrily shouted, "The Guanyin statue is indeed worthless, but there is a painting inside it. The value of the painting is no less than 50 million. Hiss. The young man at the stall felt his scalp tingling, his legs went limp, and he sat down on the ground, dumbfounded. Zhao Rushuang's chest rose and fell violently, her breath was fragrant, and her voice trembled as she asked, "Who did you sell it to?" The young man at the stall described Lin Xiao's appearance with a bitter face, but he regretted it in his heart. If it had not been sold, he could still have extorted some money from the woman, but now that she had done so, it was impossible to extort money from her. Zhao Rushuang ignored the young man at the stall and immediately ordered people to look for Lin Xiao, her expression full of anxiety. She had been planning to help her grandfather clean up the house today, and she was quite knowledgeable about antiques, but she had not expected that her grandfather would use a trick to hide the real things in the fakes, causing her to inadvertently sell some useless junk. When she came back, she found that her grandfather had been hospitalized due to her anger and was still in a coma. It is conceivable how important the Guanyin statue is to Grandpa, which is why Zhao Rushuang came here in a hurry, but in the end she was still a step too late. Lin Xiao didn't know all this. After buying the blue and white porcelain and the Guanyin statue, he had originally planned to find a way to take them out and resell them. But soon after he left the stall, he received an anxious and tearful call from his sister, asking him to go home quickly and informing her of the news that Lin's mother had been beaten. Lin Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. Lin Xiao didn't bother to resell the things in his hands and rushed home at a very fast speed. When he returned home, he heard only clanging sounds and his sisters crying in the yard. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting my mom! Please stop hitting my mom!" His sisters' crying made Lin Xiao's chest explode with anger. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he kicked the door open. The clanging sound also woke up the people in the room, but when they saw that it was Lin Xiao standing at the door, they all looked disdainful. In the room, Lin's mother held Lin Menghan in her arms, with footprints all over her body. Lin Menghan's face was covered with tears. When she saw Lin Xiao through her tearful eyes, she said in a hoarse voice with tears in her eyes, "Brother." The word "brother" made Lin Xiao's heart ache. He roared angrily, "Xiao Lianxiang. Did I kill your whole family, or did I dig up your ancestral grave?" In the room, Xiao Lianxiang's face was full of contempt and disdain. She kicked Lin's mother a few more times before cursing, "Blame yourself if you want to. My daughter spent almost 5 years of her youth on you. Your father left a legacy, but he didn't give my daughter a penny. My daughter didn't sleep for nothing. If your family doesn't pay compensation today, Lin Xiao, I will bring people to demolish your house every day." Xiao Lianxiang, who was cursing, was about to kick Lin's mother, but just as she raised her foot, she realized there was someone standing in front of her. Before she could even react, she was kicked hard in the abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lianxiang's body flew backwards and hit the wall hard. She lost consciousness and collapsed in an instant. The other men in the room were all startled. When they reacted, their faces turned pale and they raised their sticks to hit Lin Xiao. With red eyes, Lin Xiao took their sticks and knocked them down one by one. Some of them vomited blood. The bloody scene scared Lin's mother and Lin Menghan. If Lin's mother hadn't reacted and grabbed Lin Xiao, they would have been scared. The group of people in the room included Xiao Lianxiang, who Lin Xiao could beat to death. Roll! Lin Xiao's eyes were red and he roared like a wild beast, scaring the people inside so much that they ran away dragging the unconscious Xiao Lianxiang. Elder brother. Lin Menghan hugged Lin Xiao tightly with tears in her eyes. Her petite body was still trembling. One could imagine how much trauma that had just caused her. Lin Xiao patted Lin Menghan's back with a heartache, and said through gritted teeth, "It's my fault. I didn't protect you and Mom well." Mother Lin sighed and shook her head, "Don't blame you. Mom has already told them that your father didn't leave any inheritance, but they just don't believe it. Don't say I don't have any. Even if I had one, I wouldn't give it to them." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. He had been upset about Zhang Shui's choice before, but now he realized that her whole family were beasts. You have to say that something exists when it doesn't exist. He even brought people to his house to cause trouble, and beat his mother and sister worse than animals. After putting his sister back on the wheelchair, Lin Xiao still couldn't swallow his anger. He turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Lin's mother, who scolded him, "What do you want to do? Kill their whole family?" Lin Xiao said with deep hatred. Mother Lin was angry and distressed. She grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and said, "We owe her this. She has been with you since college. Everything that should have happened to you two happened, but in the end, she got nothing." It's normal for her mother to be angry. Under the persuasion and obstruction of Lin's mother, Lin Xiao was finally unable to cause trouble for Zhang Shui's family. But Lin Xiao would never let this anger go. At this time, the little beggar walked in from outside the yard. When she saw the messy house and Lin Menghan and her mother's tearful faces, her eyes misted over and the fruit and meat in her hands fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin's mother quickly stepped forward to pick it up, pulled the little beggar into their house, and closed the door. "I'm sorry," the little beggar said to Lin Xiao with tears in his eyes, "It's me who ruined your family." Lin Xiao knew that she might have misunderstood, but he was in no mood to explain to her, so he just said coldly, "It's none of your business." The little beggar wanted to say something, but in the end, seeing Lin Xiao's impatient expression, he could only lower his head and start cleaning the house. Lin Xiao took out a bottle of ointment from his room and handed it to the little beggar, saying, "Use it to apply the ointment to my mother and sister tonight." "Yeah." The little beggar nodded, with complicated eyes, and said, "Or I'd better leave." "I said it's none of your business." Lin Xiao said with a sullen face, "You will leave when the time comes, but not now." The little beggar lowered his head, feeling not only gratitude but also deep guilt in his heart. When Xiao Lianxiang woke up, she found herself lying in the hospital, with her daughter, husband, and Shinzijue beside her. "Ouch, my stomach!" Xiao Lianxiang screamed in pain several times, causing Zhang Shui and Zhang Xingrong beside her to look angry and distressed. Zhang Shui held Shinzijue's hand, gritted her teeth, and said hatefully, "Shinzijue, I want Lin Xiao to live a life worse than death." Shinzijue said with a cold expression, "Don't worry. I will deal with him myself after I finish the things in my hands." Chapter 10. I want to eat fart. My mother was beaten by Lin Xiao, and you want me to wait until you finish dealing with the matter at hand. Shinzijue was the person who was beaten your mother-in-law. If you think I'm not worthy of you giving up what you're doing, fine. I'll just find another man. Zhang Shui spat out angry and hateful words one after another, which made Shinzijue look a little ugly. He could only say to comfort her, "The matter in my hands is very important. What could be more important than your mother-in-law being beaten up?" Zhang Shui stared at Shinzijue, her pretty face filled with bone-chilling coldness. Regarding the auction of the Yao Ri building, which was once owned by the Lin Group, Shinzijue comforted him, "This building used to be the property of Lin Xiao's father. Now I am raising funds everywhere just to buy the building. Think about it, would Lin Xiao feel bad seeing his father's building fall into our hands?" The anger on Zhang Shui's face gradually faded a little. Zhang Xinrong beside her was also surprised and asked, "The Yeri Group building is going to be auctioned? When?" "Tomorrow." Shinzijue said seriously, "If I can take the photo of the building, even if I sell it for rent, I can make sure Zhang Shui has no worries about food and clothing and lives the life of a rich lady." Hearing this, Xiao Lianxiang stopped crying out in pain. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Daughter, don't be so ignorant. We have plenty of time to deal with Lin Xiao. You are not as good as Shinzijue in seeing the big picture. As for Lin Xiao, the monk can escape, but the temple cannot." Zhang Shui was a little unhappy. She stood up for her mother and was accused of being ignorant. Xiao Lianxiang said with a smile, "Shinzijue, there is no rush for your aunt's matter. you can deal with the things in your hands first, and you can deal with Lin Xiao anytime. Shinzijua smiled and said, Aunt, don't worry. When I take pictures of the Yeri building, I will definitely deal with Lin Xiao and make him kneel down in front of you and beg for mercy, so that you can vent your anger. Xiao Lianxiang agreed with a smile. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. Then she thought back to Lin Xiao. She just felt that her daughter was blessed by God that she didn't marry Lin Xiao. Zhang Shui, come with me to the auction tomorrow. Shinzijua hugged Zhang Shui's slender waist and said with a smile, when the time comes, I'll let you bid. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up and she asked, really? Shinzijua nodded and said, there is no difference between your bid and mine. Zhang Shui's eyes were blurred, and she leaned into Shinzijua's arms like she had no bones, saying, Shinzijua, you are so good to me. Zhang Shui had never thought that she would have such an opportunity to bid for millions to tens of millions. Just thinking about it made her blood boil and she wished she could melt into Shinzijua's arms. The next day, the auction of Yao Ri building went on as scheduled. The Chen family wanted to come and pick up Lin Xiao in person, but was rejected. Lin Xiao went to the auction company alone. When he arrived, he saw many luxury cars and people, each of them was extraordinary. This made Lin Xiao frown slightly. Because of Zhang Shui's matter, he didn't have time to sell the things inside the ceramic Guanyin statue. Now he could only hope for the Chen family. Lin Xiao. Zhang Shui got out of a car and rushed to Lin Xiao with an angry look on her face. She pointed at his nose and said, how dare you show up in front of me? Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Shui coldly. He was completely disappointed with this woman, and the pain in his heart had long disappeared. Ever since her mother came to make trouble, Lin Xiao no longer had any feelings towards Zhang Shui, only disgust and anger. What are you looking at? Zhang Shui raised her hand to shake Lin Xiao off, but was stopped by Shinzijua who was chasing after her. Don't be impulsive. This is the Zhao family's territory. If you hit him, we won't be able to set foot in the auction house. Shinzijua said with a grim expression, pointing at the security guards who were walking towards the door of the auction company. Zhang Shui was also shocked after taking a look, but she was unwilling to let Lin Xiao go. She gritted her teeth and said, Lin Xiao, you are lucky today. After today, you will see what happens. Lin Xiao sneered and said, let's wait and see. I want to see who will show who what to do. Zhang Shui couldn't swallow her anger, so how could Lin Xiao swallow it? If possible, Lin Xiao would slap Zhang Shui hard right now. Lin Xiao, you came here to watch the auction of the Yao Ri building, right? Shinzijua sneered, it's a pity that you don't even have the qualifications to enter the auction venue. If the Zhao family's auction company wants to participate in the auction, it needs to pay a certain deposit, and some auctions even require a certain background to participate. The auction of the Yao Ri building requires not only sufficient funds but also a strong background to enter. In Shinzijua's opinion, even if Lin Xiao inherited his father's estate, he does not have enough background to enter the auction house. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up and she asked, can't he enter the auction house? Shinzijua explained calmly, and seeing Lin Xiao frowning, he became more certain of his guess. You deserve it. Zhang Shui snorted in disgust, feeling extremely happy in her heart. Idiot. Lin Xiao just replied indifferently, then strode towards the door of the auction company. Because he saw Mr. Chen standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. Just wait and see him make a fool of himself. Shinzijua crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Lin Xiao with interest, and said proudly, he will definitely be stopped by the security at the door. If he breaks in by force, he will be beaten up without us having to do anything. When Zhang Shui heard this, she stared at Lin Xiao with expectant eyes. She wished that Lin Xiao would be sent to the hospital on the spot. Look. We're stopped. Shinzijua grinned when he saw the security guard stopping Lin Xiao. Zhang Shui also had a look of disdain on her face, but the next scene made her pretty face stiffen. The two security guards who stopped Lin Xiao put down their hands at the same time and bowed repeatedly, as if apologizing to Lin Xiao. When Shinzijua saw this, the mocking smile on his face froze. It was not until Lin Xiao strode into the auction company and disappeared that he came to his senses and said in disbelief, this is impossible. The security guards at the Zhao family auction company were extremely domineering. Shinzijua had been here several times before, and every time they were very arrogant. As for bowing and apologizing, this was definitely the first time he had seen it. Didn't you say he couldn't get in? Zhang Shui asked angrily. Shinzijua looked confused and had no idea how to explain. He was also confused at this moment and completely dumbfounded. It was not until Zhang Shui pushed Shinzijua a few times that he came back to his senses and said with a frown, "This is a bit strange." Zhang Shui glared at Shinzijua and said, "You didn't ask for the details." Shinzijua really wanted to say it was impossible, but the words just couldn't come out of his mouth. "Let's go in first." Shinzijua pulled Zhang Shui towards the company entrance with a grim expression. After Shinzijua gave his name, he was successfully released. But bowing? What a joke! The different treatments made Zhang Shui complain, but Shinzijua had no way of grievance. If he dared to let the Zhao family's security bow to greet him, he would be in trouble the next moment. Shinzijua didn't dare, so he could only take Zhang Shui to the auction house. He still received a lot of strange looks on the way. Chapter 11. The Evil Ones Complain First. The auction hasn't started yet, so everyone around has their own circle. Mr. Chen wants to bring Lin Xiao into his circle, but he is not very interested. Old Master Chen did not force him, but just asked Lin Xiao to call him if there was anything. Lin Xiao came to a secluded place alone, and found Zhang Shui and Shinzijua walking away. Some similar people greeted them. Zhang Shui also behaved gracefully in front of everyone, which made Shinzijua feel proud, as if he had been with him before. If Xiao Nianxiang hadn't gone to their house to cause trouble, or even beat up Lin's mother, Lin Xiao might have felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the two of them had been in love for several years, not to mention that he had been thinking about her day and night for 3 years in the mountains. But the Lin Xiao now is just as cold as before. The love that I had been thinking about day and night for 3 years has been thrown away by him. As if noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, Shinzijua's eye swept over Lin Xiao for a moment, and a hint of mockery and disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He originally guessed that since Lin Xiao could make the Zhao family's security so respectful, he must have some support. But at the moment, Lin Xiao was alone outside of the circle, and no one even greeted him. It seemed that the people present didn't even look at him. In such occasions, either others could not afford to provoke Lin Xiao, or his existence was like that of an ant, unable to attract the attention of those present. The probability of the former happening is almost impossible, so Shinzijua is determined to choose the latter possibility. "Shinzijua, what are you looking at?" A young man of the same generation looked in the direction of his gaze in surprise, and then asked in astonishment, "Lin Xiao from the Lin family?" His back. The other people around Shinzijua also looked at Lin Xiao. They were all of the same generation, and Lin Xiao had once been one of them, so naturally they all recognized him. Shinzijua said calmly, "It's useless to come back. The Lin family has collapsed. Now we are no longer on the same side as him." As soon as he finished speaking, several people around him nodded in agreement. They made friends based on background and origins. Now that Lin Xiao of the Lin group was gone, he was no longer worthy of them making friends. "Zhang Shui, I remember you were almost engaged to him before." A girl said with a smile, "Your ex-boyfriend is here, aren't you going to say hello?" Zhang Shui's eyebrows were covered with frost when she heard this. She said with disgust and coldness, "Jiang Yuan, that's enough. I'm already engaged to Shinzijua, and I've already drawn a clear line between us." Jiang Yuan smiled. "There is something you may not know," Shinzijua said calmly. "After Lin Xiao found out that Zhang Shui and I were engaged, he was desperate and beat up Zhang Shui's mother. She is still in the hospital." There was an uproar. Jiang Yuan and several of her peers around her looked at Lin Xiao with disgust this time. "I didn't expect him to be this kind of person," Jiang Yuan said with disgust and disdain. "I used to think he was quite elegant, but I didn't expect him to be so disgusting when he became poor." Everyone spoke one by one. Because of Shinzijua's words, the image of Lin Xiao in their hearts was completely overturned. He became an extreme and shameless person with a completely destroyed worldview because of his family's decline. This is also the scene that Zhang Shui and Shinzijua want to see. The more unlucky Lin Xiao became and the more he was excluded, the more Zhang Shui learned to feel that her choice was correct. As for Shinzijua, he was simply trampled on by Lin Xiao for a long time in the past, and now he has the mentality of turning over and becoming a slave and singing. At this time, Lin Xiao walked towards them, but his eyes never stopped at Zhang Shui and Shinzijua, and he said to Jiang Yuan, "Let's find a place to talk." Jiang Yuan said with disdain and disgust, "What can I talk to you about? Lin Xiao, stay away from me. I don't want you to come to my house and cause trouble." Lin Xiao frowned. He went to find Jiang Yuewan because he knew that Jiang Yuewan's grandfather liked to collect calligraphy and paintings. He found a painting hidden among the guanyin statues he collected in the antique street yesterday. He took it out and checked it last night. It was a painting of Song in Qinghua, which was once auctioned for 50 million. He went to Jiang Yuewan to talk to her about selling the calligraphy and paintings to her grandfather at a low price. Considering their past friendship, he could sell it for 30 million and use the funds to buy the Yao Ri building. Lin Xiao, I used to think you were quite elegant, but I didn't expect you to become a lunatic after your family fell into poverty. Jiang Yuewan stared at Lin Xiao and continued, Zhang Shui was with you for several years after all. Even if you left later, she waited for you for 2 years. Even if she let go in the end, what was her fault? Lin Xiao glanced at Zhang Shui and asked calmly, why don't you ask her what she did, but blame me? In my opinion, she is not wrong. Jiang Yuewan snorted coldly, her face full of disgust, and continued, Zhang Shui is in a free love relationship, and you are not engaged, so why can't she be with Shinzijue? But look at you. Your family has fallen on hard times. When you found out that Zhang Shui and Shinzijue were engaged, you threw a tantrum and beat up Zhang Shui's mother. Where is your demeanor? Are you still a man? Lin Xiao clenched his fists when he heard that, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Shinzijue and Zhang Shui were obviously trying to avoid the main issue and threw dirty water on him in front of his former friends. Shinzijue sneered, Lin Xiao, do you admit that you beat my mother-in-law? I admit it. Lin Xiao responded in a deep voice with his eyes slightly narrowed. Jiang Yuewan and others originally still had some doubts, but Lin Xiao's admission at this moment dispelled all their doubts. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect you to do such a desperate thing. From now on, I, Li Guodong, will draw a clear line between myself and you. Our past friendship ends here. Me too, Lin Xiao, don't come to me if you have any problems in the future. I don't want to get involved with a desperate guy like you. I've never seen anything so disgusting. Just because Zhang Shui gave up her relationship with you, you went crazy. Are you a man? You're so petty. Everyone was blaming Lin Xiao, and at the same time they felt more sympathy for Zhang Shui. Any woman would feel disgusted if they met an ex-boyfriend like this. At the same time, I am glad that Zhang Shui chose Shinzijue instead of continuing to wait for Lin Xiao. Zhang Shui had a pretty face, and at this moment, she looked a little sad as she said, Lin Xiao, even if Shinzijue and I are engaged, I am still your friend, but why did you do such a cruel thing? Just because I don't like you anymore, do you want to make my house restless? Zhang Shui put herself in the position of a weak person, and the people in the circle are all young people. They are also high-ranking and tend to sympathize with the weak. But facing the questioning and accusations of the crowd, Lin Xiao smiled, and said with a smile full of sarcasm, a bunch of idiots. Everyone's face, including Shinzijue's, turned cold, and their eyes were filled with anger. Lin Xiao ignored them and turned away, saying calmly, Zhang Shui, if I knew you were this kind of person, I wouldn't even want you even if you gave it to me for free. I've thought of you day and night for 3 years, and now I'm just wasting your time. Only an idiot like Shinzijue would like a pretentious woman like you. His tone was firm, and at the same time contained a bit of sarcasm towards Shinzijue, as well as a bit of pity for Shinzijue for having to deal with Zhang Shui. Chapter 12 Look. Zhang Shui's face turned pale and her chest was filled with anger. Shinzijue was equally angry, his eyes were full of fire. It was not only because Lin Xiao mocked him as an idiot, but also because he was very proud of picking up something he didn't want. Stop. Shinzijue stepped forward and stopped Lin Xiao, his face ashen and chilling. The few young men who were being ridiculed at the same time also surrounded Lin Xiao, each of them with a grim and cold face. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the eyes of the people around them naturally fell on them, and many people frowned. Old Master Chen naturally saw it as well, and his pale face gradually turned cold. Lin Xiao was the person he brought in. If these ignorant brats dared to touch Lin Xiao, he would definitely make their family members pay the price. It's just that Lin Xiao didn't let him come out, and Mr. Chen was not in a hurry to come out. Just at this moment, a cold female voice came from far away and reached everyone's ears. You dare to cause trouble in my Zhao family's territory. You must be tired of living. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they saw a woman with long black curly hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a tight cheongsam, with a slim figure and delicate features, walking towards them in high heels. As the woman took a step, her long, white and tight legs appeared faintly in everyone's sight through their high-cut cheongsam. When Shinzijua saw the person coming, his eyes widened and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. Compared to Zhang Shui, the woman in front of him was much more beautiful. If Zhang Shui was 8 points beautiful, then the other woman was 12 points beautiful. The two are simply not in the same league. However, Shinzijua did not rush forward rashly. The first reason was that the woman was followed by burly bodyguards, each of whom exuded an aura that was not to be messed with. More importantly, the woman is Zhao Rushuan, the daughter of the Zhao family. She is a woman that Shinzijua can never reach, and even if he can make friends with her, his ancestors would be very lucky. The group of people who were besieging Lin Xiao had the same idea as Shinzijua. Their expressions at this moment were no different from Shinzijua's. Zhao Rushuan stepped forward and glanced coldly at Shinzijua and the others. Before she could say anything, Zhang Shui said, "We didn't cause any trouble. He was the one who caused the trouble." Zhang Shui pointed at Lin Xiao and gritted her teeth, "I don't know how he got in. After he came in, he provoked us and called us a bunch of idiots." Upon hearing this, Shinzijua also said respectfully, "Miss Zhao, how could we possibly cause trouble on the Zhao family's territory? It's just that he went too far and we were so angry." The other few people also spoke one by one. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Xiao with a sneer. In her opinion, with everyone pointing at him, Lin Xiao would definitely be in trouble this time. Even if the punishment is not too severe, he can forget about participating in the auction of Yao Ri group this time. Bang! Just when everyone was looking at Lin Xiao with pity, Zhao Rushuan raised her hand and slapped Zhang Shui hard on the face. The crisp slap made everyone stunned. Shinzijua was also startled and asked, "Miss Zhao, what do you mean?" Zhang Shui was also confused, feeling unbelievable and angry at the same time. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Zhao Rushuan raised her finger and pointed at Lin Xiao, looking at everyone coldly and said, "He is a friend of my Zhao family." Just one sentence made Shinzijua and others' scalps explode, and they looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. The people around were also surprised and looked at Lin Xiao with envy. The Zhao family is a very influential family in Yunhai City. Anyone who can make friends with the Zhao family is envied, not to mention becoming friends with Zhao Rushuan. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Rushuan for a few times. He was very sure that he did not know Zhao Rushuan. He did know the Zhao family 3 years ago, but he had never had any interaction with them. 3 years later, he had just returned to Yunhai City, and it was completely nonsense that he had any connection with the Zhao family. However, Lin Xiao did not say anything. He didn't care since Zhao Rushuan was willing to stand up for him. "Throw them all out." Zhao Rushuan pointed at Shinzijua and the others and said coldly, "From now on, they will not be allowed to enter the Zhao family's territory." Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood Lin Xiao's importance in the Zhao family. At the same time, Shinzijua and others' faces changed drastically. If the parents behind them knew what happened today, they would probably break their legs and take them to the Zhao family to kowtow and apologize. Jiang Yuan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't muster up the courage to ask Zhao Rushuan for mercy. In the end, she could only look at Lin Xiao pleadingly and said, "Lin Xiao, can you help me say something good? I was wrong just now." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the rest of the people fell on Lin Xiao. Those who had just scolded together with Shinzijua were now begging for mercy towards Lin Xiao, hoping that he could come out and say a good word. Lin Xiao was silent for a while before he said calmly, "I remember the Zhao family's kindness. Don't make it too difficult for them." Jiang Yuan and the others were merely instigated by Shinzijua and the others. They were just brainless, but they didn't do anything excessive. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and Jiang Yuan looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude. But Lin Xiao paused, and everyone became nervous again, fearing that he would go back on his word again. "I don't want to see this couple." Shinzijua and Zhang Shui's faces changed, but before they could say anything, Zhao Rushuan waved her hand and had them thrown out. Standing at the company gate, Shinzijua's face turned pale with anger. At the same time, he was a little afraid in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Xiao, you just wait for me. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Shui said with anger and frustration, gritting her teeth, "Shinzijua, if you have the guts, rush in and fight him to the death. And that woman, she slapped me in front of so many people, And you didn't even dare to make a sound. Are you still a man? Upon hearing this, Shinzijua wished he could find a hole to crawl into. His woman was slapped in the face, but he didn't even dare to say a word. It was really too embarrassing. Zhang Shui looked at Shinzijua with disappointment in her eyes. Zhang Shui, you can't blame me for this. I can't afford to offend the Zhao family. You can see that no one can afford to offend the Zhao family. Shinzijua said bitterly. Zhang Shui snorted coldly, I know, you can't be blamed for this, but why is Lin Xiao so close to the Zhao family? Why did that woman help Lin Xiao? I don't know either. Shinzijua said with an unpleasant expression, the Lin family and the Zhao family have never had any contact before, and Lin Xiao just came back. Who knows how he got involved with the Zhao family? Just when the two were at a loss, Zhang Shui received a WeChat message from Jiang Yuan. Lin Xiao was lucky. Zhao Rushuang accidentally sold grandpa's beloved calligraphy and painting, which made her grandfather so angry that he was sent to the hospital. Zhao Rushuang helped Lin Xiao in order to buy back the calligraphy and painting. We are in trouble this time. Zhang Shui and Shinzijua suddenly realized what was going on after seeing the news, and they stomped their feet in anger. Chapter 13 Bidding. That painting is still in my home. If Miss Zhao wants to take it back, I have no objection. Lin Xiao's words made Zhao Rushuang feel relieved, and she immediately asked, that painting is worth a lot, how much do you plan to sell it for? Lin Xiao smiled and said, Miss Zhao, please give me a price. It just slipped out of your fingers accidentally, so I just got a bargain. Zhao Rushuang pondered for a while, looked up at Lin Xiao, and then said, 5 million. When the people around heard the price, they were slightly surprised. They were all curious about who wrote the calligraphy and painting that cost 5 million. Jiang Yuan and the others also showed envy. Although they had backgrounds, those were all their parents' assets, and they had at most 1 or 2 million in their hands. So 5 million seems like a lot to them. Everyone thought Lin Xiao would agree without hesitation, but the smile on his face gradually faded and his eyes revealed a cold look. Zhao Rushuang noticed the change in Lin Xiao's expression and frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, do you think it's too little? You just said that the calligraphy and painting were originally leaked by me accidentally. You spent 1,000 yuan to buy it. Now I bought it back for 5 million. You have made a lot of money. Lin Xiao was silent for a long time. When Zhao Rushuang was about to lose her patience, he said coldly, everyone present knows how much the Songyin Qinghua painting is worth. Everyone knows the rules of antiques. Buy it and leave it alone. When everyone heard these words, many people were moved. Someone was shocked and asked, Songyin Qinghua too? Is it the painting that sold for 50 million yuan a few years ago? Hiss. No wonder Mr. Zhao was sent to the hospital. If it were my granddaughter, I would break her hands. The eldest lady of the Zhao family is a bit unkind. She wants to buy back a painting worth 50 million yuan. The discussion among the crowd made Zhao Rushuang's pretty face slightly embarrassed. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so knowledgeable, and at the same time she didn't expect why he didn't give her face. If Lin Xiao was not short of money, it would be fine for him to give the calligraphy and paintings back to Zhao Rushuang for free, just as if he were making friends. However, he needed a huge amount of money to buy his father's group building, so it was impossible for him to return the calligraphy and paintings to Zhao Rushuang at a low price. Another reason was that Zhao Rushuang only wanted to spend 5 million to buy back the calligraphy and paintings worth 50 million. In Lin Xiao's opinion, she had no sincerity at all. The buying and selling of antiques has always been about who has the best eye and who is the one who buys and then leaves. If everyone is like Miss Zhao, who regrets selling something and wants to buy it back at a low price, the rules of the antique circle would have been disrupted long ago. Lin Xiao spoke indifferently, looking at everyone, and continued, besides, the things are in my hands. I am willing to give them to your Zhao family, which is already a favor. If I don't show this leniency, there will be many people who want to collect this painting. The price will not be less than 50 million. I guess there are many people who want it here. He spoke neither arrogantly nor humbly. He did not show cowardice because Zhao Rushuang was a member of the Zhao family, nor did he shrink back because he was on Zhao family's territory. Lin Xiao's pretense earned him admiring looks from many people present, but some people looked at him as if he were a dead person, while others thought he was an idiot. For example, Jiang Yuan and others thought that Lin Xiao was an idiot, and this was an opportunity to make friends with the Zhao family. Doing a favor to Zhao Rushuang may bring you far more than 50 million in rewards in the future. They all wished that this opportunity was theirs. It's a pity that the calligraphy and painting are in Lin Xiao's hands, and it is Lin Xiao who has the final say. Under Zhao Rushuang's livid face, an old man's laughter sounded. Then, Mr. Chen walked out. He smiled and said to Lin Xiao, "Mr. Lin, I also like Song Yin Ching Huatu. If Zhao girl is reluctant to spend the money, I will take 50 million. Zhao Rushuang's eyes widened, and she stamped her feet angrily. "Grandpa Chen, are you trying to piss my grandpa off to death? Your grandfather treasured these things, but you sold them yourself, girl. He showed them off in front of me many times. Now that they are in my hands, let's see what he can show off with in the future." Mr. Chen smiled, which made Zhao Rushuang even more depressed and angry. She gritted her teeth and said, 50 million is 50 million. When Zhao Rushuang thought about the fact that she had sold calligraphy and paintings worth 50 million for just a few $100s, she felt that she would never be able to overcome this hurdle in her lifetime and would be embarrassed for the rest of her life. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said apologetically, "Mr. Chen, I still can't sell you this calligraphy and painting. After all, it belongs to the Zhao family." Mr. Chen waved his hand. He showed up just to help Lin Xiao, and he didn't take it to heart about selling it to the Zhao family later. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on Zhao Rushuang and said, "I don't want 50 million from your Zhao family either. 30 million will be enough." Zhao Rushuang was a little surprised, but still snorted. She no longer had any good feelings towards Lin Xiao. Even if he gave up 20 million for nothing, it would at most prevent her from causing trouble for Lin Xiao. "After the auction is over, you and I will go home to get the calligraphy and paintings." Lin Xiao raised his hand to signal Zhao Rushuang that she could leave. Zhao Rushuang frowned slightly, wanting Lin Xiao to go get the calligraphy and painting right away, but before she could open her mouth, Lin Xiao coldly refused, "There's no time now." Ruthless and arrogant. This is the label that Zhao Rushuang gave to Lin Xiao, and everyone present also had this impression of Lin Xiao. Only old man Chen was used to it among the people present. He also felt that Lin Xiao was qualified just because he possessed extraordinary medical skills. Zhao Rushuang snorted coldly, turned around and walked away. Old Master Chen glanced and said, "This girl is just like that." Lin Xiao hummed nonchalantly. After everyone around him had left, Lin Xiao said, "Mr. Chen, I need you to help advance the funds for the auction of the Yao Ri building this time. After I sell the calligraphy and paintings to the Zhao family, the money will be returned in full." Old Master Chen laughed and said, "Mr. Lin, this money is the reward for healing my legs." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "You should thank my sister for being able to stand up on your legs." The image of Lin Menghan flashed through Mr. Chen's mind, and he said with a smile, "Xiao Meng is a good girl, I will naturally thank her." Lin Xiao pondered and said, "My sister needs some medicine to stand up again. If Mr. Chen really wants to thank my sister, he can help gather the herbs. The reason why Mr. Chen doesn't need any medication is because he spent a lot of money on physical therapy for his legs." But Lin Menghan didn't have that. She could only try to recover little by little on her own, but she couldn't keep up with the atrophy of her meridians. "Leave it to me." Old Master Chen said seriously, "Tell me what herbs you need later, and I'll gather them for you within 3 days. Lin Xiao nodded and his eyes fell on Zhao Rushuang on the stage. She was the one hosting the auction this time. The first items to be auctioned were some antiques, which Lin Xiao was not interested in at all, and their value could not be compared with the Song Yin Ching Huatu. It was not until the auction was nearing its end that the Lin Group's former Yao Ri building was auctioned off. The Yari building, which was once owned by the Lin Group, is also the highlight of this auction. Zhao Rushuang glanced at the people below the stage and said slowly, "The starting price is 6 million. There was silence for a moment, and then there was a continuous stream of people bidding prices from the audience. Chapter 14, What a Sucker! Many people present came for the Yao Ri building, so the competition was very fierce. The starting price was 6 million, but it reached 10 million in just 10 minutes. Jiang Yuan and others looked at Lin Xiao and found that he was not in a hurry to bid, and they all showed interested expressions. It took Lin Xiao's father 7 or 8 years to build the Yao Ri building. It was definitely one of the hard work of Lin Xiao's father. Now that it is being auctioned publicly, if Lin Xiao fails to win it, he will definitely feel guilty towards his dead father. People kept bidding, and the price soon reached 15 million. At this time, fewer people continued to bid. After all, the price was close to the total value of the Yao Ri building. If it exceeded the value, it would be a loss. Lin Xiao just glanced at everyone and knew that now was the time. He said calmly, 17 million. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, because everyone had a deep impression of Lin Xiao because of what happened before. There was silence for a moment, and Jiang Yuan raised her hand and said, 18 million. Lin Xiao's brows slightly tightened and he glanced at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was not afraid at all, and said coldly, Lin Xiao, what are you looking at? Did I offend you by offering the price? After understanding the relationship between Lin Xiao and Zhao Rushuang, she no longer had the same attitude towards Lin Xiao as before. Of course, Jiang Yuan was not bidding randomly. Her family also wanted to take over the Yao Ri building, but the highest price she offered was 20 million. Is there any higher price? Zhao Rushuang saw Lin Xiao being humiliated, and her red lips curled slightly, showing a little happiness. 19 million. Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. Jiang Yuan said nonchalantly and provocatively, 20 million. If you continue to raise the price, I won't follow. This already exceeded part of the total value of the building, and many people present did not intend to follow suit. 21 million. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Yuan and said, you can make any offer you want, I'll match it. Jiang Yuan was moved when she heard that. She had just lost face in front of Lin Xiao, but if she could make him suffer a great loss, she would definitely be happy to do so. While she was hesitating, Zhao Rushuang on the stage slowed down, waiting for her to continue raising the price. Everyone saw clearly that Jiang Yuan and Lin Xiao were arguing with each other. After a moment, Jiang Yuan looked up and said, 25 million. Wow! A one-time price increase of 3 million was something that no one present had expected. The building, which cost 16 million, was sold for 25 million. It's a full 10 million higher. It's no longer a question of whether you can get your money back, but rather that this person is stupid and has a lot of money. After Jiang Yuan finished shouting, she glared at Lin Xiao provocatively and said, I took your father's 7 or 8 years of hard work. What can you do to me? You win. Lin Xiao responded indifferently. Jiang Yuan's pretty face turned pale. She thought Lin Xiao would continue to raise the price, but he didn't in the end, which made her feel like a fool. At this moment, everyone present looked at Jiang Yuan as if they were looking at a girl who brought wealth. The Yao Ri building is only located on the 4th or 5th ring road. 20 million is already the maximum and it is not enough to cover the investment. 25 million is enough to buy a similar building in the 2nd or 3rd ring road. This guy is definitely a sucker. Mr. Lin. There was a hint of surprise on Mr. Chen's face. Lin Xiao did not speak, but said calmly, if I remember correctly, there is another building in the next auction, located in the 2nd and 3rd rings, and the price is at most 30 million. There is no need for me to be impulsive and buy the Yeri building in the 4th and 5th rings. These words were like a knife, stabbing Jiang Yuan's heart. Her pretty face turned pale with pain, and she looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of anger. Lin Xiao, you bastard! Faced with Jiang Yuan's extreme anger, Lin Xiao simply ignored her. He will take back the Yao Ri building sooner or later, so just put it in Jiang Yuan's hands now. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhao Rushuang quickly finalized the seller. Then, just as Lin Xiao said, another building located in the 2nd and 3rd ring roads came up for auction. The price was only 31 million and Lin Xiao bought it. When Jiang Yuan saw this scene, she wanted to die. Especially when she saw the strange looks from the people around her, she wished she could bite Lin Xiao to death on the spot. After the auction, Mr. Chen paid the money for Lin Xiao first. Although he repeatedly said that he didn't have to pay it back, he was rejected. Although Lin Xiao is short of money now, he will never be short of money in the future, so there is no need to get too entangled with the Chen family over 31 million. Everyone dispersed. Zhao Rushuang had already driven the car to the company gate to wait for Lin Xiao. After getting in the car, she went straight to his home according to the address given by Lin Xiao. In the hospital, Chen Zizhua and Zhang Shui soon received news of the end of the auction. They were delighted to learn that Lin Xiao spent 31 million to buy a building in the 2nd and 3rd ring roads. Lin Xiao, that bastard, screwed me. Jiang Yuan cried a little and cursed for a while before she said aggrievedly, I'm going to be scolded to death by my parents when I go back this time. They spent 25 million to buy the Yeri building. I'm such a sucker. Zhang Shui's mind was not here at the moment. All she was thinking about was whether Lin Xiao could come up with 31 million to buy the Yao Ri building. This amount of money is too huge. After Jiang Yuan hung up the WeChat voice message, Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said angrily, he also said that his father left no inheritance, and he bought the building worth more than 30 million just like that. Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xingrong were also jealous. Xin Zizhua, who was standing by, was also filled with jealousy and gritted his teeth, we can't let him be so happy. This statement drew the approval of the three people, and no one in the Zhang family felt happy. The most unhappy one was Zhang Shui. Xin Zizhua's face was cold as he said, isn't he going to rebuild the Lin Group? When the Lin Group collapsed, his father still owed a lot of debts. I'm going to collect all the debts and force him to take back the building he bought at a low price. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up and she said, this method is fine. The son will pay for the father's debt. Zhang Shui, you can help too. Xin Zizhua said with jealous anger in his eyes, go and lend a hand when the time comes, and then we can go to the building he just bought and make trouble together. You almost got engaged to him before. It's only natural for you to ask for some compensation for all the years you've been together. Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xingrong's eyes lit up. In their opinion, their daughter did have a share of Lin Xiao's money. Xin Zizhua discussed with the three of them for a while, and after finalizing the plan, he turned around and left. But said. Lin Xiao and Zhao Rushuang walked into the yard, and the first thing they saw was a little beggar who was busy cleaning. At this moment, her thin clothes were already soaked with sweat. Lin Xiao saw it all, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because the two of them would be people from two different worlds in a few days. When he returned to the room, Lin Xiao found that the statue of Guanyin on the table was gone. He felt bad and hurried out to ask the little beggar. A Avalokitesvara statue. I thought it was dirty, so I took it to be washed. The little beggar pointed to a corner of the yard. Lin Xiao and Zhao Rushuang were both shocked at the same time. Chapter 15 You're taking advantage. The little beggar didn't understand, but after she finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiao and Zhao Rushuang quickly walk over and pick up the Guanyin statue. Zhao Rushuang carefully dismantled the bottom of the Guanyin statue. The moment she took out the calligraphy and painting, her eyes were instantly filled with anger. Lin Xiao looked at the calligraphy and paintings that were stained wetly, then looked at the ignorant little beggar. He sighed, but didn't know what to say. The calligraphy and paintings worth 50 million yuan are now considered ruined. If it was Lin Xiao's own, he could completely ignore it and had no intention of caring about the little beggar. But Zhao Rushuang obviously attached great importance to the calligraphy and painting, so this would not end well. Really? Zhao Rushuang's hands were shaking as she held the calligraphy and painting. Her silver teeth were creaking as she bit them. Her eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness as she said, Lin Xiao, you must give me an explanation for this. Lin Xiao remained silent. The little beggar stepped forward and took a look at the calligraphy and painting. He was startled and asked, is this an ancient painting? How much is it? 50 million. Zhao Rushuang's gritted teeth answer made the little beggar dumbfounded. 50 million was not a very large number for her before, but now it is an astronomical figure for her. More importantly, she knew how difficult the situation was for Lin Xiao's family. This simple family had lost 50 million because of her unintentional behavior. This made her bite her lips tightly, her eyes turned red, and tears were about to flow down. Lin Xiao took out a tissue, stopped her tears and said, if your tears seep into the wound, your recovery time will be delayed for several more days. The little beggar couldn't stop crying after hearing this, and sobbed, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She just wanted to do more as a reward for staying here, but she didn't expect to backfire. Fine. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, it's ruined. Zhao Rushuang, who was standing by, was furious when she heard this. She yelled, what do you mean it's ruined? Do you know that if my grandfather saw the calligraphy and painting being ruined by this bitch, he would be so angry that he would die? Lin Xiao said coldly, let's talk it over nicely. She didn't mean it. If you curse again, you will bear the consequences. Zhao Rushuang laughed angrily, raised her finger and pointed at the little beggar and said, so what if you call her a bitch? What can you do to me? Bang! Lin Xiao slapped Zhao Rushuang in the face, stunning her. It took Zhao Rushuang a while to react. Her eyes were filled with endless anger. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Lin Xiao said indifferently, I collected the calligraphy and painting. Even if it is destroyed, it is still my thing. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Rushuang just sneered and said nothing. If she doesn't tear down this place today, she is not Zhao Rushuang. The little beggar bit his red lips and said, I will pay for this. I have a way to get the money. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Xiao scolded coldly, you don't have to pay back the money, as long as you heal your wounds and leave here. The little beggar's eyes were red, completely soaking the tissue, forcing Lin Xiao to replace it with a dry one. Just at this time, Lin's mother pushed Lin Menghan into the yard. They saw the crying little beggar and were confused. Brother! Why are you bullying my sister? Lin Menghan shouted angrily. Mother Lin also scolded, Lin Xiao, you are too independent. How did Xiaotang offend you? Why are you bullying the girl? Lin Xiao was somewhat helpless, then waved and said, Mom, go get some tissues. Don't let the tears seep into her wound. I have something to talk to someone about. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother and Lin Menghan did not dare to delay and quickly took the little beggar into their house. The little beggar could not stop crying. He felt aggrieved as he watched Lin Xiao forcibly drag Zhao Rushuang out of the yard and close the door. Sister, tell me how my brother bullied you. I'll beat him up. Lin Menghan said with her silver teeth grinding. Mother Lin carefully wiped the little beggar's tears and said, Xiaotang, don't cry. Tell auntie if you have anything to say and I will take care of it for you. The little beggar looked at Lin Menghan and Lin's mother, and his tears shed even more, unable to stop. She lost her parents at a young age, but fortunately she achieved success in her career and everyone looked at her with admiration. Later, she was disfigured and once again witnessed the evil of human nature. Her ugliness made her hated by everyone. Until she met Lin Xiao, her ugliness did not cause Lin Menghan and her mother to feel disgusted. Lin's mother treated her just like she treated Lin Menghan. Here she felt the feeling of her young home, but she found that she had been bringing disaster to this family. Last time, Lin's mother and Lin Menghan were beaten, and the house was smashed into a mess. This time, she destroyed calligraphy and paintings worth 50 million yuan. 50 million is enough for Lin Menghan to repeat his senior year and take the college entrance exam again, which will make their lives better. But she completely ruined it. The little beggar couldn't stop crying and he sobbed and said sorry. Lin's mother and Lin Menghan were both very anxious, and they didn't forget to scold Lin Xiao. It took a while for Lin Menghan and her mother to know the truth, and they were inevitably shocked for a while. The little beggar cried, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Mother Lin sighed helplessly, this may be fate, I don't blame you. Lin Menghan smiled and said, Sister, since my brother can make such a large sum of money, he will definitely be able to do it next time. You don't need to blame yourself. 50 million is a lot, but for Lin Menghan and her mother, they have already experienced ups and downs and have long since lost interest in money. After hearing this, the little beggar cried even harder. Don't cry. Lin Menghan hurriedly comforted him, brother said that your tears can't seep into the wound. What if you could have restored your former beauty, but now you have a scar after crying? The little beggar didn't care, tears continued to flow, and he sobbed, the wound on my face will never heal. Who said that? Lin's mother blamed, when my son changed your dressing last night, I secretly saw that the wound on your face had healed a lot. The little beggar sobbed, Auntie lied to me. Auntie lied to you that it was a puppy. Lin's mother laughed. The little beggar burst out laughing at the fun, crying and laughing at the same time, which made Lin Menghan unable to hold back her laughter. Sister Tang, if you feel sorry, you can be my brother's wife in the future. Lin Menghan said with a smile, 50 million betrothal gifts, you've earned it. The little beggar's cheeks were burning hot. Although most of her face was wrapped in gauze, her white earlobes were red. One could imagine how shy she was at the moment. Mother Lin glared at Lin Menghan and said, don't tease Xiaotang. Your brother said that she will leave after her injury heals. Lin Menghan muttered a few words, which roughly meant, the family is so poor, what should I do if my brother can't afford to marry a wife? I'm so ugly that I can scare people to death in the middle of the night. Your brother doesn't like me. The little beggar murmured in a low voice, but Lin Menghan's next words made her so embarrassed again that she wished she could find a gap to crawl into. It's the same even if you turn off the lights. Chapter 16 High Above. Lin Xiao dragged Zhao Rushuang to a secluded park nearby, then let her break free from his hand and said coldly, she didn't mean it. It was too late for any explanation now, but Lin Xiao could see that calligraphy and painting were very important to Zhao Rushuang. Zhao Rushuang just sneered when she heard that, and the coldness on her face never faded away. I'll try to restore this painting. Lin Xiao continued. Zhao Rushuang said in a mocking tone, repair? What can you do to repair it? No one in the entire Yunhai city dares to say that they can repair this calligraphy and painting. Moreover, after the restoration, will it still be the original calligraphy and painting? Can't my grandfather see it? Lin Xiao was silent. Zhao Rushuang was aggressive, and the anger on her face became more and more manic. Do you know how important this painting is to my grandfather? He was so angry that he was sent to the hospital because I accidentally lost it. If he knew that the painting was destroyed, he would be so angry that he died. I want your family to pay with your life. This was not a joke. Zhao Rushuang absolutely meant what she said. Her grandfather had spoiled her since she was a child. This time she had caused such a big disaster that she was already filled with guilt in her heart. The destruction of their calligraphy and paintings was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Blood debt can only be repaid with blood. Lin Xiao's face gradually turned cold as he said, it was you who lost the calligraphy and painting. What's more, I collected the calligraphy and painting, and now I still own the title. Even if I tear it up, it has nothing to do with you. Zhao Rushuang knew she was in the wrong, but she still said unreasonably, so what? My Zhao family wants to kill someone, and it's not your turn to make decisions. As they were talking, people from the Zhao family also arrived. They were all tall and strong, with cold expressions on their faces, and they surrounded Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He could see that Zhao Rushuang was not going to let the little beggar go. If his master hadn't told him to lend a helping hand and she hadn't done it on purpose, he really wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Take me to see your grandfather first. Lin Xiao was silent for a while and then said, I may be able to cure his disease. Zhao Rushuang looked at Lin Xiao and said disdainfully, just you. Lin Xiao hummed, and said calmly, you know Mr. Chen, right? I was the one who cured his legs. Zhao Rushuang's pretty face showed a little surprise. She didn't want to continue taking care of Lin Xiao, but these words made her look at Lin Xiao a few more times. The Zhao family and the Chen family are close friends, and Mr. Chen and her grandfather are also close friends, so she knows a lot about Mr. Chen's legs. You didn't lie. Zhao Rushuang asked uncertainly. Lin Xiao raised his hand and gestured, you can call the Chen family. Zhao Rushuang snorted, took out her cell phone and called Mr. Chen. When the call was hung up, her eyes changed when she looked at Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, please come with me to the hospital. Zhao Rushuang's attitude was no longer angry and disdainful, but more respectful. Although Lin Xiao didn't know what Mr. Chen said, he was not interested in knowing it. He just nodded and left with Zhao Rushuang and others. When he arrived at the hospital, Lin Xiao saw an old man about the same age as Grandpa Chen lying on the bed. He was pale and had his right hand on his heart, as if he was trying to endure the pain. Grandpa. When Zhao Rushuang saw the old man, her eyes turned red and she rushed towards him, trembling with a little cry in her voice. The old man sighed, patted Zhao Rushuang on the back and said, Grandpa is fine. But these words made Zhao Rushuang even more devastated, and she cried and said sorry. She didn't dare take out the destroyed calligraphy and paintings, for she was afraid that her grandfather would be angry to death. Everyone in the ward sighed when they saw this scene. One of the doctors, who was in his 30s, said, Miss Zhao, the old man needs to rest now. Let's go out. Zhao Rushuang then realized that there were quite a few people in the ward. She wiped away her tears and said again, Director Han, I have asked someone to come and see my grandfather. You can leave first. Hanju's face showed some strangeness, and he asked, is he the cardiology and brain expert invited from the province? Zhao Rushuang shook her head and then waved at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao walked up to the hospital bed and stretched out his hand to feel Mr. Zhao's pulse. Threads of energy flowed through his wrist into his body, exploring his internal condition. Hanju at the side said, this young man is only a few years old after graduating from college, right? If he is an expert in the heart and brain at this age, I often go to the provincial capital for consultation, but I have never heard of it. You're noisy. Lin Xiao let go of Mr. Zhao's hand and said lightly. Hanju's face darkened slightly, and he was about to explode, but Zhao Rushuang still shouted coldly, get out. For a moment, Hanju and the two nurses in the ward looked pessimistic. Ms. Zhao. Hanju wanted to persuade Zhao Ruxuan to be cautious and to rebuke Lin Xiao coldly, but before he could say anything, he was dragged out of the ward by Zhao Ruxuan's men. After everyone left, Zhao Ruxuan asked anxiously, Mr. Lin, how is my grandfather doing? Lin Xiao hesitated for a long time before saying, it can be cured. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Ruxuan's face showed joy, but soon became worried again. But the old man has a lot of chronic diseases. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I will try my best to treat him, but he will need more physical therapy from your Zhao family afterwards. Zhao Ruxuan responded. Now she could only look forward to Lin Xiao. The hospital had already made a judgment before that the old man was not suitable for surgery because he was old and had many diseases. Lin Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense with Zhao Ruxuan and started giving acupuncture to the old man. This acupuncture seemed to be more difficult than that of Mr. Chen. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Xiao was already sweating all over and his expression was extremely solemn. Old Master Zhao could easily feel a current of heat flowing through his limbs and bones, and a swelling pain in his meridians attacking his nerves. A sudden heat flow from all over his body rushed towards his heart, and a mouthful of fishy-smelling blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the snow-white sheets dark red. Zhao Ruxuan exclaimed and wanted to scold Lin Xiao, but was interrupted by Mr. Zhao. He looked at Lin Xiao deeply and said, I'm fine. I feel the pain in my heart is gone now. I feel much more relaxed. Only then did Zhao Ruxuan realize that her grandfather's face was no longer pale, but instead had a bit more color. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. When Lin Xiao took back the silver needle, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and then several people in white coats walked in. Hanju was among them. When he saw Mr. Zhao's bed sheet stained red, his face changed slightly and he said, President Zhu. The man in his 50s who was leading the group also had an ugly expression on his face. He stared at Lin Xiao with cold eyes and scolded him, Who are you? I know all the doctors in the provincial capital who are slightly famous, but I've never seen you before. Lin Xiao reached out and pulled out the silver needle, saying calmly, A country doctor. You are the director of the First People's Hospital of Yunhai City. It is normal that you don't recognize a country doctor like me. Chapter 17 Foreign Debt. Dean Zhu's face became even uglier when he heard Lin Xiao's words, and he scolded, You are killing people, do you know that? The other doctors also frowned and looked at Lin Xiao with some unfriendly eyes. Lin Xiao just laughed and didn't say anything. Mr. Zhao said at this time, President Zhu, please don't worry about my affairs. I know my own health well. Dean Zhu and the others frowned even more when they heard this. Hanju stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhao, you'd better check your body first. You may have suffered internal injuries from vomiting blood just now. Roll. Mr. Zhao scolded in a deep voice. Zhao Ruxuan's pretty face was also covered with frost. She pointed at Dean Zhu and others and said tenderly, Just because you can't cure him without surgery, can't you allow others to cure him? What are you thinking? My grandfather is in good condition now. I don't need to bother you to worry about him. You can all go away. These words made Dean Zhu and others blush. If it were any other patient, he would have scolded them severely, but none of them could afford to offend the Zhao family. Lin Xiao had no intention of intervening. After taking back the silver needle, he said calmly, I don't need to take care of the rest. You Zhao family just need to take good care of the old man. Or Lin Xiao turned around and left. Dean Zhu, Hanju and others all looked at him with extremely unfriendly expressions, but with the intimidation of the Zhao family, no one dared to stop Lin Xiao. Return home. Lin Menghan asked first, Brother, she didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Both Lin's mother and the little beggar's eyes fell on Lin Xiao, but the latter was looking at him secretly, not daring to look up, his eyes full of guilt and torment. After Lin Xiao left, even with the comfort of Lin Menghan and Lin's mother, she still felt like a child who had made a mistake and was in great pain. It's all right. Lin Xiao's answer made everyone feel relieved. Xiaotang. Mother Lin smiled and asked, I told you it's okay. Are you relieved now? The little beggar lowered her head and said nothing. Even though everything was fine, she still felt guilty deep in her heart. 50 million worth of calligraphy and paintings. This money was so important to this family, but she destroyed it. Naturally, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Lin Menghan asked curiously, Brother, why are there such precious calligraphy and paintings in your room? Was it given to you by your master? Lin Xiao stepped out and poured a glass of warm water before telling everyone what happened in the antique street. Everyone was shocked after hearing it. Buying calligraphy and paintings worth 50 million for just 1,000 yuan was too shocking. Lin Menghan's eyes were shining when she looked at her brother, with a hint of admiration in them. Although the little beggar didn't dare to look Lin Xiao in the eye, his eyes were filled with curiosity and a bit of admiration. She had met many people in the past, but people of Lin Xiao's age, no matter how knowledgeable they were, did not have the opportunities he had. I'm sorry. The little beggar whispered, I will find a way to repay the money. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said calmly, it's none of your business. Our intersection will end in a few days. Just go to where you should be. My house is not suitable for you. Brother, why do you always chase Sister Tang away? Lin Menghan scolded angrily. Mother Lin also glared and said, it's not your turn to make the decision at this house. Xiao Tang can stay here as long as she wants. You can do whatever you need to do. When a look of helplessness flashed across Lin Xiao's face, he heard someone knocking on the door of the room. He could only avoid the topic and turned around to open the door. A family of 3 was standing at the door. The man and woman were both around 40 years old, and next to them was a young man who was about the same age as Lin Menghan. Lin Xiao, you're back. The man saw the door open and smiled, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You've grown stronger. After saying that, the man patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, and without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, he walked into their house with his wife and the young man, as if he was entering his own home. Lin Xiao looked at the backs of the 3 people, his eyes narrowed slightly. The visitor was a former good friend of his father and also one of the former partners of the Lin group. When the little beggar saw the guests coming, he hurriedly poured each of them a cup of warm water. The woman just glanced at the warm water on the table, picked it up and poured it on the ground, saying with disgust, you want to harm us, right? This water is not filtered. If you drink it and it gets bad, do you have the money to compensate us? Seeing the helpless little beggar, Lin Menghan's face turned pale and she scolded him, don't be ungrateful. If you think it's dirty, don't come to our house. After saying that, she reached out and grabbed the little beggar. Mother Lin was silent for a while, then said, Brother Peng, what are you doing here today? Peng Ruifeng said calmly, Big sister, I recently heard that Lin Xiao is back, so I came to visit you for no reason other than to talk about the foreign debt your family owes. When Lin's mother heard this, she seemed particularly helpless and said, Can you give me a little more time? Time? We've already given you more than a year. The woman slammed the table and shouted coldly, We must settle the debt today. Mother Lin wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Peng Ruifeng said in a gentle tone, Big sister, Brother Lin and I are brothers, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. How about this? Let's use that foreign debt as a betrothal gift for my son and Xiaomeng. Our 2 families will no longer be separate. When Lin Menghan heard this, her face turned pale instantly. The young man next to Peng Ruifeng had a smile on his face. He looked at Lin Menghan with interest, and his eyes were a little more burning. Lin Xiao asked with a slightly cold expression, How much money does my father owe you? Not much. Peng Ruifeng stretched out 5 fingers and said slowly, 500,000. The little beggar gasped, feeling a strong sense of guilt once again. If it weren't for her, the problem in front of her could be easily solved, but she did something bad with good intentions. The young man looked at Lin Xiao provocatively, then smiled and took out 2 things from his pocket, put one of them in front of Lin Menghan, and said with a smile, Menghan, I know you are a fan of Shintangtang, and you have always wanted to go to her concert. I recently learned that she will hold a concert in Yunhai City in a month, so I used my connections to get 2 concert tickets. When Lin Menghan saw the concert ticket in Peng Ruifeng's hand, she was surprised and envious, but she still gritted her teeth and said, I'm not interested. No one noticed that when Peng Ruifeng said this, the little beggar's body was shaking slightly, and his eyes were blank, puzzled, and desolate. Big sister, look how much my son cares about your daughter. Peng Ruifeng said with a smile, Your daughter is now disabled, and it is hard for her to find a man. Since my son likes her, and you owe my family a debt, why not use the debt as a betrothal gift? Lin Xiao's face turned pale, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he said coldly, I will pay back the 500,000. I will pay it back within 3 days. As for your son, he is not worthy of my sister. Chapter 18 Shameless. Peng Ruifeng's son is named Peng Jiaxin. 3 years ago, Peng Jiaxin was an uneducated guy. Relying on his father's wealth, he often went in and out of nightclubs and was always surrounded by beautiful women. Later in college, he got a female classmate pregnant and forced her to have an abortion. Finally, the school's parents made a scene, and because the matter became so serious, Peng Jiaxin was expelled. After being expelled from school, Peng Jiaxin became even more unscrupulous. During the time when Lin Xiao was sent to the mountains by his father, Peng Jiaxin reportedly failed to pursue a girl and hit her with his car. Lin Xiao didn't know what happened afterwards, but no matter whether Peng Jiaxin had reformed or not, he would never allow his sister to marry such a beast. You're here to pay it back. Lin Xiao, what are you going to give me? The woman said sarcastically with disdain, your family is so poor now that you can't even afford to eat. If you can give us 500,000, we'll leave now. There was also disdain in Peng Ruifeng's eyes. He knew very well how huge a sum of money 500,000 was for the Lin family now. After all, he had come to ask for it many times, but Lin Xiao's mother begged him to take his time every time. Mother Lin held Lin Xiao and apologized to Peng Ruifeng and his wife. Lin Xiao is not very good at talking. Brother Peng, please give me some more time. My family will definitely pay back the money. If we can't pay it back, we will sell this ancestral home. When Lin Menghan heard this, her eyes turned red and she bit her lips tightly to prevent the tears from falling. Since the Lin family fell, this house has been their only residence. It was transferred to Lin Xiao's name before he was sent to the mountains. If not for this, their family would have been displaced long ago. This shabby house can be sold for 500,000. Peng Jiaxin said sarcastically, even if you gave it to me for free, I would still find it shabby. The veins on Lin Xiao's forehead were throbbing. If Lin's mother hadn't stopped him, he would have slapped the other person twice that morning. Peng Ruifeng glanced at the Lin family and said after a moment, Sister, this house is the only thing of value in your family. If you sell it, you will be homeless. Don't you really want to consider the marriage between my son and your daughter? If we become relatives, I can help your family in the future, and I can also find a job for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao grabbed the warm water on the table and splashed it on Peng Ruifeng's face without hesitation, cursing, as a father, don't you know what kind of person your son is? With all the beastly things he did before, if he wants to marry my sister, I will never agree unless I, Lin Xiao, die. Peng Ruifeng was splashed with water and stood up suddenly. Peng Jiaxing and his mother also stood up. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell to the freezing point. Peng Ruifeng's face gradually turned cold, and he said coldly, You have a mother who gave birth to you but no father to teach you. Today I will teach you on behalf of your dead father. Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hand to stop his mother behind him, his face equally cold. He. An old man's laugh was heard, and then the door to the yard was pushed open by someone. When Lin Menghan saw the person coming, she called out, Grandpa Chen. Mr. Zhao was wearing a loose long gown. He walked in and out slowly, looked at Lin Menghan kindly, and then said calmly, I will pay back the Lin family's foreign debt of 500,000. After he finished speaking, a man walked out of the door and put a bag of cash on the table. As the bag was opened, the stacks of red bills on it surprised Peng Ruifeng and his wife, as well as Peng Jiaxin. Peng Ruifeng's wife's eyes sparkled, and she reached out to take the money on the table, but was stopped by Chen's bodyguard. What do you mean? Peng Ruifeng asked with a cold face when he saw this scene. Old Master Chen said calmly, You need an IOU to pay off the debt, right? Take out the IOU from the Lin family and take the money away. Peng Ruifeng frowned. He was once a businessman, and he could tell at a glance that the old man in front of him was not a simple person. He was silent for a while before saying, I didn't bring the IOU today. Then you can't take this money with you. Old Master Chen said calmly, Get lost now. Bring the IOU and take this money, and your debt with the Lin family will be settled. After a pause, Mr. Chen continued, If you cause trouble to the Lin family or my granddaughter again, I will make you disappear from Yunhai City. The tone was calm, yet unquestionable. Peng Ruifeng's face changed completely. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left quickly with his wife and children. Although no one knew who Mr. Chen was, he could not conceal the calm demeanor of a superior. Only those who have been in a high position for many years can have this kind of temperament. Lin Xiao watched Peng Ruifeng and his family leave, and he felt an even greater sense of urgency in his heart, the urgency to rebuild the Lin group as soon as possible. Grandpa Chen, thank you. Lin Menghan said gratefully on her face. Old Master Chen laughed and said, little girl, don't say thank you. I should be the one to thank. If it weren't for you, I would still be sitting in a wheelchair. Mother Lin was obviously a little restrained in front of Mr. Chen, but Lin Menghan and Lin Xiao were more at ease. Lin Xiao learned that Mr. Chen came here this time not only to meet Lin Menghan, but also to ask for the prescription for treating Lin Menghan's legs, and that's how he happened to run into the matter of Peng Ruifen's family. This made Lin Xiao feel more favorable towards the Chen family. At least Mr. Chen cares so much about his sister, which is enough to make Lin Xiao re-examine his relationship with the Chen family. Before, in Lin Xiao's opinion, there was no need to have close ties with the Chen family. But now Lin Xiao discovered that Mr. Chen seemed to be really good to Lin Menghan. Okay, I should go now. As dusk approached, Mr. Chen got the prescription he needed and promised to get it together within 3 days, then he got up and left. Lin Xiao went out to see Mr. Chen off, but just as they reached the door, the latter stopped. Mr. Lin, I came here for another matter, but the situation just now is hard to explain. Mr. Chen made Lin Xiao raise his eyebrows. He asked, just tell me what you want to say. Do you have a girlfriend named Zhang Shui? Asked Mr. Chen. Lin Xiao nodded and said in a low voice, she is indeed my girlfriend, but we broke up recently. Although he had already seen through Zhang Shui, every time he mentioned her, all kinds of memories of the past would still come to his mind, causing ripples in his mood. Not long after you bought the Triumph building, she started renting it out under your name. The price is very cheap, and many companies have contacted her. Old Master Chen simply told Lin Xiao the news he knew, and after hearing it, Lin Xiao's face was full of disbelief. He never expected that Zhang Shui would be so crazy as to dare to do such a thing. Old Master Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around, got into the car and left, leaving Lin Xiao with a face gradually filled with gloom and anger. Chapter 19, Consequences. Xiao Lianxiang has been discharged from the hospital and returned home, but she has not been idle. Instead, she is busy answering one consultation call after another. Zhang Xinrong was responsible for taking notes, while Zhang Shui was busy answering the phone. The three of them were all smiling, but when Zhang Shui received another call, the smiles on her face froze. She said coldly, Lin Xiao, you still have the nerve to call me. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xinrong stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui turned on the speaker and immediately heard Lin Xiao's angry voice coming from the phone. Zhang Shui, have you guys gone crazy? You're renting out Triumph building privately. Do you know that this is against the law? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lianxiang stepped forward and sneered, Lin Xiao. You owe my family all this. The inheritance your father left for you originally had a share for my daughter. If you don't give it to us, can't we take it? Did you sleep with my daughter for nothing all these years? She has been with you for more than 5 years. Look at what you have done. Lin Xiao on the other end of the phone was silent, but his heavy breathing could be clearly heard. One could imagine how angry he was with Zhang Shui's family. Zhang Shui said calmly, Lin Xiao, I just want to take back my share of the inheritance. Now either you give me the 10 million that belongs to me, or I can only use my own methods to take back my share of the inheritance. Lin Xiao laughed angrily, a married woman who is engaged to another man actually asked me for the inheritance? I was so blind that I actually liked a bitch like you. Zhang Shui's pretty face instantly turned cold, her eyes were filled with anger, she gritted her teeth and said, I am the one who is blind. I have been slept with by you for a few years, and I have been fucked by a pig, but you are not as disgusting as me. The Zhang family did not realize their mistake at all, and even continued to abuse Lin Xiao. But Zhang Xinrong never spoke. When he realized that Lin Xiao's patience was about to run out, he stepped forward and said, Lin Xiao, let's meet at the Triumph building tomorrow. We need to have a good talk about this. That's not necessary. Lin Xiao said in a cold voice, you can do whatever you want. Let's see if your roguery and shamelessness can overcome the law. I think you want to be sent to prison as a whole family before you're satisfied. Zhang Xinrong said calmly, we dare to do this, so we have our own confidence. Lin Xiao, I advise you to meet tomorrow and have a good talk, so as not to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Okay. I'll go see you tomorrow and see how shameless you can be. Lin Xiao finally agreed, and then hung up the phone without hesitation, not wanting to have any more unnecessary arguments with the Zhang family. Xiao Lianxiang said sarcastically, at best, he can only bark like a dog. Anyway, my daughter can't let him ruin her no matter what she says. Zhang Shui snorted and said in disgust, Mom, please don't mention it again. It makes me feel sick. Why did I fall for such an irresponsible scum like him back then? He doesn't want to take responsibility, but our Zhang family is not easy to bully. Zhang Xinrong said calmly, let's continue to contact those companies that want to rent office floors. Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Shui both responded and continued to work. Lin Xiao returned to the yard with a gloomy face. At the same time, he felt furious and wanted to rush to Zhang's house and beat them up. He even wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he fall for someone like Zhang Shui back then? The evil consequences that I have sown cannot be shaken off even if I want to, it's like a dog's skin plaster. Brother, what happened? When Lin Xiao walked into the yard, he saw the little beggar pushing Lin Menghan not far away. They both heard the quarrel between Lin Xiao and Zhang Shui. Lin Xiao said irritably, it's okay. Lin Menghan hesitated for a while and said, Brother, have you and Zhang Shui's family fallen out? Lin Xiao hummed. Everything the other party did was always provoking his bottom line. It was no longer a matter of falling out, but he wished the other party would die. You and Zhang Shui have been together for many years. There's no need to make things so awkward. We just need to make some things clear to them. Lin Menghan said seriously, just tell them clearly that Dad didn't leave any inheritance. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then said, I said everything I should say, but they didn't believe me. If he hadn't taken the photo of the Triumph building, perhaps Zhang Shui's family wouldn't have bitten him to death. But he did not regret doing this. The more Zhang Shui's family made his life difficult, the more he wanted to make it so that they could not reach him. Lin Menghan didn't understand. The little beggar watched Lin Xiao walk into their house before asking, Can you tell me about your brother and Zhang Shui? Lin Menghan held his chin and thought, then told the little beggar about Lin Xiao and Zhang Shui's past. When my brother came back, Sister Tang, you know that he found out that Zhang Shui was engaged, so he went to find her immediately. Lin Menghan sighed and said, This shows that even though my brother has been gone for 3 years, he has never forgotten her. It's just that Zhang Shui has chosen someone else. The little beggar was silent for a while before saying, My lover has feelings for me, but I am not. Lin Menghan hummed, tilted her head to look at the little beggar, and said with a smile, Doesn't this give you, Sister Tang, a chance? The little beggar was obviously a little panicked. She didn't dare to look at Lin Menghan and muttered, Your brother is going to chase me away in a few days. It's okay. Mom and I won't let you go, so he doesn't dare to chase you away. Lin Menghan laughed and said, Brother doesn't have much say at home, so I still have more say. Looking at Lin Menghan's smug little face, the little beggar's eyes were filled with envy. During her childhood, she also had a period of carefree days like Lin Menghan, but since her parents passed away, she has suffered too much exclusion. Now Lin Menghan has her mother, Lin Xiao, to support her. But she had already been helpless and had struggled to crawl out of so much exclusion, but finally ended up in this situation. There are so many people who want her to die and disappear. Sister Tang, what's wrong with you? Lin Menghan asked, keenly noticing the little beggar's emotional changes. The little beggar came back to her senses and shook her head. She didn't want to talk about her past, so she changed the subject and said, It's cold at night, let's go back to the room. She has been sleeping in the same room with the Lin family recently, which makes it convenient for her to take care of Lin Menghan at night. It can be regarded as her repayment to the Lin family. Sister Tang, I heard that Shintangtang will hold a concert in Yunhai City in a month. You are also her fan. Do you want to go? On their way back to their house, Lin Menghan suddenly asked. The little beggar paused and said, I don't even have the qualifications to enter the concert. What's the point of going? Although she didn't know what had happened, the little beggar had begun to accept her current environment and was trying her best to integrate into the Lin family. She was not qualified and had no way to return to her previous position. If she shows up, she will inevitably reveal a huge conspiracy, and either she will die or someone else will die. Chapter 20 Car Accident. The little beggar is now alone and she has no ability to change her fate, otherwise she would not have fallen into her current situation. She was also afraid of having to reconnect with the past and eventually harming the Lin family, their home that could temporarily shelter her and give her a little warmth. As usual, the little beggar closed her eyes and waited until Lin Xiao changed the medicine for her before she dared to open her eyes, but she did not leave just like that. Is there something? Lin Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. The little beggar nodded and asked, do I have to leave your house now that I am well? Lin Xiao glanced at the other party and asked, wouldn't it be nice to return to your familiar environment? The little beggar lowered his head, his eyes filled with anger, helplessness, grievance, hatred, and other emotions, and then he said, they are the reason why I am what I am now. I am afraid that if I appear again, they will not allow me to appear. Don't you have anyone you can trust around you? Where are your parents? The person I trusted betrayed me, and my parents died in a plane crash when I was young. The little beggar said in a low voice. There was a hint of pity in Lin Xiao's eyes, and at the same time, the words his master had said to him at that time flashed through his mind. You can't go against fate. You'll know when you get down the mountain. As the old voice flashed through his mind, Lin Xiao frowned, and after a moment he said coldly, you must go. The little beggar's eyes turned red and tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, he lowered his head and left. Lin Xiao just glanced at him coldly, then packed up and went to sleep. No words were spoken that night. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao washed up, had breakfast, and took a taxi to Triumph Building. Because it was rush hour, there was a lot of traffic on the road and taxis were not moving fast, especially on the second and third ring roads, which were even more congested. When the taxi was still some distance away from the Triumph Building, it stopped completely. The driver said, brother, there seems to be an accident ahead. Why don't you get off here? It's not far away. Lin Xiao nodded when he heard that, paid the money and got off the car. Looking down the congested road, I saw a red Ferrari and a truck collided 500 meters away. When Lin Xiao approached, the enthusiastic people and the truck driver had already opened the deformed door and lifted a woman out. The woman was in a coma, her head was covered in blood, her white dress was stained red, and she was barely breathing. Where's the ambulance? The truck driver's face looked extremely ugly and his eyes were full of panic. The people around shook their heads. One of them said, it's rush hour now. The ambulance can't get in. She probably can't be saved. The other people also showed expressions of pity and sighs on their faces. Lin Xiao, who was planning to leave immediately, stopped after seeing the woman's face clearly. He had met the woman in front of him once before. She was his senior in the same school, but he had forgotten her name. Lin Xiao only remembered that the other party was a celebrity in the school at that time. He founded a jewelry company during college. When he graduated from college, he already had dozens of jewelry chain stores. Because she had done an excellent job in her studies and achieved success in her career, the school specially invited her to return to give a speech and share her experience. At that time, Lin Xiao was actually not interested, but Zhang Shui insisted on dragging him along. She was extremely beautiful at that time, and her appearance, temperament and ability conquered everyone. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lin Xiao had already walked up to the woman, reached out and lifted the wound in her long hair to check, and found that the wound was very large and deep enough to see the bone. There were some cracks on her skull, and looking at the Ferrari she was driving, the airbag did not deploy. Are you a doctor? The truck driver asked expectantly. After a quick inspection, Lin Xiao nodded in response. Everyone around him looked at him in surprise, and of course there were some who were skeptical. But Lin Xiao obviously had no intention of paying attention to them. He took out a silver needle and started giving acupuncture. 3 of the 9 silver needles were on the woman's head, another 3 were on 3 major acupuncture points on the carotid artery, and the last 3 silver needles were placed on the position where the woman's collar was torn slightly. The white scene made the men around look sideways. Lin Xiao took off his coat and covered her with it. When he stood up to explain the situation, he saw several nurses pushing a bed quickly towards him. Lin Xiao recognized the leader, it was Hanju whom he had met in the hospital. Hanju's face gradually turned cold when he saw Lin Xiao. He quickly stepped forward and scolded him, you moved the patient, didn't you? Lin Xiao nodded and said, I performed first aid and her condition has improved now. However, before sending her to the hospital for surgery, I advise you not to remove the silver needles from her body. Hanju sneered and said, this is the first time I've heard of acupuncture to stop bleeding. You just don't have any vision. Lin Xiao's words made Hanju's face turn pale. I warn you again, you must not remove the silver needle before she is sent for surgery. Both of her lungs have cracks, and her other organs have also suffered considerable damage. Lin Xiao did not hide anything because of Hanju's attitude and told him everything he had discovered. After hearing this, Hanju looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, but more of a doubt, suspecting that he was talking nonsense. But before Hanju could answer, Lin Xiao's phone rang. After he answered the call, he turned around and said, "I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." Saving people was just a matter of convenience, and Lin Xiao didn't have time to stay here and argue with Hanju. Hanju glanced at the bloody woman and ignored Lin Xiao, but when he checked that the woman's condition was stable, he really didn't dare to pull out the silver needle. Although he really didn't want to admit it, Lin Xiao did have some abilities. At least Mr. Zhao's condition has left many people in the hospital puzzled. Hanju and several nurses put the woman on the bed, then quickly walked out of the congested road, put her in the ambulance and left. When Lin Xiao walked to Triumph Building, he saw Zhang Shui and her family wandering outside impatiently. Shinzijue was also there at this moment, and he was accompanied by several burly men, who had cigarettes in their mouths and looked quite ruffian. "Here I come." Zhang Shui was the first to notice Lin Xiao approaching from a distance, and her impatient face gradually turned cold. The others followed her gaze. Lin Xiao quickly walked in front of the crowd, his eyes swept through them, and finally landed on Zhang Xinrong, and said coldly, "I'm here, didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk? Just say whatever you want to say." Zhang Shui said coldly, "Lin Xiao, since you are here, let's be clear today. Will you give me my share of the inheritance or not?" Lin Xiao smiled, but his face was full of sarcasm. "Don't you think my father left me an inheritance? Then treat it as one. But why should I share it with you? Why should I give it to you, Zhang Shui? Even if my father left 100 million, Zhang Shui and the others won't get a cent. You don't deserve it." Chapter 21, Attitude of Inviting People. No matter how Zhang Shui's family makes a fuss, Lin Xiao will not give them any benefits. It is wishful thinking to expect them to get what they want from him. Not to mention the 3 years of longing and dreaming, she had already chosen to let go when she returned. Later, Xiao Lianxiang went to his house to make trouble, and she had no intention of repenting. Since this family has done such a ruthless thing, Lin Xiao will not show any mercy to them. Lin Xiao. Zhang Shui's teeth were grinding and she swung the bag in her hand towards Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao raised his hand to catch it, and with a pull and a swing, he threw Zhang Shui's bag out, saying coldly, "What do you want to say? Say it now. I don't have time to waste time with you." Zhang Xinrong stepped forward to stop Zhang Shui, who was about to go crazy, and said seriously, "Lin Xiao, you have been together for several years after all, so you should not do some extreme things." Lin Xiao laughed angrily. "Although I didn't choose you in the end, you were still lovers after all, and your relationship was confirmed by both of our parents." Zhang Xinrong's tone was like that of an elder, and he continued, "You are a man. Even if my daughter didn't choose you in the end, you can't treat her like this. You still have to give her what belongs to her, just for the sake of your relationship over the years. Why are you talking to him?" Xiao Lianxiang said coldly, "We are just trying to take back what belongs to our daughter. What right does he have to stop us?" Lin Xiao's smile faded, and he said coldly, "Since you went to my house and beat up my mom and sister, I have completely cut ties with your Zhang family. I don't think I owe you anything." During the time he spent with Zhang Shui, Lin Xiao almost satisfied everything she wanted. As long as Zhang Shui had any requests, he would try his best to satisfy them and hold her in the palm of his hand, but the reality was that it made her more unsatisfied. "Is there nothing more to talk about?" Zhang Xinrong asked with a cold face. Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "What do you want to talk about? Just because I've been with her for more than 5 years, you want me to pay you 10 million as compensation? Is it inlaid with gold or diamonds? If it is, you should take your daughter to get an appraisal report to see how much it has been worn out in the past 5 years. I will pay you whatever the report says." Zhang Shui blushed when she heard this. Everyone present heard the sarcasm in Lin Xiao's words. Zhang Shui's parents also had gloomy faces. Shinzijue, who was standing aside, had the ugliest look on his face because he was now Zhang Shui's man. What's the difference between Lin Xiao saying this in front of him and saying that he is a rag picker? We didn't want to do this to the extreme. Zhang Xinrong's face was gloomy. He waved at Shinzijue and continued, "But since you want to make a fuss, then we will make a fuss. You must get back what you owe my daughter. At the same time, Shinzijue has a lot of foreign debts owed by your father. Shinzijua stepped forward, took out the debts one by one, and pointed at Lin Xiao provocatively. These are all debts owed by your father, and the total amount is close to 10 million. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He had been away from Yunhai City for too long, and he had no idea about the collapse of the Lin Group. But from the information he had come into contact with in a short period of time, the collapse of the Lin Group and his father's car accident made him feel that something was not right. The once glorious Lin Group had a total market value of around 2 billion. Why did my father happen to have a car accident, and the group owed so much foreign debt? Everything is so coincidental and so unreasonable. Are you stupid? Shinzijua sneered. Now we give you a choice. I'll give you 10 million, and you transfer Triumph Building to me and Zhang Shui. The debt you owe to Zhang Shui and your father will be completely cleared, and we will no longer have any intersection. Zhang Shui's family looked at Lin Xiao with a little pride, as if in their opinion, Lin Xiao could only do it according to their way and had no choice. The son pays for the father's debt, plus my compensation. You should thank Shinzijua, he also left you 10 million, we are not as shameless as you. Zhang Shui's face was full of sarcasm and contempt, as if their actions were fair and just, and Lin Xiao was selfish and shameless from beginning to end. You guys haven't woken up yet. Lin Xiao let out a long breath. He really didn't want to continue to get involved with this group of people in front of him whose worldviews were completely destroyed, but they kept pestering him, wearing away his patience bit by bit. Lin Xiao, this is your best choice. Shinzijua narrowed his eyes and sneered, if you don't do what we say, Zhang Shui will make your family live in peace. At the same time, with this pile of foreign debt, we also have the right to occupy the Triumph Building. Lin Xiao raised his hand and pointed at the closed door of Kaishan Building and said, you can try it, I will call the police without hesitation. Let's see who will suffer the loss, you or me. Shinzijua's face was gloomy. He raised his hand and said to the people he brought with him, break the door. Upon hearing this, the group of people quickly walked to the entrance of the building, took out a pair of large scissors, and cut off the large lock on the door. With a click, the Triumph Building was pushed open. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, Shinzijua and others walked into the Triumph Building. The decoration of the entire Triumph Building is very simple, but not shabby. After Zhang Shui walked in, her eyes flashed with some excitement, because in her opinion, this building would also have a share for her. The others were equally excited. Shinzijua had originally planned to buy the Yao Ri building, but compared to the Triumph Building in front of him, the Yao Ri building was a little bit not up to standard. Lin Xiao looked at them as they excitedly rushed into the building, his eyes were full of pity. He did not stop them, nor was he angry, because he would never let them succeed. What really made him angry was the shamelessness and roguery of Zhang Shui's family. Lin Xiao, call the police. We'll be waiting. Zhang Shui said with a sneer and provocation. Lin Xiao didn't waste any time and took out his cell phone to call the police, but at this moment, a series of sudden breaks were heard behind him. Then, one after another, iron-blooded soldiers, armed with guns, got out of the car in an orderly manner and surrounded the building. Zhang Shui and others were startled in their hearts. Seeing the iron-blooded soldiers armed to the teeth, they couldn't help feeling guilty. Shinzijua said with a guilty conscience, what's going on? Even if Lin Xiao called the police, it would be a civil dispute at most. It's impossible for it to cause such a big scene. The rest of the people also felt their scalps tingling, especially the few people brought by Shinzijua. At this moment, they lowered their heads with fear in their eyes. A man in his 60s walked through the iron-blooded soldiers, approached Lin Xiao and asked, are you Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao hummed and looked at the man in front of him, with some confusion and speculation in his eyes. Because the man in front of him looked a bit similar to the senior schoolmate he had just rescued. Come with me. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice and turned around, but after taking 2 steps he heard no movement behind him. When he stopped and looked back, he saw Lin Xiao still standing there. When you invite people, shouldn't you have the attitude of inviting people? Lin Xiao continued expressionlessly, if this is your attitude, you can leave. I won't go with you. Chapter 22, Failure. When Jiang Qingsang heard Lin Xiao's words, he looked a little more surprised. He turned back to him and smiled faintly, do you know who I am? Lin Xiao remained indifferent after hearing this. Having lived in the mountains for 3 years, he had seen too many people asking his master for help, and all of them were extremely powerful or wealthy. Every word he said was more domineering than the middle-aged man in front of him, but he still kept a low profile in front of his master and never showed off his status. Shinzijua stepped forward quickly, pointed at Lin Xiao's nose and cursed, "Lin Xiao, what's your attitude? Just look at the pomp and ceremony this gentleman brought out. Even if you are stupid, you know that his identity is not simple." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "No matter how noble his status is, do I have to be humble and subservient to his orders? I don't think I am inferior to him. Shinzijua, if you want to be his dog, you can ask him to accept you as his lackey." Shinzijua was touched by what he was thinking, but he did not show any embarrassment. He said respectfully to the middle-aged man, "This sir, he is a fool who refuses to be persuaded. You can just have someone teach him a lesson." Jiang Qingsan glanced at Shinzijua and said nothing. "Lin Xiao, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You can't afford to offend this gentleman." Shinzijua sneered. When Zhang Shui and others saw this scene, they looked at Lin Xiao as if he were an idiot. If any of them were present, they would probably come forward to ask or curry favor with Jiang Qingsan when they met him. If the other party had no ill intentions, they would be even more delighted. He will definitely not be as arrogant as Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is going to be in trouble. Zhang Xinrong said with pity on his face, "Look at the license plates of those jeeps. They are license plates from a war zone near Yunhai City. These people must be from that war zone." The others were all surprised when they heard this. Xiao Lianxiang sneered, "It would be best if he was shot dead on the spot. Then the Triumph building will belong to us." Zhang Shui also had the same expectation in her heart, expecting Lin Xiao to be taken away and never come back. At this time, Jiang Qingsan's cell phone rang. After he answered the call, he frowned. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Lin Xiao and said after a while, "What do you want in exchange for coming with me?" Lin Xiao's mind moved slightly, and he vaguely guessed that the effect of acupuncture on the senior sister was fading. There must have been a big problem at the hospital, so Jiang Qingsan suddenly appeared here. "Sir, there's no need to be polite to him," Shinzijua said respectfully with a hint of sarcasm, "just give this stupid country bumpkin a beating." Jiang Qingsan's face darkened. He grabbed Shinzijua's arm with his backhand and then threw him over his shoulder. With a bang, Shinzijua fell hard and felt severe pain all over his body. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue," Jiang Qingsan scolded coldly. Shinzijua turned pale with fright. Under the gaze of a group of iron-blooded soldiers, he was unable to stand up for a long time and his legs were shaking violently. "Mr. Lin, the matter is urgent, please come with me." This time, Jiang Qingsan's attitude became a little more respectful, without the previous condescending attitude. This surprised everyone around, including Shinzijua and Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui glanced at Shinzijua, who was so scared that his legs went limp, and then looked at Lin Xiao, who was respectfully invited. "I somehow feel like there's such a huge gap between the two of us." Lin Xiao knew that Jiang Qingsan was very anxious, so he did not continue to put on airs. Instead, he pointed at Shinzijua, Zhang Shui and others and said, "They want to occupy the building I took a photo of. Drive them all away." "I will go with you." Jiang Qingsan didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and had people drive Zhang Shui and others out. Then he arranged for people to guard the building and said in a deep voice, "Get out. If you forcibly occupy other people's private property again, you will bear the consequences yourself." Zhang Shui and others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They did not dare to stay and left in shame. Shinzijua got up in a panic and followed everyone away. Walking away, Zhang Shui watched Lin Xiao being respectfully invited into the car, her face full of reluctance and confusion as she asked, "Why did that person invite Lin Xiao to go? Why did he want to help Lin Xiao?" "I don't know," Shinzijua said with lingering fear, "but we definitely can't afford to offend that person. I'm afraid our wishful thinking this time can't go on." Xiao Lianxiang was unhappy when she heard this and said, "Shinzijua, do you mean that Kaishan building has nothing to do with us? Then what about those companies I contacted before? They are still waiting to see the office building." Zhang Shui also looked unhappy. Shinzijua smiled bitterly and pointed at the iron-blooded soldiers guarding the door of the building and said, "If they hadn't shown up, even if Lin Xiao called the police, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves with the connections I had made in advance. He made a lot of arrangements yesterday. In addition to purchasing Lin Xiao's father's foreign debt, he also contacted some powerful people in the local area and promised them a generous reward. So from the beginning to the end, Shinzijua was not afraid of Lin Xiao. According to his arrangement, no matter how Lin Xiao made a fuss, in the end Triumph Building would be acquired by him at the lowest price of 10 million. But Jiang Qingsang's sudden appearance made all his plans go awry. With his support, Shen Zizhuo became a person who could not make any waves. The frustration made him want to vomit blood. When Zhang Shui and others heard what Shen Zizhuo said, they realized how many arrangements he had made, but man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said angrily and unwillingly, Shen Zizhuo, he has the support of people from the war zone, why don't you also find someone from the war zone to support you? When the others heard this, they all looked at Shen Zizhuo, and the expressions on Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xingrong's faces were full of anticipation. Shen Zizhuo said with a twitch of his lips, Zhang Shui, you think too highly of me. My family's connections can at most intervene in some civil disputes, and some criminal disputes are also okay, but people in the war zone are definitely not people that our family can hire. Zhang Shui's face was filled with disappointment, and she said with disdain, Lin Xiao can do it, but you, Shen Zizhuo, can't. Are you worse than a piece of trash like him? If you're a man, don't say you can't do it. Shen Zizhuo looked unhappy. He also wanted to prove himself, but the reality was that it was really impossible for him to do so. When everyone saw Shen Zizhuo remaining silent, they knew that he really had no choice. Zhang Shui stamped her feet in anger and said, Shen Zizhuo, I really overestimated you. It turns out that you are not even as good as Lin Xiao. After saying that, Zhang Shui turned and left. Shen Zizhuo could only wake up and quickly chase after her, saying, Zhang Shui, I was useless this time, but you have to consider it for me. Not everyone can make friends with people in the war zone. Zhang Shui said nothing. How about this? Shen Zizhuo held Zhang Shui and said, after the people in the war zone leave, I will find a way to try again. Don't be angry now. It's my fault this time. Zhang Shui's expression eased a little. Shen Zizhuo felt aggrieved in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, to compensate you, how about I get you tickets for Shen Tangtang's concert? Zhang Shui's eyes lit up and she asked, really? It's absolutely true. Shen Zizhuo nodded and said seriously, she will come to Yunhai City to hold a concert in a month. The number of tickets is limited and they can be sold at a sky-high price. Good. Zhang Shui said, but you have to find a way to deal with Kaishan Building. Chapter 23, Wait for the bodies to be collected. Shen Zizhuo also wanted to take over Triumph Building, but the current situation was that he was powerless. He could only observe the situation slowly and then decide how to deal with Lin Xiao. The first thing is to understand the relationship between Lin Xiao and the man in the war zone just now. Damn it, it's really a ghost. Shen Zizhuo cursed in his heart, and at the same time he felt back to his college days, when Lin Xiao always stepped on his head. He felt disgusted and aggrieved. But said. Jiang Qingsang brought Lin Xiao to the hospital, and then went to the hospital conference room without stopping. When I pushed open the door of the conference room, I saw that in addition to Dean Zhu and Han Zhu, there were many doctors from the hospital, all of whom had serious expressions on their faces. At the same time, many CT images were projected on a wall in the conference room. Lin Xiao could tell which senior sister's physical condition it was after just a few glances. After Lin Xiao came in, everyone's eyes fell on him, but most of them looked suspicious and indifferent, and only a very small number of people were curious. How is my daughter doing now? Jiang Qingsang asked in a deep voice. Dean Zhu hesitated for a while and said, the effect of acupuncture stimulation is gradually losing its effect, but we have discussed it for a long time, but no one is sure. Jiang Qingsang's heart sank when he heard this, and he shouted, are you all trash? Dean Zhu and others were so frightened that they lowered their heads and dared not speak. In fact, it was not that no one dared to perform the operation. But the risk is too great, the probability of death is 80%. Whoever dares to take over this operation, if it fails, it means the death of Jiang Qingsang's daughter, many people will be implicated, and the person undergoing the operation will definitely be in a worse situation. For various reasons, no one dared to take this operation. The point is that Jiang Qingsang is too powerful. Mr. Jiang, I have already contacted the hospital's honorary vice president, Liu Hongji. He is the president of the city's Chinese Medicine Association and has a deep understanding of Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Dean Zhu continued respectfully with trepidation, since acupuncture can stabilize your lady's condition, Vice Dean Liu must have a better solution. As long as the condition can be stabilized, she can be sent to a large hospital in the provincial capital for surgery. The medical equipment in the provincial capital is more advanced, and there are also many doctors with excellent surgical skills. They will definitely be able to save your daughter. Jiang Qingsan's face remained gloomy, but he asked, what if you can't hold on halfway? Dean Zhu was silent. The rest of the people in the meeting room didn't dare to say a word and remained silent. Jiang Qingsan's face was filled with anger and murderous intent, but just as he was about to explode, Lin Xiao frowned and said, it's useless even if that old man Liu Hongji comes. His half-baked acupuncture research is not even up to par. The crowd was shocked. Han Ju stood up and scolded, Lin Xiao, don't think you can look down on others just because you are so capable. Liu Hongji is well known in Yunhai City and is much better than you. Lin Xiao just laughed. Dean Zhu glanced at Lin Xiao and said, we asked you to come here so that you can stabilize Miss Jiang's condition and wait for Elder Liu to arrive from the county town. Just do what you are supposed to do, the rest has nothing to do with you. Lin Xiao said indifferently, you think too highly of that old man. Miss Jiang's condition will only get worse if she delays treatment. I don't believe you don't know this. He's on the verge of death now, right? His blood has been infected by bacteria and is already showing signs of scurvy, right? His internal organs are also about to become inflamed, right? The series of questions left everyone speechless. Sending him to the provincial capital for treatment is just a way for you to shirk responsibility. Lin Xiao mercilessly exposed their little calculations and said in a deep voice, if someone dies in the hospital and dies on the way, the responsibilities you bear are completely different. When Jiang Qingsan heard Lin Xiao's words, his face became even uglier, and he even had the urge to strangle someone to death on the spot. Don't talk nonsense. Dean Zhu was a little lacking in confidence this time. Lin Xiao just laughed. You speak so confidently. We can't save people. Can you? Han Ju glared at Lin Xiao and said. The others seemed to have caught Lin Xiao's handle and questioned him coldly one by one. They simply thought that he was only good at talking big here and it would be useless if they really let him go. Lin Xiao waited for everyone to question him for a long time before he said calmly, I can save him. The whole place was dead silent. However, none of Dean Zhu and others believed Lin Xiao, and they all sneered at him in their hearts. Bang! The door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and Liu Hongji came in, looking tired and old. He walked in quickly and asked, what's the situation now? What do you need me to do? Dean Zhu was delighted when he saw Liu Hongji coming. He quickly stepped forward to support Liu Hongji and said, Old Liu, I've been looking forward to seeing you here for a long time. Please check the patient's condition and see if you can suppress the condition so that we can send him to the provincial hospital for treatment. Liu Hongji calmed his breath after hearing this and looked at the projection screen in the conference room. However, the more he looked at it, the uglier his expression became. Finally, under the expectant gazes of everyone, he said bitterly, you think too highly of me. Everyone was stunned. Dean Zhu pointed at Lin Xiao in disbelief and said, he is so young and he can suppress his illness. Old Liu, you have studied Chinese medicine and acupuncture for many years, how can you say such a thing? Liu Hongji looked in the direction that Dean Zhu pointed. When he saw Lin Xiao, his old face turned pale. At the same time, he said bitterly, Old Zhu, are you guys stupid? Everyone was puzzled. The one standing in front of you is arguably the youngest miracle doctor in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I have to bow down to him. You didn't ask him to help, but instead came to an old man like me who is only half-baked. You are really missing out on the big picture. Liu Hongji's words were like a blow to the head, leaving Dean Zhu and others dumbfounded. They all looked at Lin Xiao in horror and confusion. Before, they all thought that Lin Xiao was just bragging. They asked Jiang Qingsan to invite Lin Xiao over so that he could delay his illness and wait for Liu Hongji to arrive. They never thought that the young Lin Xiao could surpass Liu Hongji in medical skills. But Liu Hongji told them personally that he was not as good as Lin Xiao, which naturally made them feel outrageous. Even Jiang Qingsan was surprised, and looked at Lin Xiao with confusion and surprise. You don't have much time left now. Lin Xiao said calmly, the disease can't wait, you make the decision. Either I take action, or you wait to collect the body. Jiang Qingsan also saw the situation clearly, and said without hesitation, Mr. Lin, please do your best to save my daughter. Dean Zhu looked embarrassed, but he could only say respectfully, Mr. Lin, we just judged you by our own standards. Please don't take it to heart. If you have any requests, just ask. The attitudes of the others also changed 180 degrees at this moment. Even Hanju, who disliked Lin Xiao, was frightened and dared not say a word. Chapter 24 failed. Liu Hongji's attitude became the last straw that broke the camel's back for everyone. Originally, they were extremely disdainful of Lin Xiao. After all, in their opinion, a quack doctor, even if he had some inherited medical skills, could not be considered a respectable person. However, Liu Hongji, the honorary vice president of the hospital, was an old Chinese doctor who, in their eyes, had profound attainments in Chinese medicine and was so good that they could not even flatter him. At this moment, in front of everyone, he personally admitted that compared to a quack doctor, he was just a half-baked doctor. What were they? Everyone watched as Lin Xiao got dressed and entered the operating room, and Liu Hongji followed in as his assistant. The rest of the people could only look at each other in bewilderment from outside. Mr. Liu is actually willing to be the deputy. Is his medical skill really that great? Hanju asked, puzzled. He still didn't quite believe it, but the reality was right before his eyes and he had to believe it. The others didn't dare to say a word after hearing this. Now they could only wait patiently for the operation to be over. Jiang Qingsang was also waiting quietly outside. He had now entrusted his daughter's life to Lin Xiao. He had no idea whether he could save her. It's just that compared to others, he is better at hiding his inner thoughts. At this time, Zhao Rushuan came quickly from the end of the corridor in high heels, with panic and disbelief on her face. She walked in front of Jiang Qingsang, glanced at the operating room and asked, Uncle Jiang, Ruoqing. He is already receiving emergency treatment in the operating room. Jiang Qingsang said in a low voice. Zhao Rushuan felt inexplicably upset. Jiang Ruoqing was her best friend, and her condition also made her nervous. With red eyes, she asked, how confident are the hospital? Why not send her to the provincial hospital? I don't know. It's too late. Jiang Qingsang's answer was very concise, but everyone could hear the depression and a hint of hesitation in his tone. He lost his wife at an early age. Jiang Ruoqing can be said to be the apple of his eye and the only relative he has in this world. The person who least wants anything to happen to Jiang Ruoqing is him, her father. Zhao Rushuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Qingsang impatiently. Don't ask. It's annoying. This made Zhao Rushuan, who had a lot to say, completely speechless, and she could only wander outside the operating room. In the opinion of Dean Zhu and others, this operation would take at least 3 hours. If things did not go well, 5 or 6 hours would be normal. But an hour later, the lights in the operating room went out. Dean Zhu's heart skipped a beat, and the others also turned pale. According to Jiang Ruoqing's injuries, the operation ended in an hour, which seemed to mean that the operation had failed. What's with that look on your face? Zhao Rushuan keenly noticed that something was wrong with the expressions of Dean Zhu and the others, and asked tremblingly. Dean Zhu said bitterly and a little angrily, the operation failed. Jiang Qingsang stood up suddenly, his eyes became icy cold, and he asked in a deep voice, what did you say? Dean Zhu shrank his head, then pushed Hanju out. He was also frightened by Jiang Qingsang's aura, but he still said helplessly, Mr. Jiang, according to your daughter's injuries, this operation will take at least 3 hours, but now the operation has suddenly ended after 1 hour, which can only mean. That means the operation failed, right? The door of the operating room was pushed open, and Lin Xiao stepped out first. He looked at Hanju and asked. Facing Lin Xiao's gaze, Hanju said without fear, Lin Xiao, the operation has failed now, what else do you have to explain? After that, Hanju said respectfully to Jiang Qingsang, Mr. Jiang, the failure of this operation has nothing to do with our hospital. He was just being a hero. We tried to stop him before, but he insisted on doing it his own way. As these words came out, Dean Zhu also stood up and said with an unpleasant expression, don't talk nonsense. Our hospital naturally needs to bear a certain amount of responsibility. After all, Liu Hongji is also from our hospital, but he is the culprit. He didn't say it out loud, but everyone knew it in their hearts. The others were also people who followed the wind and did not want to be implicated in Jiang Qingsang's anger along with Lin Xiao. There was a lot of noise for a while, and most of the people were trying to shirk responsibility and push everything onto Lin Xiao. Zhao Rushuan and Jiang Qingsang still haven't recovered from the failed operation. Lin Xiao remained unmoved in the face of everyone's accusations, and even looked at everyone as if they were a clown. Until the bed was pushed out, Liu Hongji walked out with a tired face, but his voice was full of anger, and he questioned, "Who told you that the operation failed?" Mr. Lin's operation went smoothly. The noisy sound suddenly stopped. Hanju said in disbelief, "How is that possible? The operation takes at least 3 hours, there is no way it can be shortened to 1 hour, right? If you can't do it, then others can't do it either." Liu Hongji cursed. Hanju was speechless. Dean Ju walked forward to observe in disbelief, then gasped, his eyes constantly looking back and forth from Lin Xiao to Jiang Ruoqing on the bed. Lin Xiao took off his mask and white coat, and said to the surprised Jiang Qingsan, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." Jiang Qingsan let out a long breath, stepped forward and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "The operation was successful, why didn't you say anything? Isn't it interesting to see them acting like clowns?" Lin Xiao sneered, "They never took me seriously from the beginning. Even though Liu Hongji cleared my name, they still refused to accept it in their hearts." Dean Ju and others blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Xiao. Hanju lowered his head and hid behind the crowd at this moment. He was no longer shouting as loudly as before, and even hoped that others would not find him a bunch of rubbish. Jiang Qingsan glanced coldly at Dean Ju and the others and said, "You are useless except for shirking responsibility." No one dared to say a word. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "They are just a bunch of clowns. Mr. Jiang even sent your daughter to the ward. Although her operation was successful, she still needs some time for observation and recuperation." Jiang Qingsan responded and then left with the bed. Zhao Rushuan did not follow him, but walked up to Lin Xiao and said, "Jiang Ruoqing is my best friend, thank you for saving her." Lin Xiao hummed and prepared to leave. Zhao Rushuan stopped him and said, "Do you have time to have dinner together? I haven't thanked you properly for what happened to my grandfather last time, and you saved my best friend this time, so I must treat you to this meal." Lin Xiao had nothing to do now, so he agreed. The two left the hospital and came to a nice Western restaurant nearby. Zhao Rushuan ordered some dishes and then asked curiously, "Lin Xiao, you don't look very old, how come you are so good at medicine? I see you are not very old, why are you so rich?" Lin Xiao asked back. Zhao Rushuan opened her red lips, but before she said anything, she understood. She has the support of the Zhao family behind her, and Lin Xiao also has a certain force or master behind him. Chapter 25 Trouble. Although Zhao Rushuan understood, she was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's attitude. He could obviously speak nicely, but he always looked lukewarm. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and there are many people trying to curry favor with her wherever she goes in Yunhai City. But in front of Lin Xiao, she always felt suppressed and never received the halo that should have belonged to her. Although Zhao Rushuan felt unhappy, she did not say it out loud. After all, it was she who invited Lin Xiao to dinner. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Lin Xiao, on the contrary, did not feel embarrassed. After the dishes came, he ate slowly and leisurely, as if Zhao Rushuan did not exist. Just when Zhao Rushuan could no longer bear it and was about to explode, a young man dressed in branded clothes walked into the restaurant. He just glanced around the restaurant and then stopped at Zhao Rushuan. The young man walked quickly to Zhao Rushuan, smiled and said, "Rushuan, you are here." Zhao Rushuan looked up at the young man and said with disgust on her face, "Qi Yangshuor, are you annoying? Can you stop sticking to me like a dog skin plaster every day?" Qi Yangshuor didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he pulled a chair and sat near Zhao Rushuan and asked, "How is Jiang Ruoqing? What's your business?" Zhao Rushuan said coldly, standing up and saying to Lin Xiao, "Let's go. I'm annoyed by this guy." Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Qi Yangshuor glanced at him coldly and said, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, don't get so close to my girlfriend." "Who is your girlfriend?" Zhao Rushuan said with a sullen face, "Lin Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. He and I have nothing to do with each other. This has nothing to do with me, right?" Lin Xiao's words left Zhao Rushuan speechless, but he stood up and continued, "We finished the meal. As for your relationship with him, it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving first." Zhao Rushuan watched Lin Xiao leave, with a look of disappointment and contempt on her face. Qi Yangshuor crossed his legs and sneered, "He's a good guy, but he's such a coward. He doesn't even dare to say anything harsh." Lin Xiao did not stop because of his words, and left the Western restaurant at a leisurely pace. He has had enough troubles recently, and he is really not interested in taking on another rival because of Zhao Rushuang. Even though he was not afraid, he hated the troubles that came one after another. Zhao Rushuang frowned. She originally had a good impression of Lin Xiao, and it was only after he saved Jiang Ruoqing that she wanted to invite him to dinner and make friends with him. But Lin Xiao's cowardly look instantly extinguished Zhao Rushuang's desire to make friends with him. Such a coward! Qi Yangshuo withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiao, and then smiled at Zhao Rushuang and said, "Don't worry about that loser. Rushuang, I came to you this time because I have something good for you." "I'm not in the mood, and I'm not interested," Zhao Rushuang replied coldly. Hearing this, Qi Yangshuo didn't take it seriously, but smiled and said, "Are you sure?" "Sure. Definitely." Zhao Rushuang was about to leave, but Qi Yangshuo's next words made her stop. "Do you know what good news I'm talking about? Haven't you always wanted to meet Shen Tangtang? I've already contacted her agent, and they will come to Yunhai City in 10 days. Qi Yangshuo looked at Zhao Rushuang, who turned around with a half smile, and continued, "I have already made an appointment to meet her." Zhao Rushuang asked incredulously, "Really? Does it feel like I'm lying to you? I'm not as thick-skinned as that guy just now." "I, Qi Yangshuo, feel so sorry for this guy." Qi Yangshuo laughed. "Come to me in 10 days. After saying this, Zhao Rushuang went to the hospital. When she entered the ward, she saw that Jiang Ruoqing had woken up. "Dad, if I have a chance, I would like to meet the person who saved my life." Jiang Ruoqing's voice was weak, but full of gratitude. Zhao Rushuang said disdainfully, "Ruoqing, what's so good about him? At most, he is good at medicine, but other than that, he is useless." Jiang Ruoqing looked up and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Zhao Rushuang told Lin Xiao that she had invited him to dinner, and Qi Yangshuo had scared Lin Xiao away with just a few words. "Don't say I look down on him," Zhao Rushuang said calmly. "For people like him, it's enough to just give them some benefits. There's no need to make close friends with them." Jiang Ruoqing responded, but she was still curious and grateful to Lin Xiao. Even though Zhao Rushuang spoke ill of Lin Xiao, she still decided to meet him in person and thank him when she felt better. After all, she is not a heartless and ungrateful person because she saved his life. "Girl Zhao, I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings about him." Jiang Qingsang and Lin Xiao had not been in contact for a long time, but he handled it calmly every time, and it was not as bad as Zhao Rushuang said. He has met many young people, but very few of them can be as calm as Lin Xiao. Faced with the difficulties and instigation of many people in the hospital, he either remained unmoved or, once he spoke, he could silence the people in the hospital. Just based on this ability and bearing, Jiang Qingsang looked up to Lin Xiao. "Uncle Jiang, this is not the first time I have come into contact with him." Zhao Rushuang said firmly, "I know people like him who come from the lower classes very well. It's better for you to let Ruoqing have less contact with him, otherwise he will definitely find a way to ask for more benefits." Jiang Qingsang had no interest in arguing with a little girl, so he ignored her. Jiang Ruoqing's ideas are completely different from Zhao Rushuang's. At first she just wanted to meet Lin Xiao out of curiosity and gratitude, but her father's words made her more determined to meet Lin Xiao. Because there are very few people who can receive such high praise from her father. When Lin Xiao returned home, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He looked around and soon discovered that there were some strangers around his yard. This made him frown slightly, as he didn't seem to have offended anyone recently. The only ones who were in a bad mood were Zhang Shui's family and Shen Zizhua. After being shocked by Jiang Qingsang, Lin Xiao knew that neither Shen Zizhua nor Zhang Shui's family would dare to make trouble for a while. Then this group of strangers wandering around his house were most likely coming for the little beggar. Lin Xiao did not say anything, but pushed the door open and walked in. When he entered the yard, he saw a strange woman coming into their house. "Elder brother!" Lin Menghan shouted crisply, and everyone in the room naturally looked at Lin Xiao, and the strange woman also looked at him. Lin Xiao stepped in and his eyes fell on the strange woman. The other person was in her 20s and had an average appearance, but the long skirt she was wearing and the shoulder bag she brought were both worth quite a bit of money, and it was obvious that she came from an extraordinary family. The woman also looked at Lin Xiao, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, but she still smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, "Hello, my name is He Xiaowen, and I'm Tantan's friend." Chapter 26 Ignorance. He Xiaowen briefly introduced herself, and then said, the purpose of my visit this time is to bring Tang Tang back. Thank you for your care these days. In return, I have prepared a reward. After saying that, Xiaowen took out a check from her bag and placed it on the table. The string of zeros surprised Lin Xiao's mother and sister. 1 million, what a generous sum. While Lin Xiao was talking, he picked up the check on the table, which made Xiaowen's eyes even more contemptuous and disdainful, but she didn't show it on her face. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found Tang Tang. The little beggar stood there without saying a word, but her slightly red eyes showed that she was in a bad mood. Brother, our family can't accept this money. Lin Menghan said. Mother Lin also said, give the money back to Xiao Tang. Although our family is in financial difficulty, this amount of money is too much, not to mention that Xiao Tang has worked hard for our family. When the little beggar heard what Lin's mother and Lin Menghan said, his eyes became even redder and mist welled up in his eye sockets. It's better to take the money. Xiaowen said calmly, this money is to draw a clear line between your family and Tang Tang, so that you don't have to try to establish a relationship with her when you see her in the future. These words made Lin Menghan and her mother frown slightly. They regarded the little beggar as a friend, but Xiaowen seemed to insist that they draw a clear line between themselves and the little beggar. It was as if they were saying that if the little beggar had any connection with their family, they must have ulterior motives. Lin Xiao smiled, looked at the little beggar and asked, Tang Tang, right? Since your friend is here, I can't stop you from leaving. But the wound on your face will take a few days to heal. Don't you plan to wait a few more days before leaving? Don't bother Mr. Lin about that. Xiaowen said calmly, Tang Tang, leave with me, and I will naturally find a better doctor to treat her facial injuries. Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaowen and said calmly, did I ask you? A hint of anger appeared on Xiaowen's face. Tang Tang, if you don't trust me, you can follow her now. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, put the check in his hand on the table, and continued, if you don't want to go with her, no one can take you away, not her, not even the group of people outside the yard. Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. The little beggar also stared at Lin Xiao in a daze, but she quickly came to her senses and said with her head down, Brother Lin, thank you for taking care of me these days. I have decided to go with her. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and asked in a serious tone, are you sure? Although he didn't know what had happened to the little beggar, the wound on her face and the group of people who wanted to capture her last time were not easy to deal with. What's more, Xiaowen in front of him and the group of people wandering outside the yard also did not give Lin Xiao any good impression. The little beggar hummed and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised his hand and pointed at the gate of the yard, saying coldly, you can go now. And take the check with you. My family will be restless if we take this dirty money. Xiaowen's face darkened and she said coldly, what do you mean? Lin Xiao just laughed. Just when Xiaowen was about to explode, the little beggar stood up, grabbed her, and said, let's go. Xiaowen could only suppress her anger and glared at Lin Xiao before saying, let's go. It would be better if you don't want the money, but I advise you, if you meet Tang Tang next time, don't try to build relationships with her so as not to embarrass yourself. The two men walked to the gate of the yard. The little beggar stopped, bowed slightly to the three people in the house to express his gratitude, and then left. Lin Xiao said coldly, remember to close the door. Bang! After Xiaowen went out, she slammed the door shut, causing dust to fall on both sides of the door. Lin Menghan bit her red lips and said, brother, is Sister Tang gone just like that? Will she come back? Since she had the car accident, Tang Tang has been her only friend besides the old man of the Chen family. Although they had only been together for a few days, Tang Tang's departure still made her feel particularly sad. I guess he won't be able to come back. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He could vaguely feel that if the little beggar left this time, he would not be any better off unless he died. I'm afraid what she is about to face is not what she wants, but a more cruel reality. What do you mean? Brother, do you know something? Lin Menghan asked, hearing something was wrong. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I have something to go out for, Mom, you don't have to wait for me, go to bed first. After saying that, Lin Xiao walked out the door. Xiaowen took the little beggar into a car. After the car was far away from Lin Xiao's yard, she complained, you two, why didn't you inform me when something happened? I thought you were really busy and didn't have time to contact me. Shen Tangtang remained silent without saying a word. It's not that she didn't contact Xiaowen, but she did contact him, but He Xiaowen's number was hijacked at that time, which almost got her arrested again. But He Xiaowen didn't know all this. Never mind. Seeing that Shen Tangtang didn't want to talk, He Xiaowen could only change the subject, and said with disdain and anger, "The guy surnamed Lin just now was really arrogant. If he hadn't saved you, I really wanted to slap him twice." The silent Shen Tangtang said, "Brother Lin is actually quite good." Although Lin Xiao was always indifferent to her, he was much nicer than the people she met during her escape. He Xiaowen said incredulously, "You actually said he was good? Shen Tangtang, when did you become so discerning that you actually thought that a low-level guy like him was good? Chen Tangtang, don't simply think he is good just because he helped you. He doesn't know your identity. If he knew who you are, he might have bad thoughts about you, and might even kill you, do you know?" He Xiaowen expressed her regret, but Shen Tangtang made her own judgment. She is no longer the Shen Tangtang who believed whatever others said. After experiencing too much darkness, Shen Tangtang has long understood that the most terrifying thing in this world is not ghosts, but the human heart. Just then, the car drove into a luxurious manor. He Xiaowen took Shen Tangtang out of the car and walked towards the villa in the manor. On their way, Shen Tangtang looked around and asked, "Xiaowen, when did your family buy such a luxurious manor in Yunhai City?" He Xiaowen shook her head and said, "This is not our family's business. After I learned about your situation, I contacted your agent, and he asked me to bring you here." Hearing this, Shen Tangtang's pretty face stiffened slightly, and her steps paused. "What's wrong?" He Xiaowen asked puzzledly. Shen Tangtang said with mixed emotions, "Didn't I ask you to contact Sister Yu?" He Xiaowen didn't understand why, and said, "How can I contact Sister Yu? I can only contact her through your agent." Later, he said that we don't need to bother Sister Yu, and he will send someone to take you to see Sister Yu. He just asked me to bring you here, and he will take care of the rest. He said nothing will happen to you. Shen Tangtang's heart was cold. Chapter 27 Trap. He Xiaowen's words made Shen Tangtang feel desperate. She wanted to run, but when she glanced around, she saw a group of burly bodyguards. Their eyes fell on her intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, she knew that she was finished. What's wrong? He Xiaowen felt Shen Tangtang's petite body trembling and asked with concern. Shen Tangtang forced herself to calm down and said, "It's okay, let us go." He Xiaowen thought she was just excited, so she didn't think too much about it. When the two entered the hall of the villa, they saw a man with a scar on his face looking at them with a smile. There were many people around, and Shen Tangtang knew them all without exception. Because she would never forget the appearance of these people, even if they turned into ashes, she would still be able to point them out one by one. There was no hatred in Shen Tangtang's eyes, but fear, and even her petite body began to tremble violently. He Xiaowen was also shocked when she saw the people in the villa, who all looked ferocious. "Shen Tangtang, we meet again." The scarred man stepped forward and said with a smile, "You are really good at hiding, making it difficult for us to find you." Shen Tangtang unconsciously exerted force on He Xiaowen's 5 fingers, causing the latter to feel pain. "You are the people Yuan Hongjun asked to pick up Tangtang, right?" He Xiaowen suppressed her inner fear and looked the scarred man in the face and questioned him. Yuan Hongjun has been Shen Tangtang's agent since her debut. He has always been exceptionally capable and has arranged everything for Shen Tangtang properly. Shen Tangtang's current achievements are inseparable from the contribution of Yuan Hongjun. Yes. We are the ones who are here to pick up Shen Tangtang. The scarred man laughed and said, "But we are here to see her off." What's the meaning? He Xiaowen didn't understand, but Shen Tangtang trembled even more violently, biting her red lips and asked, "Why are you doing this? If it's for money, you can help me, I?" The scarred man waved his hand and said sarcastically, "Shen Tangtang, don't you understand now? Yuan Hongjun has already found a substitute for you, a substitute who can be ordered around by him. Your bank card and all your assets are now his. And you are just redundant in this world. If you hadn't ruined your appearance, you would still have some value in living. But now that you've been disfigured, you've completely lost all value. Only when you die can Yuan Hongjun be at ease to enjoy everything you have brought him." After hearing these words, He Xiaowen felt cold all over. She was completely dumbfounded. She had never expected the situation to be like this. Shen Tangtang said self-deprecatingly with despair, "I want to see Yuan Hongjun. I treated him well before, why did he do this? He said he didn't want to see you as a monster, so let us just deal with it." The scarred man reached out and lifted Shintangtang's chin, looking at her face which was mostly wrapped in medical gauze, and said with a click of the tongue, "If people knew that the peerless queen who had been popular for 3 years had her appearance ruined and finally died, I wonder how many people would mourn for you. Tang Tang, I'll take you away." He Xiaowen finally came back to her senses. She took Shintangtang's hand and walked quickly towards the door. But when she pushed open the door, she found a dozen burly bodyguards standing outside, blocking their way out. He Xiaowen finally got scared. Shintangtang now became quiet instead. She turned to look at the scarred man and said, "Master Dao, let He Xiaowen go, and I'll give you my life." The scarred man laughed and said, "That won't do. She must die here today. Otherwise, if the news gets out, I won't be able to explain to Yuan Hongjun." He Xiaowen said angrily, "If you dare to touch me, my parents will not forgive you, and the He family in the provincial capital will definitely cut you into pieces." The scarred man stepped forward, raised his hand and slapped He Xiaowen fiercely, mockingly, "He family. Your He family is nothing in this dispute." He Xiaowen's cheek was swollen from being beaten, and blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth. She was really scared this time. Looking at the desperate situation around her, Shintangtang really hoped that Lin Xiao could be here at this moment, just like last time, to take her away from the group of villains. At the same time, she regretted in her heart that when Lin Xiao asked her, she was still determined to leave with He Xiaowen. But it's too late to regret now. The scarred man casually took out a sharp dagger from his waist, handed it to Shintangtang, and said lightly, "Shintangtang, I will give you 2 choices now. One is to kill yourself and I will burn your body. The second is that I will throw you 2 into the fire and let you die." Shintangtang stretched out her trembling hand to grab the dagger. He Xiaowen looked at this scene in despair, but was powerless to do anything. Just when Shintangtang's fingertips were about to touch the dagger, Lin Xiao's voice rang out. "You want to touch my patient, but I don't think you have my consent yet." Shintangtang's eyes were filled with surprise. The scarred man's face darkened, and he glanced around, staring at the door and yelled, "Who is it? Come out if you dare." Bang! The man with the scar heard a muffled sound behind him. He looked over and saw a young man jumping down from somewhere and standing behind him with a cold expression. "Brother Lin," Shintangtang said in surprise. He Xiaowen's face was full of disbelief. The man with the scar didn't understand, but she saw it clearly. Lin Xiao jumped down from the 2nd floor of the villa. He was unharmed despite falling from a height of several meters. However, the shiny tiles under his feet were shattered into pieces. "Come over." Lin Xiao waved towards Shintangtang, but when she walked towards Lin Xiao, the dagger in the scarred man's hand suddenly slashed towards her neck. If she was really scratched by him, Shintangtang would definitely die. But when the dagger was only an inch away from Shintangtang, the scarred man's hand suddenly stopped. Lin Xiao grabbed his arm with one hand and kicked the scarred man on the leg. With a bang, he fell to the ground with both legs. The scarred man endured the severe pain in his legs, and shouted at the people around him, "What the hell are you all standing there for? Kill him for me." The people around him came to their senses, drew their daggers and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao kicked the scarred man away, knocking down many people. At the same time, his figure was like a ghost, rushing around the crowd, and every punch and kick could cripple a person. Shintangtang stared at Lin Xiao blankly, her heart beating very fast. An unprecedented sense of security freed her from her previous fear and despair. He Xiaowen's red lips were so big that an egg could be stuffed into them. Everyone could see the shock on her face. When the scarred man saw Lin Xiao, who was like a ferocious beast, murderous intent surged on his face. He took out an exquisite pistol from his body and shot at Lin Xiao without hesitation. Bang bang bang. The moment the gunshot rang out, Lin Xiao's body had already reacted to dodge, but he was caught off guard and was still hit in the thigh. Although the bullet did not hit the bone, the bloody hole still made Lin Xiao frown slightly, and the severe pain slowed down his movements a little. Chapter 28 Collapse. In fact, according to Lin Xiao's strength, he should not have been hit by the bullet, but the problem was that he was fighting with someone, and he didn't expect that the scarred man was carrying a gun. You have to know that we live in a society with strict gun control now, and anyone who privately possesses guns will be prosecuted. A variety of factors led to Lin Xiao being hit by a bullet. When the scarred man saw Lin Xiao being hit by a bullet, he grinned and planned to pull the trigger again. Shintangtang finally reacted and suddenly blocked the muzzle of the gun. "You little bitch, if you're looking for death, I'll give you a ride first." The scarred man pulled the trigger without hesitation. Swish! A flash of cold light passed by, and the sharp dagger pierced the scarred man's palm. The severe pain caused the muzzle of his gun to lose its accuracy, and it flew out, brushing against the side of Shintangtang's head. At the same time, Shintangtang was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling. He Xiaowen could not bear it even more. After eating her, she also collapsed on the ground, and water dripped down her long skirt. She had been spoiled since she was a child, but she had never experienced such a bloody and brutal scene. The shock to her was really too great. After a moment, except for Lin Xiao, everyone present had their tendons in their hands and feet broken, and no one could stand up. Then he walked up to Shintangtang and said, "Let us go home." There were only 3 words, but they made Shintangtang feel mixed emotions. She reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and stood up. Lin Xiao took Shintangtang out of the villa, and he Xiaowen got up in a panic and followed. After leaving the villa, Lin Xiao called the Chen family and briefly explained the situation there. Old man Chen agreed to help him finish the job. After he Xiaowen was out of danger, she said goodbye to Shintangtang, saying that she was going back to the family, and asked Shintangtang if she wanted to go with her. Shintangtang finally shook her head. One thing was that she didn't want to continue to drag down He Xiaowen, and the second was that Lin Xiao gave her a sense of security she had never had before. Watching He Xiaowen leave, Shintangtang still held Lin Xiao's arm and asked, "Don't you want to ask anything?" Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "It has nothing to do with me." He was not interested and did not want to know too much. The reason he saved Shintangtang was because of his master's instructions. He didn't stop He Xiaowen from taking Shintangtang away before, because he knew that it would be useless if he said anything. When I got home, Lin Menghan and her mother were already asleep. Lin Xiao took Shintangtang back to his room, and then took out a lot of things. Shintangtang thought he was going to change her medicine. But when Lin Xiao took off his pants, Shintangtang was shocked, but when she saw the bloody hole on his thigh, she said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Shintangtang, then picked up a knife and said, "Cut the meat and take out the bullet." Shintangtang was completely stunned, and subconsciously took the knife, but her hands were shaking. Lin Xiao used a silver needle to seal the pain in his thigh and the blood vessels, then raised his head and said, "What are you standing there for? Do you want me to go to the hospital to remove the bullet?" Shintangtang came back to her senses, but she trembled and said, I'm afraid." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at the other person and said, "You're afraid of me, right? What are you afraid of?" If the location wasn't inconvenient, he would be too lazy to bother Shintangtang and could take out the bullet himself. Under Lin Xiao's urging, Shintangtang still clenched her teeth, cut open the wound and took out the bullet. Although she had never done such a thing before, her hand holding the knife was very steady. It took 10 minutes to remove the bullet, and naturally, it was inevitable to touch some places that should not be touched, which made Shintangtang's pink ears red and her eyes full of shyness. Lin Xiao didn't react much. After taking out the bullet, he sprinkled medicine and bandaged the wound himself. When the silver needle was removed, the pain still hit his heart, making Lin Xiao frown. At this time, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. He answered the call and asked, "What's the matter?" Mr. Chen's solemn voice came from the phone, saying, "Those people are all dead." Lin Xiao was stunned and asked, "All dead?" "Yes, all of them were killed by slitting their throats." Old Master Chen said in a heavy voice, "Mr. Lin, I don't know who you have offended, but you'd better be careful. The other party is too ruthless and is not someone you can easily mess with." Lin Xiao hummed, glanced at Shintangtang, and then asked, "Who are they?" Elder Chen was silent for a while before he said, "The Blood Killing Alliance is a very well-hidden assassination gang. Basically, every larger city has their base. Their people are dead. Even if our Chen family handles it very cleanly, if they don't report back within 7 days, the Blood Killing Alliance will send out stronger people." Lin Xiao listened quietly to what Old Man Chen said about the Blood Killing Alliance. In the end, he was very sure that after he left, someone killed Scarman and others on the spot. The purpose was to anger the Blood Killing Alliance so that they would hunt him down to his death. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao rubbed his brows. He knew that he had gotten into trouble because of Chen Tangtang, and he still felt a little resentful towards his master in his heart. "I'm sorry," Shintangtang said in a complicated tone, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Lin Xiao glanced at Shintangtang and said, "It's none of your business. Let me change the medicine for you." When your wound is healed, I will personally send you back. Shin Tangtang wanted to say something, but Lin Xiao had already reached out to remove the bandage on her face and said, "Stop talking nonsense, I saved you because you are still my patient now." The bandages on her face were peeled off one by one. Shin Tangtang did not see any hideous and rotten scars through the mirror, only her face that was healing. This made her, who had a lot to say, stunned, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Xiao replaced the new medicine, pushed Lin Menghan out of the room and said, "The wound should be fully healed in 2 days." Just as Lin Xiao said. 2 days later, Shin Tangtang's appearance was completely restored, and her skin was as white as jade, and it felt unreal when she touched it. Even now her appearance is more stunning than before the accident. When Lin Xiao saw Shin Tangtang, who had recovered her appearance, and then recalled the first time he saw her as a little beggar, he felt that they were worlds apart, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Even though Shin Tangtang was wearing Lin Menghan's simple casual clothes at the moment, it was still touching. Her beauty is like a lotus that has just bloomed. "Okay," Lin Xiao said with only gauze left, "it's time to send you back." Shin Tangtang only then came back to her senses from her recovered appearance, and looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression and said, "Can I continue to stay here?" "No." Lin Xiao refused without hesitation. Shin Tangtang pouted her red lips, and tears of grievance slid down her fair cheeks, making people feel pity. Lin Xiao said impatiently, "Don't you know how much trouble you are carrying? If you stay in my house, you will harm my family sooner or later." Shin Tangtang sobbed softly, "But I have nowhere to go, and you don't even know what happened to me." Chapter 29 Old People. Shin Tangtang wasn't talking nonsense, she had almost nowhere to go now. There was no one around her that she could trust anymore, and it felt as if there was no place for her in the entire world. Tears kept flowing down her fair cheeks, instantly soaking her clothes. It seemed as if the tears would never stop flowing, which made people feel distressed. Lin Xiao's original firm decision was shaken at this moment, and he was a little flustered in his heart. He wanted to comfort Shin Tangtang, but he didn't know what to say. "When I was very young, my parents' plane crashed on a long-distance flight, leaving me alone and helpless, and I was ostracized in the family." Shin Tangtang revealed her childhood memories bit by bit while crying, and Lin Xiao was stunned after listening to her. He originally thought that Shin Tangtang had only encountered difficulties for a short period of time, but now he realized that although she seemed fragile, she had actually experienced more and endured more than him. Lin Xiao couldn't harden his heart in the end, but still asked, "You followed your friends, don't you just want to go back? If you have any difficulties, I can help you once." But at this moment, Shin Tangtang threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms and said, "I want to leave because I don't want to implicate your family. I'm afraid that if I stay, it will hurt you." Lin Xiao hesitated for a while, but still patted Shin Tangtang's back to comfort her, letting Shin Tangtang's tears wet his shirt. At this moment, once Shin Tangtang's emotions were released, it seemed that she could no longer control them, and she couldn't stop crying. Before, she was in despair, without anyone to rely on, and was always in a state of nervous tension, like an overly frightened animal, showing all her thorns to everyone around her. These days at Lin Xiao's house, Lin Menghan and her mother helped her to slowly put away the thorns on her body. 2 days ago, due to her stubborn choice, she was brought back from danger. Only then did her dark world see a glimmer of light. Shin Tangtang's crying became louder and louder, and no matter how Lin Xiao tried to comfort her, it was useless. Lin Menghan and Lin's mother both came over after hearing the noise. "Brother, why are you bullying Sister Tang?" Lin Menghan raised her pink fist angrily. She felt very disappointed when Shin Tangtang was leaving a few days ago. When she came back later, neither she nor Lin's mother mentioned that matter, as if they had returned to the starting point. Lin Xiaotan spread his hands and said helplessly, "It's none of my business. You are the one who bullies me." Shin Tangtang punched Lin Xiao a few times and said, "You insist on driving me away. If you are not bullying me, what are you? You are bullying me." It seems like blaming, but also like acting coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Lin Menghan pinched her waist and glared at Lin Xiao. If she hadn't been sitting in a wheelchair, she would have gone up and bit him hard. "Xiaotang, with Auntie here, this kid can't do anything." Mother Lin comforted her, "If he chases you away again, Auntie will take care of him." These words fell into Shin Tangtang's ears, but made her cry even harder. Having suffered so much, the experiences of the past few months have made her see through human nature. Compared with all that darkness, This short sentence from Lin's mother brought her the warmth she had never felt in these months. Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless, because Shin Tang had shed too many tears, and if she took off her t-shirt, she would probably be able to wring out water. Seeing this, Lin's mother asked Lin Xiao to comfort Shin Tang, and then pushed the angry Lin Menghan away. Lin Xiao was overwhelmed and had no idea what to do with Chen Tang. Shin Tang cried for several hours, as if she was completely venting the excessive pressure she had been bearing alone. After venting, she fell asleep in Lin Xiao's arms. Since Lin Xiao met Chen Tang, he has been carrying out his master's instructions and has never thought about learning about Chen Tang's past and experiences. But tonight, Shin Tang's loud crying exposed the wind, and he suddenly felt like he wanted to know her life experience and past. What tortured her like this? What has enabled her to not suffer a mental breakdown despite the inhuman torture and to persevere until now? Lin Xiao wanted to send Shin Tang back to the room, but as soon as he moved, Shin Tang seemed to be frightened. She was still crying even in her sleep, and her arms around him tightened. This left Lin Xiao with no choice but to let Shin Tang do what she wanted. Early morning. Shin Tang woke up from a deep sleep, her long eyelashes moved, and before she opened her eyes she could feel a steady and rhythmic heartbeat entering her ears. At the same time, a warm masculine scent wafted into her nose. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself still lying in Lin Xiao's arms, but his t-shirt was gone. In an instant, her pure and pretty face, which had just healed, turned red and hot. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man. However, she got up carefully and found that Lin Xiao did not wake up. She breathed a sigh of relief, put on a mask with a red face, and hurried out of the house. Lin Xiao opened his eyes only after she left. He was embarrassed by Shin Tang. In fact, when she woke up, he noticed it while he was half asleep. When Lin Xiao washed up, changed his clothes and went out, he saw that Shin Tang had already prepared breakfast. Her cooking skills were very good. Since Shin Tang came, Lin's mother and Lin Menghan have rarely gone to the kitchen. Shin Tang almost took care of all their housework. She didn't look spoiled at all, but rather like someone who came from a hard life. Last night, although Shin Tang was still wearing a mask, the blush spread to her pink earlobes, and it could still be seen that she was very shy, not to mention that her eyes dodged and she didn't dare to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "What happened last night?" "I don't know anything about last night, don't think too much about it." Shin Tang heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. "Brother, I've been in your room all night, and you don't know anything about what I'm saying." Lin Menghan was pushed out by Lin's mother, and said with a smile and a hint of ridicule, "A single man and a single woman, I don't believe it." Shin Tang, who had recovered, became shy again after hearing this, and the red rime on her swan-like white neck spread to her collarbone. Previously, this location was covered with rotten scars, but now it is intact and there is no trace of scars, which looks very beautiful. Lin Xiao was also made very embarrassed, but fortunately Mr. Chen arrived and eased the embarrassment. "Mr. Lin, these are the medicines you asked me to give you before." Mr. Chen asked someone to put the herbs on the table on the side of the room. Lin Xiao nodded, finished his breakfast, and went into the kitchen carrying the herbs. Lin Menghan knew that the medicine was for her leg treatment, and her face became more excited. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandpa Chen." Old Master Chen laughed and said, "Xiao Meng, how about you be my granddaughter?" Lin Menghan looked at her mother hesitantly, then tilted her head and said with a smile, "Grandpa Chen, what are the benefits of being your granddaughter?" Old Master Chen seemed to have expected her to say that, and he took out 2 concert tickets with a kind smile, which made Lin Menghan exclaim when she saw them clearly. Chapter 30 Research Results. Mr. Chen has been with Lin Menghan for a long time, so he naturally knows what Lin Menghan likes. She has mentioned many times that if her legs are healed, she will make a lot of money, and when her family environment is improved, she will go to see Shin Tang's concert in person. How about it? Become Grandpa Chen's godson, and the 2 tickets to Shin Tang's concert in Grandpa Chen's hand will be yours. At this moment, Mr. Chen looked like an old man who kidnapped a child, and even Mother Lin was amused. Ever since Lin Xiao came back, their house is no longer shrouded in gloom as before. With the addition of Xiao Tang, Old Man Chen and Lin Xiao, the family seemed to be injected with new vitality. Lin Menghan reached out and grabbed the concert tickets, then complained, "Grandpa, why are there only 2 tickets? Where are my brothers?" He didn't directly agree to Master Chen's request, but his words made Master Chen laugh out loud and he said, "Grandpa, I'll find a way to get another one. Lin Xiao came out of the kitchen and said, "No, I'm not interested in the concert." Lin Menghan was surprised and said, "Brother, are you really not going? Let me tell you, Shintantan's songs are very nice, and she is very, very beautiful. She is the national goddess." Lin Xiao applied the warm black ointment on Lin Menghan's legs and said calmly, "Not interested. Brother, you definitely don't know how popular Chen Tangtang is. Since her debut, she has captured the hearts of all men, women, young and old in China. She has even become famous abroad and is recognized as the peerless queen." Lin Menghan seemed dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's evaluation of her idol and kept talking, but she didn't see any expression on her brother's face. She was so angry that she hit Lin Xiao a few times. Shin Tangtang on the side recalled how Lin Xiao looked when he saw her true appearance last night, and he didn't seem to have any expression of surprise, which meant that he was really not interested. At the same time, he didn't know anything about himself. Lin Xiao applied the medicine to Lin Menghan and said, "Your legs will feel itchy these days, but you must not scratch them, understand?" When it came to business, Lin Menghan nodded obediently and listened quietly to Lin Xiao's instructions. "Brother Lin, don't you know Chen Tangtang?" Chen Tangtang asked with some trepidation. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said, "Do I really have to know her? Does she have 2 heads or 6 arms?" When Shin Tangtang heard this, her cheeks bulged slightly with anger, but they were all under the mask, but you could still see that the mask was slightly bulging. She also went up and hit Lin Xiao a few times and said, "You only have 2 heads, and you have 12 arms." Lin Menghan smiled and said, "Sister Tang, are you acting like a spoiled brat?" Shin Tangtang blushed and went to the kitchen to clean up. Lin Xiao ignored them and walked out of the yard with Old Man Chen. Then he asked, "How are your investigations on my father's old friends going?" Old Master Chen asked someone to take out a document from the car and gave it to Lin Xiao, saying, "Among those people, a large number of them followed Song Liangzi, the former vice president of the Lin Group. I don't know much about Song Liangzi, but after your father's car accident, he left the Lin Group and re-established a new group. The business is the same as that of the Lin Group, and he took most of the employees with him. In addition, all the former clients of the Lin Group have been taken away by him. Now the scale of his group has exceeded that of the former Lin Group. It is said that it will be listed soon. Once it is listed, the scale of the group will probably be several billion to tens of billions." As Lin Xiao looked through the information above and listened to what Old Man Chen said, his face became increasingly cold. The simple information has revealed that Song Liangzi is closely related to the collapse of the Lin Group. Then Song Liangzi probably knew something about his father's car accident. Old Master Chen waited for Lin Xiao to sort out his thoughts. After he closed the information in his hand, he said, "Song Liangzi's Wanxian Group wants to go public, but it still lacks an opportunity. This opportunity has a lot to do with the Yunhai City war zone. As long as he wins the long-term drug supply order for the war zone, once Wanxian Group goes public, it will surely usher in large-scale capital investment, and he will be considered successful." Lin Xiao's eyes were cold as he said, "I will stop him." Old Master Chen did not find it strange. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is actually not difficult for you to do, because Jiang Qingsan is the regional war king of the war zone, and you just happen to save his daughter. He will definitely sell you out for this honor, and even let you get a long-term contract order from the war zone." Lin Xiao was slightly startled, and asked in surprise and astonishment, "War king?" He is actually a war king with tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. When he first met Jiang Qingsan, Lin Xiao knew that his identity was not simple, but at that time he just thought that he should have some authority and never thought that he was actually the war king of the Yunhai City war zone. No wonder the people in the hospital didn't dare to take responsibility. If the war king's daughter died in their hospital, I'm afraid everyone in the hospital would be punished, and no one would be an exception. Although Lin Xiao had seen many people with terrifying identities, they were all his master, and he himself did not have much contact with them. Jiang Qingsan was definitely the first person in a high position that he had come into contact with and had an intersection with. "I thought you knew." Old Master Chen laughed dumbly, then patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Spending more time with his daughter will only benefit you in your development in Yunhai City." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "It's really difficult for me to try to please him, and I can't afford to lose face for my master." There were many people who were scarier than Jiang Qingsan, and they all treated his master with great respect, but his master basically ignored them. Although Jiang Qingsan was extremely powerful in Yunhai City, he felt that if Lin Xiao deliberately tried to please him, it would be embarrassing for his master. Old Master Chen didn't know who Master Lin Xiao was, but these words surprised and shocked him. "Grandpa Chen, take me to a place to find someone." Lin Xiao didn't want to mention Jiang Qingsan, but planned to find an uncle in the file who had been very kind to him but was now in a very poor state. Mr. Chen did not refuse and left with Lin Xiao. Soon, the car was parked outside a construction site, and Lin Xiao asked Mr. Chen and others to leave first. He walked into the construction site alone, looking for the person who doted on and loved him like his father 3 years ago. Finally, a man with untidy beard, smoking a cheap cigarette, and wearing simple clothes was found busy at work at a construction site. Next to the man was a man in a suit, with neatly combed hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Pang Jianming, are you tired of working on the construction site in the wind and rain this year?" The man in the suit pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and continued with a smile, "Why are you so stubborn? You don't want the great wealth and glory, but insist on living like a dog at the bottom." Chapter 31. Fuck him. It's been so long, don't you understand? Cooperate with Wanxiang Group, Wanxiang Group's equity plus a generous amount of funds, and when the company goes public, you will also be the envied CEO of Yunhai City. As long as you are willing to hand over the research materials, Wanxiang Group will transfer a sum of money to you immediately. You can put on a suit again and make those people around you who looked down on you, humiliated you, and trampled on you regret it. No need to suffer in the wind and rain just for a meal. The man in the suit tried to persuade him kindly, but Pang Jianming just kept working and ignored him. Seeing this, the man in the suit gradually ran out of patience. He raised his foot and fiercely kicked him in the waist, knocking him to the ground, just like kicking a stray dog, and said coldly, "You are shameless, right?" Pang Jianming patted his clothes and stood up. He looked at the man in the suit and sneered, "Go back and tell Song Liangzi that my answer is that I will not walk the same path as a beast. If he wants the research data of the Lin Group that he has worked so hard on for many years, he can only dream about it." After saying that, Pang Jianming spat on the man in the suit's face. The fishy smell made him gag. "You're looking for death." The man in the suit wiped the spit off his face, roared, and called a group of young men from the construction site. They all stared at Pang Jianming with unfriendly expressions. Pang Jianming seemed to be used to it. He glanced at the people around him and sneered, "Let's fight if you dare. I'll kill you one by one." One of the young men came up the mountain and taunted, "We can fight in a group, who the hell would fight one-on-one with an old man like you?" Pang Jianming cursed, "What a bunch of shameless people. Stop talking nonsense and go get him. As long as you don't kill him, Wanxiang Group can afford to pay any amount of money." The man in the suit spoke in a deep voice, and the young men around him did not waste any time and rushed forward to attack Pang Jianming. Pang Jianming threw away the tools in his hand, bent slightly, and prepared to start. This kind of thing happens every now and then, and he has long been accustomed to it, so his hand movements are particularly skillful. But at this moment, a figure blocked his way. Pang Jianming was startled, and then he heard Lin Xiao's gnashing voice scolding him, "If you want to touch my Uncle Pang, I will destroy you." Pang Jianming's eyes flushed as he asked, "Lin Xiao, you're back." Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Pang Jianming, saying bitterly, "Uncle, I'm back late." Pang Jianming wanted to say something, but he saw a young man kicking Lin Xiao in the back. With a bang, his eyes turned red and he shouted angrily, "Lin Xiao! Follow your uncle to kill them." Lin Xiao took the kick head on, but was totally hurt. Instead, the young man was shocked and took 2 steps back. Seeing that Pang Jianming had already rushed forward, he didn't waste any words and rushed forward together. Pang Jianming rushed forward and pounced on the man in the suit, pinned him to the ground, and beat him to death, completely ignoring the fists and kicks from the people around him. He withstood the punches and kicks from the people around him, making the man in the suit scream in pain. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't just watch Pang Jianming being beaten by so many people. He was more skilled, so he rushed forward and swept his leg across, sweeping away several young men who were beating Pang Jianming, and then he knocked one down with one punch. In a short while, the man in the suit was covered in bruises and swollen face, and the young men around him were knocked down by Lin Xiao alone. Pang Jianming slapped the man in the suit hard and cursed, "You son of a bitch, I've been wanting to get you for a long time. Today I'm going to beat you to death. Pang Jianming, do you dare? Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Brother Pang, Master Pang. I was wrong." At first, the man in the suit still threatened Pang Jianming, but later he was beaten so hard that the pain became unbearable, and the people around him were knocked down by Lin Xiao. He finally got scared and begged for mercy. Pang Jianming vented his anger for a long time before letting the man in the suit go, shouting, "Get the hell out of here." The man in the suit and a group of young men at the construction site were so scared that they scattered everywhere. Pang Jianming waited until everyone left before spitting out a mouthful of saliva, taking out a wrinkled cigarette and handing it to Lin Xiao, laughing heartily, "It's fucking cool." Lin Xiao felt particularly sad. Pang Jianming is his father's sworn brother and one of the founders of the Lin Group. He used to be very gentlemanly and gentle, but now he is like a country peasant. When he fights, he is completely different from his past self. Pang Jianming pulled Lin Xiao out of the construction site, ordered some food and 2 bottles of beer at a nearby restaurant, and then explained the affairs of the Lin Group to him. It was similar to what Mr. Chen said. Song Liangzi was secretly planning to set up his own business, but Pang Jianming was in charge of research and development and could not interfere at all. By the time Pang Jianming realized it, it was too late. The Lin Group had already collapsed. Fortunately, Pang Jianming destroyed all the research materials in advance, but secretly kept them on a hard drive. At first Song Liangzi thought that the data was really destroyed by the furious Pang Jianming. Later, someone secretly told him that Pang Jianming was bullied and humiliated at the construction site. After Lin Xiao heard the whole story, his hatred for Song Liangzi grew even stronger. "Damn it, Song Liangzi, that beast. If it weren't for your dad, he would still be a small salesman now." Pang Jianming cursed, "I supported him, but I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Your dad shouldn't have promoted him back then. He is a ruthless and ungrateful person." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Uncle Pang, I plan to rebuild the Lin Group." Pang Jianming was startled, somewhat surprised, and somewhat helpless, and said, "Forget it. Now that beast Song Liangzi is very powerful, the reconstruction of the Lin Group will definitely attract his sniping. I'm afraid it's not as easy as you think." Lin Xiao shook his head and said seriously, "I must rebuild the Lin Group, and I must also knock Song Liangzi off the altar and make him return to having nothing." Pang Jianming looked Lin Xiao up and down for a moment and said, "Are you serious?" Lin Xiao hummed. "Damn it. Get him?" Pang Jianming didn't waste any words. He picked up the bottle and gestured to Lin Xiao, grinning and said, "Uncle Pang has only 1 life left, so I'll go crazy with you." Lin Xiao picked up the bottle, clinked it with Pang Jianming, then tilted his head back and drank it in big gulps. Wanxiang Group. The man in the suit told the details of the construction site with a bruised face. In front of him sat a middle-aged man with a square face and a hooked nose. After listening, he frowned and asked, "Lin Xiao is back?" Well, not only did Mr. Song come back, he was also very skilled. He knocked down more than a dozen people. Song Liangzi lit a cigarette, thought for a long time, and said, "Help me arrange a dinner party, and send an invitation letter to Lin Xiao's family, inviting him and his family to attend. At the same time, contact the best orthopedic specialist in the province for me. Once the orthopedic specialist arrives, the dinner will begin." The man in the suit responded respectfully. "That's right." Song Liangzi suddenly said, "By the way, contact Zhang Shui and her boyfriend Shen Zizhua and invite them to the dinner together." The man in the suit was puzzled, but agreed anyway and turned to make arrangements. Chapter 32 Doctor-Patient Relationship. Lin Xiao told Pang Jianming that he had taken the photo of the Triumph building. After hearing this, the latter almost choked to death. He looked at Lin Xiao with wide eyes in disbelief. "Uncle Pang, the Triumph building is now in your hands. If you need startup capital, you can use the building to mortgage a sum of money at the bank." Lin Xiao explained everything he could think of at the moment, and then said goodbye to Pang Jianming. Pang Jianming watched Lin Xiao leave with a dazed look on his face. Originally, Lin Xiao was determined to rebuild the Lin Group, so he had already decided to put his pride aside and go to his former acquaintances to borrow money, even if he had to kneel down to get enough funds for Lin Xiao. However, he didn't expect that others had already made the preliminary preparations and he just had to show his skills. Pang Jianming smiled and murmured, "I haven't seen you for 3 years. The little guy has changed a lot." When Lin Xiao was heading home, a jeep stopped and Jiang Qingsan stepped out of the car. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I was planning to go to your house to look for you, but I didn't expect to meet you on the road. Is there something wrong?" Lin Xiao asked puzzledly. Jiang Qingsan nodded slightly and said, "My daughter has woken up. She wants to see you and thank you in person for saving her life." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, no need. She is my senior classmate. I took her open class that year. I saved her without expecting to be thanked for anything. Jiang Qingsang opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation, saying, you should say these words to my daughter in person. I have spoiled my daughter, and as a father, I have never been able to refuse her requests. Lin Xiao still wanted to refuse, but seeing Jiang Qingsang's determined expression, he finally swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It was not because of Jiang Qingsang's identity, but because Lin Xiao saw that even if he refused now, Jiang Qingsang would still think of other ways. He was already the war king of Yunhai City, and being able to personally invite Lin Xiao was already a great honor. Jiang Qingsang sent Lin Xiao directly to the door of the ward, but he did not follow him in. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and walked into the ward. Jiang Ruoqing also looked at him at the same time. Her clear eyes were full of curiosity. A smile appeared on her pretty face and she said, you are Mr. Lin, right? Lin Xiao hummed and said, you should just call me Lin Xiao. You are still a senior student 1 year older than me. Jiang Ruoqing was surprised and smiled softly. She pushed aside her long hair and said, it turns out to be my junior fellow student. I didn't expect that our school could have a junior fellow student like you with such superb medical skills. Lin Xiao didn't know how to respond to this. Should he ask him to praise himself or belittle people from the same school? Lin Xiao, thank you for saving me. Jiang Ruoqing restrained her smile on her delicate face and said very carefully and seriously. No need. Lin Xiao said, just help each other as we are from the same school. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Jiang Ruoqing was startled when she heard this, feeling a little strange. She asked with a somewhat annoyed tone, do you hate me so much? Or am I so ugly now that you can't even stay with me for one more second? She thought she was quite popular, especially with the many men around her. If they were her junior classmates from the same school, they would want to use this relationship to stay with her for a while longer. But Lin Xiao just came in and said a few words, and was in a hurry to leave, which made her wonder if she looked ugly after recovering from a serious illness, which made Lin Xiao not want to stay with her any longer. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Ruoqing and said seriously, you are very beautiful, even more beautiful than when you were in school. Jiang Ruoqing's originally pale face flushed slightly after hearing what Lin Xiao said. She couldn't help laughing and said, it's beautiful, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Xiao said perfunctorily, I have something to deal with. I don't believe it. Jiang Ruoqing smiled and said playfully, if you really have something to do, why would you come to see me? You just don't like me, so you want to leave now, right? Lin Xiao helplessly spread his hands and said, can I say that your father brought me here by force? Jiang Ruoqing laughed even more happily when she heard this, and said, it seems that my dad likes you very much. He used to not allow other people of my age to have too much contact with me, and you are the only exception. Lin Xiao is not so narcissistic. In the following period of time, Jiang Ruoqing kept looking for topics to talk about, but Lin Xiao's answers were always very perfunctory. But Jiang Ruoqing didn't care and still smiled happily, which made Lin Xiao like her more. The reason why he was not very fond of Jiang Ruoqing was also related to Zhao Rushuan. Lin Xiao glanced at the time and felt that it was about time, then he said, Senior, it's getting late now, I really have to go back. Jiang Ruoqing looked obviously disappointed, but she also knew that she couldn't force Lin Xiao to stay. Let me give you acupuncture to speed up your recovery. Lin Xiao said. Jiang Ruoqing was surprised and asked, can you speed up the recovery of wounds? Lin Xiao nodded in response. Okay. I was supposed to lie here for a month or two. If you can let me get out of bed early, I'll be your girlfriend. Jiang Ruoqing said with a smile. Oh, forget it. Lin Xiao shook his head and refused. My master warned me not to use the skills he taught me to satisfy my own selfish desires. Jiang Ruoqing chuckled and said, it's not you who asked this, it was me who asked this. Just be my trial boyfriend. If you do well, I will make you my official boyfriend. How about that? Lin Xiao shook his head firmly. Jiang Ruoqing is the daughter of King Zhan. If he made such an outrageous request for medical treatment, it would probably affect his confrontation with Wanxian group if people knew about it. Jiang Ruoqing had no idea how many times Lin Xiao had rejected her today. For a moment, she was so competitive that she said, it's decided. Lin Xiao was speechless for a while, secretly sighing that Jiang Ruoqing and Jiang Qingsang had exactly the same temper. I didn't agree. Lin Xiao shook his head and changed the subject. Senior sister, this time the acupuncture needs to be performed on your back, so you need to take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoqing's pretty face turned red, which was even more touching than the previous blush, with a bit of charm and a bit of shame and anger. If you find it difficult, forget it. Seeing this, Lin Xiao explained, but I still need to explain that the relationship between doctors and patients is not as dirty as you think. It's just that you can't accept it. I won't make it difficult for you. You just need to rest in the hospital for about 2 months and you will recover. Jiang Ruoqing blushed and said, 2 months is too long. I didn't have any wild thoughts. You are the one who got it wrong, right? Lin Xiao was speechless. Turn around. Lin Xiao had his back to Jiang Ruoqing and could hear the sound of clothes rubbing against skin. When Jiang Ruoqing said okay, he decided to turn around. But the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xiao looked and saw Zhao Rushuang standing at the door holding an incubator. Zhao Rushuang saw Jiang Ruoqing lying on the bed with her shirt off. She asked in disbelief, Ruoqing, what are you doing? Jiang Ruoqing seemed to be frightened as well and pulled the sheet up to cover her upper body. Chapter 33, Unreasonable. Neither Lin Xiao nor Jiang Ruoqing expected Zhao Rushuang's sudden appearance. Jiang Ruoqing explained with blushing cheeks, explaining that Lin Xiao wanted to give her acupuncture to help her recover from her wound. After hearing this, Zhao Rushuang became even more angry. She pointed at Lin Xiao's nose and cursed, Lin Xiao, you are so good. You rely on your medical skills to do such a dirty thing. Lin Xiao frowned. He felt that no matter how he explained, Zhao Rushuang would not listen. Jiang Ruoqing hurriedly explained, he didn't. Zhao Rushuang was so disappointed that she said, Ruoqing, don't be silly. He is just trying to take advantage of you by treating you. You're still trying to defend him. You're just being sold out and counting money for him. Lin Xiao was speechless for a while. Zhao Rushuang gnashed her teeth and said, luckily I arrived in time, otherwise you would have taken advantage of me. From the first time I saw you, I felt that you were not a good person. A fellow like you who has never seen the world will stop at nothing once he has the opportunity to climb up the ladder. But I didn't expect you to be so dirty as to resort to such means. Lin Xiao, I'm telling you. You can't even think of touching Ruoqing while I'm here. You'd better give up the idea of doing anything bad to her. After a scolding, Zhao Rushuang pushed Lin Xiao out of the ward and slammed the door shut. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, turned around and left the hospital. Zhao Rushuang sat on the hospital bed angrily, staring at Jiang Ruoqing and said, did your brain get damaged in this car accident? How dare you believe such nonsense as his? Jiang Ruoqing rolled her eyes at Zhao Rushuang and said, you think too much. Jiang Ruoqing put on her coat again, but when she was buttoning it, Zhao Rushuang reached out and grabbed it, saying angrily, if he sees this, he will eat you up. Jiang Ruoqing blushed and opened her hand, quickly put on her clothes and said, this is a hospital, even if he wants to, he doesn't dare. Don't underestimate a man when he goes crazy. Zhao Rushuang said as she put the thermal box aside. Jiang Ruoqing was too lazy to argue, so she could only change the subject and ask, have you investigated the matter thoroughly? It's not that easy to check. Jiang Ruoqing shook her head and said, the car dealership that sold you the car has been transferred. The previous owner went abroad. He probably knew that your car would have an accident, so he packed up and ran away in advance. Jiang Ruoqing frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, the other party should be going after my dad. After all, the battle between war zones is about to begin. This time the main battlefield is set in Yunhai City, which already makes many war kings unhappy. Zhao Rushuang curled her red lips and complained, so you're not stupid. Why did you get so dizzy just now and believe what that brat said? Jiang Ruoqing did not answer this question, but said, Yunhai City is just a city of neither size, but my father won the home court qualification, which is unusual. I am afraid that someone deliberately targeted my father, and my accident is also related to this matter. Zhao Rushuang asked, do you have a crush on Lin Xiao? Jiang Ruoqing hummed, but quickly reacted and blushed, why are you asking such nonsense? Zhao Rushuang rolled her eyes and said, Uncle Jiang won't agree to marry a poor boy like him. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. And he's so filthy, don't have any contact with him. Zhao Rushuang never had a good impression of Lin Xiao. When she heard that Jiang Ruoqing had developed a crush on him, she really didn't know what kind of drug Lin Xiao had given Jiang Ruoqing. My dad seems to admire him very much. That's just what you think, I don't think so. When Lin Xiao returned home, his face darkened when he saw Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xingrong in the house. Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xingrong also noticed Lin Xiao, but they smiled. Xiao Lin is back. Xiao Lianxiang spoke with a smile, as if she had returned to the attitude she had towards Lin Xiao 3 years ago. He stepped forward and tried to hold Lin Xiao's hand, but was pushed away. What are you doing in my house? Lin Xiao asked with a cold face. Hearing this, Zhang Xinrong pointed at the fruit on the table and said, "We are here to apologize. It was her fault that your mother-in-law caused trouble last time, so we came here specially to apologize this time." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother said, "It was just a misunderstanding last time. It's okay." Lin Xiao sneered and said, "No need to apologize, just take your things and get out." After all, Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang only did it because of Jiang Qingcang. They knew they couldn't get anything good from him, so they had to use soft tactics. Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang both looked unhappy. Mother Lin scolded at this time, "Lin Xiao, who told you to be so rude? After all, they are the elders." Lin Xiao frowned and said, "Mom, they don't have good intentions at all. I will take care of this matter." Mother Lin glared at Lin Xiao and said. Lin Xiao didn't say much after hearing that. Seeing this, Lin's mother said to Zhang Shue's parents, "Sister Xiao, Brother Zhang, the child is not very sensible, please don't blame him." Zhang Xinrong smiled and said, "It's okay. It's normal for young people to have bad tempers. Besides, we had a deep misunderstanding before. Now we are here to clear it up. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you." Lin's mother also came from a noble family. She was very polite and did not neglect Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xinrong. But the more this happened, the more Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xinrong felt that they were cheating Lin's mother. After talking for a while, Zhang Xinrong slowly said, "Xiao Peilan, we have apologized for what happened last time." Xiao Peilan is Lin's mother's name. Xiao Peilan hummed and said, "The misunderstanding between our two families ends here." Zhang Xinrong shook his head and said, "It is true that we were wrong to hit her, but we should talk about the fact that your son and my daughter have been in a relationship for so many years. You can understand why my wife is angry. After all, our daughter has been abused for so many years, and the man has not taken any responsibility." Xiao Peilan didn't know how to answer for a moment. If your daughter had been abused for so many years, could you let the man go unpunished? Zhang Xinrong asked in a low voice. Lin Xiao's face turned cold instantly, and he scolded, "Don't bring up my sister. I never said I wasn't responsible for Zhang Shui, but when I came back, she was already engaged to Shen Zizhua. Didn't you agree to this?" Zhang Xinrong seemed to have anticipated what Lin Xiao would say. He said calmly, "Your condition was so serious at the time, and there was no news for 2 years. We couldn't bear to see our daughter sad day and night, so we agreed to let her be with Shen Zizhua." Lin Xiao laughed angrily and said, "So, am I being unreasonable?" Xiao Lianxiang nodded calmly and said, "It's your fault. So unreasonable. All 3 views are destroyed." Lin Xiao felt sick to his stomach and wanted to slap the 2 men to death. He suppressed his anger and said, "Whatever you say is what it is. I am too lazy to argue with you, but you can leave now. You are not welcome in our house." Chapter 34 Strong. Zhang Shui's parents didn't think they had done anything wrong at all. In their opinion, the fault was always Lin Xiao's. If there had been no news of Lin Xiao for 3 years, their daughter would not have been with Shen Zizhua. If Lin Xiao had come back and voluntarily compensated their daughter, things wouldn't have become so awkward. It's all Lin Xiao's fault. After all, although they seem to be here to negotiate peace, it is actually driven by interests. "Lin Xiao, we came to your house today to seek justice for our daughter. If you can't give us justice, there will be no end between our family and yours." Xiao Lianxiang's face turned pale, and she scolded coldly, continuing, "The last time I hit someone was just the beginning. Although I was impulsive, I can't let my daughter be ruined by you for so many years in vain." Lin Xiao laughed angrily. They just insisted that Zhang Shui had been dating him for several years, and that was the only thing they could say. But during those years, he never treated Zhang Shui's family unfairly and was wholeheartedly devoted to Zhang Shui. He did not feel that he had ever treated them unfairly. On the contrary, it was Zhang Shui, after several years of relationship, who came back and hurt him with the most bloody words, having long since discarded the feelings he had once given her. Xiao Peilan said, "Sister Xiao, brother Zhang, our family is also at fault in this matter, but now Zhang Shui has found a good family, why do you have to entangle with her? Does that mean my daughter deserves to be ruined?" Zhang Xinrong asked angrily. Xiao Peilan remained silent. Seeing that there was no point in continuing to argue, Lin Xiao asked in a cold voice, "Just tell us what you want us to do. Don't engage in verbal battles. We all know who is right and who is wrong." Zhang Xinrong snorted and said, "Are you saying that our family is not in the right? If you die, my daughter will be a widow for you. You two haven't even been engaged, why should my daughter be a widow for you?" Lin Xiao once thought that his relationship with Zhang Shui would not last forever, but he still firmly believed that the relationship could last, but reality slapped him hard in the face. What forever? Zhang Shui and Shen Zizhuo have been together for only 2 years. If he had waited a few more years, their son would probably be old enough to help with the housework. His sincere feelings for Zhang Shui were like being thrown away by her to feed the dogs. Lin Xiao, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Lianxiang said impatiently, "It's useless to keep arguing. Now my family will give you 2 choices. The first is that you go and get my daughter back and make her change her mind." Lin Xiao sneered and said, "Don't even think about it. I won't accept a woman who has betrayed me before. In my opinion, there is no woman who is not worth my efforts. Even if she turns over a new leaf, I still can't accept it." Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang seemed to have guessed that Lin Xiao would say this, and quickly put forward the second condition, which was to ask Lin Xiao to compensate her daughter for the loss of her youth since she followed Lin Xiao in college. This condition is also the purpose of their interview. All the means used at the beginning were for the purpose of sharing the benefits, but the hard methods didn't work, so this time they tried the soft method. In short, they would not give up until the goal was achieved. "After all, you are here for money," Lin Xiao said coldly with impatience on his face. Zhang Xinrong said calmly, "It's not for money, it's to seek justice for my daughter. You can also choose to reconcile with my daughter. In that case, our 2 families will be one, and naturally there will be no such things." Lin Xiao was really disgusted by them. If his mother had not allowed it, he would have slapped them on the spot. "Xiao Peilan, Lin Xiao is immature. As a mother, you can understand us, right? You decide what to do." Zhang Xinrong said this to force Xiao Peilan to make a decision. They already knew that forcing Lin Xiao would be useless. He also said more than once that they would not get a penny of Lin's father's inheritance. Xiao Peilan stopped Lin Xiao from scolding her, looked at the 2 of them calmly, and said after a while, "Although our Lin family is in decline now, the daughter-in-law of the Lin family must be loyal to her husband. Since Zhang Shui is already engaged to someone else, our Lin family will not accept such a daughter-in-law." These words made Lin Xiao feel relieved. He was really afraid that his mother would force him to win back Zhang Shui. "Are you saying that my daughter is promiscuous?" Zhang Xinrong's face turned cold. Xiao Peilan shook her head and said, "I didn't mean that. I just said the requirements that a daughter-in-law of the Lin family should have." "That sounds nice." Xiao Lianxiang sneered and said sarcastically, "You are also a widow now. Can you guarantee that you will not find any other man in the future?" Lin Xiao's chest was filled with anger again. Xiao Peilan just responded calmly with a single word, "Yes." However, Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang obviously scoffed at her words and did not believe them at all. Xiao Peilan did not continue to dwell on this matter and said, "There is no need to talk about my son and Zhang Shui getting back together. As for the compensation you asked Zhang Shui for all these years." Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang both looked serious. This was where they wanted Xiao Peilan to express her opinion. She never fulfilled her duties as a future daughter-in-law. She did not even attend Lin Xiao's father's funeral, and she did not take care of Lin Xiao's sister when she was hospitalized after a car accident. Xiao Peilan's words made Xiao Lianxiang and Zhang Xinrong feel a little guilty, and they argued, "My daughter is not your nanny. Why should I take care of your daughter? Why should I go to your husband's funeral? Yes. Your daughter is not our nanny, so why should we compensate you?" Xiao Peilan smiled and asked, "You want to ask for compensation for Zhang Shui? What is her status? Is she the future daughter-in-law or something?" Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang were speechless for a moment. Lin Xiao stared at his mother blankly. His mother, who had always been gentle and weak, seemed to have the spirit of a woman from a wealthy family today. He didn't know much about his mother's family, and Xiao Peilan had never taken him back there. Lin's father never mentioned Xiao Peilan's parents' family, and the family seemed to have deliberately avoided similar topics. Zhang Xinrong frowned and said, "My daughter used to be Lin Xiao's girlfriend. Is your girlfriend your future daughter-in-law?" Xiao Peilan asked again. Zhang Xinrong was speechless again. Xiao Lianxiang scolded, "In the final analysis, your family just refuses to compensate." Xiao Peilan said calmly, "As long as you admit that Zhang Shui is our Lin family's future daughter-in-law, our family can give her the compensation. But has she ever assumed the responsibilities that a future daughter-in-law should have? If she has, our family should compensate her, but has she?" Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang were upset, but they found that the word reason did not hold water at all. Lin Xiao picked up the fruit bag on the table, threw it out of the gate, and sneered, "Can you get out now? Take the garbage with you, we don't collect garbage." Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxiang's faces turned pale, as if they had just witnessed the last time Lin Xiao went to Zhang's house and was humiliated by them, except that this time they were the ones being humiliated. Chapter 35, Did you bring your ID card? Xiao Peilan's words were not aggressive, but they strangled the Zhang family's lifeline. Since they couldn't use force, they wanted to stand on the moral high ground and force the Lin family to pay compensation. But Xiao Peilan strangled them with just one sentence. Zhang Xinrong couldn't find a better reason, and for a moment he really couldn't do anything about Xiao Peilan. But Xiao Lianxiang could no longer bear it, so she strode to the gate of the yard, shouted at the top of her voice, and called the neighbors and passers-by to come out and judge the matter. "Please give me some justice. The Lin family's son has abused my daughter for 5 years and now he has abandoned her. I worked so hard to raise my daughter and I want the Lin family to compensate her, but they say my daughter doesn't deserve to enter the Lin family's gate." Xiao Lianxiang rolled around in front of the Lin family's door while shouting, and said that if the Lin family did not compensate her, she would die in front of the Lin family today. For a moment, all the people around who didn't know the situation looked at the Lin family strangely. Lin Xiao was so angry that he almost went into the kitchen with a kitchen knife and asked Xiao Lianxiang to cut her own throat. Xiao Peilan frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Xinrong and said, "Brother Zhang, your family is obviously in the wrong, and now you are acting like a rogue and making a fool of yourself." Zhang Xinrong said expressionlessly, "I just want your family to give my daughter an explanation. Even if you are not right, you can't let Lin Xiao ruin my daughter for 5 years in vain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Peilan finally showed an unbearable expression on her face. When she met someone who was throwing tantrums and acting like a rogue, she really had no way to deal with it. If it was a verbal battle, she could still argue clearly and logically, but she really had no way to deal with this kind of person. The neighbors and passers-by around were pointing fingers at Lin Xiao, and most of them were looking down on and blaming the Lin family. When the women passing by heard this, they were indignant for Xiao Lianxiang and started cursing at her. Their words were unbearable to hear. Lin Xiao could no longer bear it, so he walked to the gate of the courtyard and laughed angrily. "You said you were going to hang yourself at my door, right? If you don't give my daughter an explanation, I will hang myself at your doorstep." Xiao Lianxiang said, gritting her teeth. Lin Xiao took out a hemp rope from the side of the yard, and without waiting for Xiao Lianxiang to react, he put it around her neck and pulled it hard with his backhand. Everyone around was dumbfounded, many people gasped, and those who were cursing were speechless. Zhang Xinrong's eyes widened with anger, and he rushed forward angrily and shouted, "Lin Xiao, you are looking for death." Lin Xiao raised his leg and kicked Zhang Xinrong out, and then still held the rope tightly. Xiao Lianxiang struggled desperately, her face became more and more pale, her breathing was difficult, and she couldn't even shout for help. Xiao Lianxiang was finally scared and felt regretful. She really didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so crazy. Death made Xiao Lianxiang terrified and panicked. She tried desperately to break free from the rope around her neck but to no avail. Her consciousness gradually faded. Zhang Xinrong struggled for a long time but couldn't get up. With red eyes, he angrily said to Xiao Peilan, "Xiao Peilan, if your son kills someone, I want your family to pay with their lives." Xiao Peilan hesitated for a moment and chose to remain silent. She chose to believe that her son would not be so impulsive. Zhang Xinrong's heart sank completely when he saw this scene. Seeing his wife's struggle becoming weaker and weaker, a chill rushed up to his forehead from the soles of her feet, and cold sweat seeped down his back. Lin Xiao was filled with murderous intent, and no one dared to approach him. The arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones. People who are reasonable are afraid of those who act like scoundrels, and those who act like scoundrels are also afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Just when Xiao Lianxian was on the verge of death, the hemp rope in Lin Xiao's hand seemed to come alive and flew back into his hand from around Xiao Lianxian's neck. The rescued Xiao Lianxian coughed violently and gasped for breath. Zhang Xinrong also reacted and rushed over. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Get lost. If you really want to die in front of my house, I don't mind giving you a ride." Zhang Xinrong and Xiao Lianxian did not dare to stay any longer. Fear made them flee in panic. Lin Xiao ignored the pointing and talking of the people around him and slammed the gate of the courtyard shut. Xiao Peilan sighed and said, "If you do this, it will be difficult for you to find a wife in the future." Xiao Peilan knew too well that people's words were scary. Lin Xiao also understood in his heart that he could not care, but his sister and mother would be implicated because of him. "Mom, let's move," Lin Xiao suggested. Xiao Peilan just smiled helplessly and shook her head. "Where can our family move to now?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I'll find a place to stay. Anyway, this place is no longer habitable. The little beggar has enemies. Zhang Shui's family is causing trouble every other day, not to mention there is Song Lianzi from Wanxiang group. We definitely can't live here anymore." "Well, make your own decision," Xiao Peilan just replied and went to clean up the house. When Lin Menghan and Shen Tangtang came back, they also learned what happened next. Lin Menghan was so angry that she cursed Zhang Shui's family for being shameless. Shen Tangtang stepped into Lin Xiao's room and said, "We probably can't live here anymore." Lin Xiao hummed and continued to search for something in his small backpack. "I have a place to stay," Shen Tangtang said. Lin Xiao paused, raised his head and looked at her strangely. "You have a place to stay in Yunhai City? Then how did you end up wandering around?" Shen Tangtang hesitated for a long time, but didn't know how to answer. She owns real estate in many places, which the agent invested with the money she earned. There was a vacant villa in Yunhai City. She had tried to hide there before, but was beaten out by the tight security. The properties under her name were all high-end luxury communities, so it was impossible for her to let strangers in. She was disfigured, had no ID card, and because of her identity, no one believed her at all. Shen Tangtang was silent for a long time before she looked at Lin Xiao with sincere eyes and said, "Can you trust me once? Come with me." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Let's wait until tomorrow." "No." Shen Tangtang shook her head and said, "It must be dealt with at night. I'm afraid those people will know about it during the day, which will cause a lot of trouble for your family." Lin Xiao frowned and said, "If you do this, they will come to your door sooner or later." "But there is no other way now." Shen Tangtang's beautiful eyes flashed with worry and said, "Brother Lin, I know you are a capable person. We will just stay there for a few days, and when you have a better place to live, we will move out immediately." Lin Xiao felt that things were a bit too risky. The group of people behind Shen Tangtang are involved in the killer gang of the Blood Killing League. If his sister and mother move there is a high probability that they will be implicated. Shen Tangtang did not disturb Lin Xiao's contemplation, she just gave him a choice. Let's go. Let's go and take a look." Lin Xiao finally decided to see the situation first. Shen Tangtang hummed. The two of them said hello to Lin's mother and walked out together. Lin Menghan asked curiously, "Brother, do you have your ID card with you?" Lin Xiao asked curiously, "Why do you need to bring your ID card?" Lin Menghan looked disdainful and said, "Why are you pretending?" But Shen Tangtang was too embarrassed to raise her head and said, "Brother Lin, you should go get your ID card. It might be useful." After hearing this, Lin Xiao turned back to his room and got his ID card. "Brother, this is Sister Tang's first time." Chapter 36 Little Rich Woman. Lin Xiao, who was about to walk out the door, finally understood why his sister asked him to bring his ID card. Looking at Shen Tangtang, who was too embarrassed to raise her head, Lin Xiao was furious and pointed at Lin Menghan and cursed, "Stinky girl, what are you thinking? Get out." With a bang, the door was closed. Lin Xiao then took Shen Tangtang away, but because of Lin Menghan, Shen Tangtang had been in an awkward atmosphere. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination. When Lin Xiao arrived, he looked a little surprised and confused. He asked suspiciously, "Here? Shin Tangtang nodded very affirmatively. It's here. Lin Xiao's face was full of doubt as he asked, are you sure? Yeah, very sure. Shin Tangtang nodded. You must be joking. Lin Xiao said with a rather unhappy expression, do you know where this is? The Yunwu Imperial Mansion on the riverside of Yunhai City is the most expensive and antique villa community in the entire Yunhai City. The cheapest one costs 90 million. In addition to the ancient style, the villa is also located in a very vast area, and the security of the villa is also very strict. Shin Tangtang told everything she knew, focusing on the security of Yunwu Imperial Mansion and the privacy here, and only mentioned the rest briefly. After hearing this, Lin Xiao's face was still not looking good and he said, the cheapest villa is 90 million. Do you think I believe you have real estate here? Shin Tangtang was silent for a while, then walked to the door of the iron fence, and then took off her mask, which had a facial recognition program on it. After she verified it, the door opened with a click. The vigilant security guards behind the door showed surprised expressions when they saw this scene, but the light was too dim and they couldn't see Shin Tangtang's appearance clearly. The only people who can pass facial recognition are usually the owners of a building in the other courtyard, and they are not people they can afford to offend. The cheapest villa costs 90 million, and the monthly property fees are also sky high. 1 month's property fee is equivalent to their annual salary. Shin Tangtang put on her mask again and waved at Lin Xiao, who was standing stupidly at the door. Her eyes seemed to be somewhat proud and smiling, and curved into a crescent shape. Lin Xiao was stunned for a long time before being pulled in by Shin Tangtang. Although it was a bit surprising to see a villa worth nearly 100 million yuan, that was not the reason why Lin Xiao was really dumbfounded. What really dumbfounded him was that a poor little beggar actually had such a huge asset. No wonder everyone who asked the blood-killing alliance wanted to kill her. 2 security guards came forward, and one of them stopped Lin Xiao and wanted him to register first. But Shin Tangtang said, I am the owner of villa number 1. Let your person in charge come and talk to me. Number 1 villa. The 2 security guards' faces changed drastically, and at the same time, they looked at Shin Tangtang in disbelief, their eyes still a little fanatical. Shin Tangtang pulled Lin Xiao away quickly. One of them went to inform the person in charge, and the other personally sent the 2 to villa number 1. It was still a facial recognition program. After Shin Tangtang took off her mask and unlocked it, the quaint gate of the villa also clicked open. The security guards following behind were completely shocked, watching Shin Tangtang walk in, and waited there for a long time. Lin Xiao also had an incredible look on his face and said, I didn't expect that you are actually a wealthy woman. Shin Tangtang was a little shy, and pushed open the door. Although the outside was simple, the inside did not look shabby. The decoration style was a combination of modern and ancient styles. At the same time, there is everything in it. Lin Xiao looked around. When the Lin group was still around, his father used to envy the people who lived here. He even said that if he could work hard enough to let his whole family live here in this lifetime, it would be enough. Unexpectedly, the goal that his father failed to achieve, he has now stepped into villa number 1. Shin Tangtang took Lin Xiao to walk around in the yard. There were many rooms here, but except for one room that had clothes, girls' shoes, supplies, etc., the other rooms were empty. Lin Xiao looked at Shin Tangtang, who was choosing clothes, and said, it's not appropriate to call you a little beggar now, so I'll call you a little rich woman from now on. Shin Tangtang had already taken off her mask, and she immediately put on a long skirt and asked, Brother Lin, do you think this dress looks good? Lin Xiao took a few glances and said perfunctorily, well, it's okay. Shin Tangtang seemed a little dissatisfied, and her beautiful and petite face showed a hint of coquettishness and said, Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? I don't think it's a good idea to let my mother and sister live here. Lin Xiao said without hiding anything, I'm afraid they can't adapt to the living environment here. This is the safest place in Yunhai City. Shin Tangtang said seriously, the person who built this place is Du Yuanqing, the richest man in Yunhai City. People from the entire Yunhai City need to see if Du Yuanqing agrees if they want to come here to cause trouble. Lin Xiao had to admit that the security here was good, and also acknowledged Du Yuanqing's power and prestige in Yunhai City. But the problem was that his mother and sister came and went, and there were various problems. Shin Tangtang did not disturb Lin Xiao's thinking. She took a snow-white dress and a pair of white stockings and walked into the bathroom. Soon Shin Tangtang came out of the bathroom. She changed into a white short dress and white stockings. Her whole temperament became exceptionally outstanding, pure and cute, and it was impossible for people to have evil thoughts about her. Her golden proportioned figure does not feel too cumbersome. The parts that should be big are not too small, and the parts that should be curved are not too uneven. Her slender waist also has no trace of fat. The white mini dress she was wearing seemed to be specially designed for her figure, and she looked very attractive in it. When Lin Xiao came to his senses and saw it, he was attracted. Shen Tangtang could feel Lin Xiao's burning gaze, but she did not avoid it. She just stood there and let him take a good look. However, her fair face was flushed, which quickly spread to her snow-white neck and pink earlobes. It wasn't until there was a knock on the door that Shen Tangtang came back to her senses. She asked Lin Xiao for his ID card in a panic, then lowered her head and said, "I'll go open the door. It should be the person in charge of Yunwu Imperial Mansion. I'll go talk to her about the situation." After saying that, Shen Tangtang left quickly, and when she came back, she had an extra document and 4 keys in her hand. You enter the facial recognition into the mobile phone software, and then this is the key. Shen Tangtang briefly explained to Lin Xiao, and then said, "I have used the name of renting out this villa, and the right to use it will be temporarily transferred to your name." As if afraid of Lin Xiao's dissatisfaction, Shen Tangtang carefully explained, "The transfer of real estate requires too many procedures. It is not easy for me to show up in public now, so the name of leasing is best, so it is easy not to attract attention." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Why do I feel like I've seen your current appearance somewhere before? It looks familiar." He couldn't quite remember, but he vaguely felt that he had seen Shen Tangtang somewhere. Shen Tangtang chuckled, stuck out her pink tongue, and said playfully, "Brother Lin will know in the future." Lin Xiao just rolled his eyes. It was surprising enough for him that a little beggar became a wealthy woman, but he didn't think there could be anything more surprising. Chapter 37 Luxury. Lin Xiao never asked about Shen Tangtang's affairs, not only because he was not interested, but also because he thought that the two of them would go their separate ways and never meet again. Even though Shen Tangtang has now revealed her identity as a wealthy woman, Lin Xiao still has no intention of asking too much. If Shen Tangtang is willing to talk, he can listen. If Shen Tangtang didn't want to say it, he had no intention of asking about other people's privacy. Lin Xiao defines the relationship between him and Shen Tangtang as that of a doctor and a patient, not even that of friends. As for Xiao Peilan and Lin Menghan, Lin Xiao neither stopped them nor agreed with how they viewed their relationship with Shen Tangtang. A private room in Zuixing restaurant. Zhang Shui looked up at the door of the box from time to time. Originally, there was anticipation on her face, but as time went by, she gradually became impatient and disappointed. "It's been almost an hour," Zhang Shui said angrily. Just when Shen Zizhuo was about to comfort Zhang Shui, he heard the door being pushed open. He suddenly took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and looked towards the door. Just one glance and his eyes were fixed. Zhang Shui, who was standing by, also heard the sound and looked over. When she saw who was coming, there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "I saw the door of the box was pushed open by a woman. The woman's legs were only up to her hips. Although she was wearing professional hip-hugging clothes, she gave people a feeling of seduction. Every move seemed to be a little provocative. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry for being late." The woman stepped forward with a smile and placed a document in her hand on the dining table. Shen Zizhuo was stunned at this moment. If Zhang Shui hadn't pinched him hard and the severe pain hadn't woken him up, he would probably still be staring at him in a daze. Zhang Shui glared at Shen Zizhuo with disgust and said angrily, "Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, let's get down to business." Shen Zizhuo finally came to his senses and said to Li Mailan awkwardly, "Boss Li, I'm sorry for losing my composure." Li Mailan just smiled charmingly and said, "It's okay." She seemed to encounter this situation frequently and didn't care at all. "Mr. Li, I invited you here this time because I want you to help me." Shen Zizhuo respectfully stepped forward and poured a glass of wine for Li Mailan. When he smelled her body fragrance, he felt the urge to pounce on her like a hungry wolf. But even if Shen Zizhuo had 100 guts, he would not dare to do so. The whole Yunhai city knew that Li Mailan had an unclear relationship with the richest man in Yunhai city, Du Yuanqing. If he dared to touch her, he would disappear from Yunhai city tomorrow. Li Mailan asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Shen Zizhuo didn't dare to stay with Li Mailan any longer, so he returned to his seat and said, "I want to rent Yunwu Villa." Upon hearing this, Li Mailan slowly put down the wine glass she had just picked up and said, "I can't do anything about this." The owners of Yunwu Villa are not the ones who are short of money. Shinzijua smiled and said, Boss Lee, of course I know this, but if you come forward, there will always be one or two owners who will give you face, and the amount of money will not be a problem. Li Mailan held her chin in thought. Zhang Shui, who was standing by, said with anticipation, Boss Li, my boyfriend and I are getting married soon. We are renting Yunwu Villa this time because we want to hold a wedding with lights. I hope you can help us. Li Mailan smiled and said, Congratulations. This was impossible originally. After all, the owners of Yunwu Villa are not short of money, and they have never rented out the property. But tonight I happened to meet an owner who rented out Yunwu Villa, so maybe this is not impossible. Shinzijua and Zhang Shui were both surprised and asked at the same time who rented Yunwu Villa. I don't know him. Li Mailan shook her head slightly and said, the owner personally came forward to handle it for him. I can only tell you that the man's surname is Lin. I really can't reveal the rest of the information due to privacy issues. When Zhang Shui heard the surname Lin, the Lin family group in Yunhai City flashed through her mind, but in the end she found that there seemed to be no one who could afford to rent Yunwu Villa. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's figure flashed through her mind, but it was quickly erased. Zhang Shui was speechless. Why did she feel that the person who rented Yunwu Villa was Lin Xiao? She had mentioned this many times before, but Lin Xiao thought it was a waste and was always unwilling to do so. Such a stingy guy, now that the Lin group has collapsed, he can't even afford the rent. Shinzijua smacked his lips and said, How much did that person pay for the rental, and how long did he rent it for? Li Mailan smiled and said, The owner didn't tell me, but I guess it's at least 3 to 5 million per month. After all, the monthly property fee is not a small amount. Shinzijua took a deep breath and trembled as he said, Wow, 3 to 5 million a month. He originally thought that the monthly rental cost of Yunwu Villa would be at most 1 million yuan. After he and Zhang Shui held their wedding, they would move out of the villa, and this expense would definitely be worth it. But if he was asked to pay 3 or 5 million to rent a house for a month, he would definitely not be able to accept it. Zhang Shui was also dumbfounded when she heard this number. 3 to 5 million is my guess for the lowest price. Li Mailan's charming face said seriously, After all, the one we just rented out is Villa number 1. Shinzijua and Zhang Shueming stood up. Yunwu Villa number 1 is the most expensive one and has the best location and view. Zhang Shui's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. She looked back at Shinzijua, whose face was full of bitterness, and felt a little more disgusted in her heart. In the circle around her, Lin Xiao was once the most outstanding one. Later, when the Lin group collapsed, Shinzijua became the most outstanding one. But as he gained more and more experience, Shinzijua was no longer worthy of being on the stage. There were simply too many people in Yunhai City who were more awesome than him. This also caused Shinzijua to fall from the altar in Zhang Shui's heart. Mr. Li, do you have the phone number of the owner or tenant of Villa number 1? Zhang Shui asked. Li Mailan hesitated for a moment and said, I shouldn't have given it to you, but since you're getting married, I'll give you the phone number. But you can't betray me. Shinzijua and Zhang Shui both agreed. Li Mailan then wrote down the number and handed it to the two of them, then stood up and left, saying, As for the owners of the other villas, I will ask if there is anyone renting them out, and I will contact you if I have any news. Zhang Shui took the number and waited until Shinzijua sent Li Mailan away before she opened the note in her hand to check. But when she saw the number on it, she was completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and was angry. Shinzijua walked over with a strange look on his face. When he saw the number, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then said in disbelief, Lin Xiao. The number that Li Mailan gave them was Lin Xiao's number, a number they were very familiar with. Zhang Shui couldn't help it first. She took out her cell phone and called Lin Xiao, but the call was hung up several times. Finally, she used Shinzijua's cell phone and Lin Xiao answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiao said impatiently, Are you sick in the middle of the night? Then get ready. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Jiang Ruoqing's face turned even redder. She bit her red lips lightly and unbuttoned her hospital gown one by one. The atmosphere in the ward became particularly ambiguous. Jiang Ruoqing seemed to have made preparations in advance. She was wearing a tube top to cover her key parts. However, her proud and delicate body still made Lin Xiao a little distracted, but he recovered quickly. He was just amazed at Jiang Ruoqing's great figure, which could make almost any man drool. Just lie down. When Jiang Ruoqing heard Lin Xiao's words, her beautiful face flushed as she lay on the hospital bed. This was the first time she had been so honest with a man, so her heart naturally beat very fast. Lin Xiao took out the silver needle and then performed the acupuncture carefully. Jiang Ruoqing saw his clear eyes, and her originally red face gradually recovered, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down, but she couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, is my figure not good?" "The best I've ever seen." Lin Xiao answered very sincerely. Jiang Ruoqing chuckled and said, "Then why are you still so calm?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Jiang Ruoqing and said, "Are you saying that I should pounce on you like a pervert and eat you up?" "Yes. Otherwise, your serious look really makes me doubt my figure." Jiang Ruoqing smiled, with a teasing tone in her voice. Lin Xiao was speechless for a while, but he did not stop what he was doing. Gradually, Jiang Ruoqing felt a warm heat flowing in her lower abdomen, at a speed that made her moan softly. Lin Xiao's originally calm state of mind was also disturbed by Jiang Ruoqing's voice, and his face turned red as he said, "Senior." Jiang Ruoqing couldn't help laughing and said, "Very comfortable."